Welcome, welcome, welcome to Fiction Blue. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry recorded every interaction with the Dursleys and sold the memories to the Daily Prophet? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Memory Merchant. The slam of the car door echoed with finality as Uncle Vernon heaved Harry's trunk onto the curb of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry stood motionless, his fingers still wrapped around Hedwig's cage. The afternoon sun beat down on Little Whinging with uncharacteristic intensity, matching the burning hollowness in Harry's chest. "Well, boy? Planning to stand there all day?" Vernon's mustache twitched with irritation. "Get your things inside before the neighbors notice." Harry didn't answer. What was there to say? Cedric was dead. Voldemort had returned. And here he was, back in suburban hell as though nothing had happened. "Did you hear me, boy?" Vernon's voice rose dangerously. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied mechanically, dragging his trunk toward the house. The hallway felt narrower than he remembered, the walls pressing in from all sides. Nothing had changed, the same spotless floors, the same photographs of Dudley lining the walls, the same conspicuous absence of any evidence that Harry Potter existed at all. Petunia appeared from the kitchen, her horse-like face pinched with displeasure. "You're to go straight to your room. Dudley has friends coming over, and I won't have you spoiling their evening." Harry nodded, too exhausted to argue. He hauled his trunk up the stairs, each step requiring more effort than the last. Once inside his room, he set Hedwig's cage on the desk and collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. The silence pressed against his ears. No Ron's snoring, no Seamus talking in his sleep, no Neville's quiet breathing. Just the distant sound of a lawnmower and the occasional car passing by. The normalcy of it all felt obscene after what he'd witnessed in that graveyard. "He's back," Harry whispered to the empty room. "And nobody believes me." Sleep came in fits and starts, plagued by nightmares of red eyes and green light. When morning arrived, Harry felt as though he hadn't slept at all. "Get up. Now." Petunia's shrill voice accompanied her sharp knocks. Harry groaned, fumbling for his glasses. "It's nearly 8 o'clock. The bacon won't cook itself." Harry dragged himself out of bed. For days back, and already the Dursleys had him on full kitchen duty. He dressed quickly and made his way downstairs, where Petunia stood with arms crossed. "There you are. Vernon has an important client coming for dinner tonight, and I need the house spotless. After breakfast, you'll start on the garden, those hedges are a disgrace." Harry nodded, moving to the stove where bacon sizzled in the pan. His stomach growled painfully, he'd barely eaten since returning, too numb to feel hunger until now. Heavy footsteps announced Dudley's arrival. His cousin had grown even larger over the past year, despite the school nurse's warnings about his weight. Boxing had added some muscle beneath the fat, making him more intimidating than ever. "Where's my breakfast?" Dudley demanded, eyeing the bacon hungrily. "Coming," Harry muttered, flipping the strips. Vernon entered next, newspaper tucked under his arm. "Morning, Petunia, Dudders." He pointedly ignored Harry's existence. "Beautiful day." Harry placed plates before each of them, then turned back to make his own portion. "Where do you think you're going?" Vernon asked suddenly. Harry paused. "Making my breakfast." Vernon's face reddened. "We're not made of money, boy. 2 pieces of bacon, that's your lot. And toast, 1 slice." Harry stared at him. "That's less than yesterday. Don't you take that tone with me." Vernon slammed his fist on the table. "After all we do for you, the clothes, the room, the food, the room you locked me in. The food you've always rationed." The words escaped before Harry could stop them, fueled by exhaustion and grief. Vernon stood so quickly his chair toppled backward. How dare you? After everything that's happened with that godfather of yours, Harry froze. What about my godfather? A cruel smile spread across Vernon's face. Oh yes, we know all about it. Dudley showed us the article in that rubbish newspaper of yours his friend found. Your precious godfather, blown to bits by the police, wasn't he? Murdering traitor, they called him. Ice filled Harry's veins. That's not, don't lie to me. Vernon's face purpled dangerously. Your precious protector is gone, isn't he? No more threats to keep us in line. Harry's hand instinctively reached for his wand, stopping just short of drawing it. The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery hung over him like an axe. I'm warning you, boy, Vernon continued, lowering his voice to a menacing growl. One step out of line this summer, and you'll wish you'd never been born. Harry met his uncle's gaze, a dangerous heat building in his chest. I already do, every time I have to come back here. Vernon's hand shot out, gripping Harry's arm with bruising force. Listen here, you ungrateful little, the doorbell rang, cutting through the tension. Vernon released Harry's arm abruptly. Not a word, he hissed, straightening his shirt. Petunia, get the door. Dudley, finish your breakfast. You, he jabbed a finger at Harry, get started on those hedges. And if I hear one more insolent word from you, you'll be locked in that room until Christmas. Harry stepped out into the sweltering heat, stomach empty and arm throbbing. The shears felt heavy in his hands as he approached the overgrown hedges. Sweat dripped down his back within minutes, soaking his oversized t-shirt, another hand-me-down from Dudley. As he worked, Harry's mind wandered to his friends. Were they worried about him? Did they even care? Dumbledore had forbidden any meaningful communication, security concerns, he'd said. As if being isolated from the wizarding world made Harry safer rather than more vulnerable. The garden shears slipped, slicing into Harry's palm. He hissed in pain, watching blood well from the shallow cut. Trouble, Potter. Harry turned to find Dudley leaning against the fence, ice cream dripping down his pudgy fingers. What do you want, Dudley? Just enjoying the show. Dudley smirked. Dad says your criminal godfather finally got what was coming to him. Harry gripped the shears tightly. He's not dead. That's not what the paper said. It's a lie. Dudley's smirk widened. Sure it is. Just like all those nightmares you've been having. Heard you last night. Don't kill Cedric. Mom. Dad. His voice rose in a cruel mockery. Who's Cedric, your boyfriend? Something snapped inside Harry. Before he knew what he was doing, he'd lunged at Dudley, shears forgotten on the ground. Dudley, despite his bulk, stepped back in alarm. Shut up. Harry shouted. You don't know anything about it. Dudley recovered his composure, squaring his shoulders. Or what? You'll use your magic. Go ahead, get yourself expelled. He laughed. Dad's right. Without your precious godfather, you've got nothing. No one's coming to save you this summer, freak. Harry trembled with rage, but before he could respond, Vernon's head appeared at the kitchen window. Boy! Those hedges won't trim themselves. And Dudley, come inside, you shouldn't be talking to him. With a final smirk, Dudley sauntered back to the house, leaving Harry alone with his fury and grief. By evening, Harry's hands were blistered and his back ached from hours of yard work beneath the merciless sun. He'd been permitted 1 glass of water and half a sandwich for lunch before being sent back out. Now, as he washed up for dinner, which he'd be serving, not eating, a small package caught his eye on his bed. Harry approached cautiously. Mail from the wizarding world rarely made it past the Dursleys' watchful eyes. The package was small, wrapped in brown paper with no address or stamp. A small note was attached, for those moments worth remembering, or exposing. Use with caution. FNG. Fred and George. Harry unwrapped the package quickly, revealing a glass orb about the size of a snitch. Unlike a remembrall, which turned red when its owner forgot something, this orb seemed to swirl with silvery mist, similar to the substance in Dumbledore's pensieve. "Harry! Get down here this instant!" Petunia's voice carried up the stairs. Harry stuffed the orb into his pocket and hurried downstairs. Vernon's client, a portly man with thinning hair, sat in the living room with Vernon and Petunia while Dudley sulked in the corner, forced into a suit that strained at the buttons. "Ah, there you are," Vernon said with false joviality. "Mr. Henderson, this is our nephew. He attends St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys." Mr. Henderson eyed Harry suspiciously. "Rehabilitation going well, is it?" Harry said nothing, feeling the weight of the orb in his pocket. "He's much improved," Vernon answered for him. "Aren't you, boy?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said flatly. "Well, dinner won't serve itself," Petunia prompted, her smile tight. Harry retreated to the kitchen, where he began placing Petunia's roast onto serving platters. He could hear Vernon's booming laughter as he regaled Mr. Henderson with golfing stories. When he returned with the food, the conversation had turned to Harry. "Had to take him in, of course. Sister's boy. Terrible car crash," Vernon was saying. "We've done our best with him, but you can't outrun bad blood." "Noble of you," Mr. Henderson nodded. "Many would have sent him straight to an institution." "Oh, we considered it," Petunia said with a delicate sniff. "But family obligation, you understand." Harry set down the roast with more force than necessary, earning a glare from Vernon. "Careful, boy," he snapped. "That's fine china." "Sorry," Harry muttered, not meaning it. "The problem with these troubled youths," Mr. Henderson opined, helping himself to potatoes, "is they've never known proper discipline. In my day, a good thrashing sorted out most problems." Vernon's eyes gleamed. "Couldn't agree more, Henderson. Unfortunately, these modern schools have gone soft. Too concerned with so-called children's rights. If you ask me," Petunia added, "that's why society is crumbling. No consequences." Harry stood in the corner, waiting to clear plates, every muscle tense. The orb in his pocket seemed to grow warmer. "The boy knows about consequences, don't you?" Vernon turned to Harry, a threatening edge to his voice. "Learned your lesson after that business last summer, haven't you?" Harry remembered. How could he forget? The incident with Aunt Marge, when he'd accidentally inflated her like a balloon. The punishment had been severe once he'd returned from his temporary escape. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he replied mechanically. "See?" Vernon turned back to Henderson. "Firm hand, that's what they need." Dinner proceeded with more of the same. Harry served and cleared, ignored except when Vernon needed to demonstrate his supposed mastery over his troubled nephew. By dessert, Harry's patience had worn dangerously thin. As he served the pudding, Dudley deliberately stuck out his foot. Harry stumbled, the dessert tray tilting precariously before he managed to right it. A small dollop of cream landed on Mr. Henderson's sleeve. "You clumsy idiot!" Vernon bellowed, rising from his chair. "I'm sorry, I tripped," Harry began, but Vernon was already around the table, grabbing him by the collar. "Useless, worthless," Vernon shook him hard enough that Harry's glasses slid down his nose. "After everything we've done for you." "Vernon," Petunia cautioned, eyeing their guest nervously. "No, Petunia, Henderson understands." "Don't you, Henderson? Sometimes they need to be shown who's boss." Mr. Henderson dabbed at his sleeve. "Quite right, Dursley. Can't let them walk all over you." Vernon's grip tightened. "Upstairs. Now. No meals tomorrow, and you'll clean this entire house from top to bottom. And if I hear one sound from you—" His voice dropped to a whisper meant only for Harry. "I'll make you wish you'd died with your worthless parents." Something hot and foreign pulsed in Harry's pocket. The orb. As Vernon's meaty hands shoved him toward the stairs, Harry felt the glass growing warmer, almost vibrating against his leg. Once in his room, Harry locked the door and withdrew the orb. To his astonishment, it now glowed with a soft blue light, the silvery substance inside swirling rapidly. Cautiously, Harry touched his wand to its surface. The mist within the orb expanded, projecting into the air above it like a miniature pensive memory. Harry gasped as he saw the Dursleys' dining room, Vernon's purple face looming large as he gripped Harry's collar. "Useless, worthless, after everything we've done for you." The memory played out exactly as it had happened minutes ago, capturing every word, every threatening gesture, even Dudley's satisfied smirk in the background. Fred and George's invention was more powerful than Harry had realized. Not just a remembrall, but a memory recorder, capturing events as they happened for later viewing. Harry sat on his bed, turning the orb over in his hands. An idea began to form, dangerous and tempting. The wizarding world didn't believe him about Voldemort's return. Dumbledore had abandoned him to the Dursleys' care with barely an explanation. And now Vernon, believing Sirius was no longer a threat, had reverted to his worst behavior. What if people could see? Really see what happened in this house? For 4 years, Harry had endured, kept silent, accepted that this was his burden to bear. But something had changed in that graveyard. Cedric's death, Voldemort's return, the Ministry's denial, it was too much to bear alone. Harry stared at the orb, its blue light illuminating his face in the darkened room. If the wizarding world wanted to ignore him, fine. But they wouldn't be able to ignore this. Over the next week, Harry carried the orb everywhere, concealed in his pocket. He discovered it activated automatically during moments of high emotion, particularly fear or anger. Vernon's threats, Petunia's denigration of his mother, Dudley's taunts about Cedric, all captured in perfect, undeniable detail. The orb filled rapidly. When Harry touched his wand to it and whispered "Recordatio," the latest memory was transferred to a silvery thread that could be extracted and stored separately, leaving room for new recordings. Harry kept these memory threads in a small box beneath the loose floorboard under his bed. On the 8th day after receiving the orb, the moment Harry had been waiting for arrived, Hedwig returned from delivering a letter to Hermione. Harry had been careful with his wording, asking general questions about memory evidence in wizarding law, nothing that would alert Dumbledore's watchdogs. Hermione's response was lengthy and detailed, as he'd expected. "Dear Harry, I hope the Dursleys are treating you decently. Your question about memory evidence is fascinating. I spent an entire day in the library researching before coming home for summer. Memories are considered among the strongest forms of evidence in wizarding trials, but only under specific circumstances. They must be extracted properly, not altered, and viewed in a ministry-certified pensieve. The Wisingamot takes memory tampering very seriously. It's punishable by up to 5 years in Azkaban. More interestingly, there's precedent for memories being published in cases of public interest. In 1932, Arcturus Lowe used published memories to prove corruption in the Department of Magical Transportation. The Daily Prophet actually has a specialized pensieve that converts memories to moving photographs for publication. Why do you ask? This isn't about clearing Sirius, is it? Please be careful, Harry. Memory evidence is powerful, but politically delicate. I'm worried about you. Ron says they're not allowing visitors yet, but we're trying to convince them otherwise. Right soon, Hermione. Harry read the letter twice, his heart pounding. It was exactly what he needed to know. The orb created perfect, unaltered memories, evidence that couldn't be dismissed as the delusions of an attention-seeking teenager. That night, as the Dursleys slept, Harry wrote 2 letters. The first, addressed to Hermione. Hermione, thanks for the information. It's not about Sirius, at least not directly. I can't explain everything now, but I promise I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Harry. The second letter was addressed simply, Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. Harry hesitated, quill hovering over the parchment. Once he sent this, there would be no going back. Was he ready for the consequences? For the entire wizarding world to see the reality of his home life. A door slammed downstairs, followed by Vernon's muffled cursing. The memory of his uncle's latest threat echoed in Harry's mind: "Your freakish friends can't protect you here. Remember that, boy." Harry's jaw set with determination. For too long, he'd suffered in silence. For too long, he'd been shuttled between Hogwarts and Privet Drive like a package no one quite wanted to claim. He began to write. "Ms. Skeeter, I know Hermione made certain arrangements regarding your reporting activities. I'm prepared to offer you an exclusive story that will sell more papers than anything you've written before. My only conditions: 1. I approve the final copy before publication. 2. My name is kept out of it until I say otherwise. 3. 20% of profits come to me. If you're interested, come to the park 3 blocks east of Privet Drive tomorrow at noon. Come alone and in Muggle clothing. You might call this, The Boy Who Lived Secret Shame." H.P. Harry sealed both letters and sent them with Hedwig, watching until she disappeared into the night sky. Then he retrieved the memory box from beneath the floorboard and began sorting through the silvery strands. By morning, he'd selected the memories that told his story most clearly: Vernon locking him in his cupboard at age 9, Petunia swinging a frying pan at his head when he burned breakfast, Dudley and his gang hunting Harry through the neighborhood, the bars on his window before second year, and the most recent threat since his return from Hogwarts. Harry concealed the box in his pocket alongside the orb and headed downstairs to prepare the Dursleys' breakfast, an unfamiliar sensation spreading through him, something that felt suspiciously like power. The park was deserted at noon, the summer heat driving most residents indoors. Harry sat on a swing, scuffing his worn trainers in the dirt. His wand was concealed up his sleeve, the memory box secure in his pocket. "Mr. Potter." "How unexpected." Harry didn't startle at the voice behind him. He'd been watching for her approach. Rita Skeeter had made an effort with her Muggle disguise, a conservative blue suit and subdued makeup, but couldn't quite hide the predatory gleam in her eyes. "Miss Skeeter." Harry didn't stand. "You came alone?" "Of course." She settled onto the adjacent swing, looking uncomfortable with the undignified seating. "Your letter was intriguing. Though I must say, I'm operating under certain constraints these days." "I know about the animagus thing," Harry said flatly. "This isn't about exploiting that. It's a business proposition." Rita's eyebrows rose. "Business, is it? My, how you've grown up." Her gaze sharpened. "What exactly is this exclusive story worth risking Granger's wrath?" Harry withdrew the memory box. "Do you know what these are?" Rita leaned forward, excitement visibly overtaking her caution. "Memories. Extracted and preserved." Her eyes narrowed. "Where did you get a pensieve?" "That's not important. What matters is what they contain." Harry met her gaze steadily. The true story of Harry Potter's life with his Muggle relatives. Ah! Understanding dawned on Rita's face. The secret shame. "And what exactly would I find in these memories, Mr. Potter?" "Abuse," Harry said bluntly. "Neglect. Cruelty. Everything Dumbledore has hidden by sending me back year after year." Rita's quick quotes quill had appeared as if by magic, hovering expectantly beside a notepad. "Are we talking emotional neglect, or something more tangible?" "See for yourself." Harry held out a vial containing a single silver strand. "This is just a sample. There are dozens more." Rita hesitated only briefly before producing a small, portable pensieve from her handbag, clearly a specialized reporter's tool. She poured the memory in, touched her wand to the surface, and bent forward. Harry waited, watching her expression change as she viewed Vernon locking a young Harry in the cupboard under the stairs, calling him a worthless burden when he asked for food. When she emerged, Rita's face had lost some of its predatory edge. For a moment, something almost like sympathy flickered in her eyes before the journalist reasserted control. "This is..." She cleared her throat. Quite compelling, Mr. Potter. But why come to me? Why not take this to the Ministry? Or Dumbledore? Harry laughed humorlessly. Dumbledore knows. He's the one who left me there, who sends me back every summer. As for the Ministry, they're currently calling me a delusional liar about Voldemort's return. Why would they believe this? Rita winced at Voldemort's name but seemed too preoccupied with the potential story to comment. And you're willing to have these published? Your private suffering splashed across the prophet? On my terms, Harry emphasized. I approve the content. You don't twist it into some tearful victim narrative. Just the facts, the memories speak for themselves. And I get 20%. 10, Rita countered automatically. 15, Harry responded. And you get exclusive access to follow-up stories. Rita's calculating expression told Harry she was mentally computing the galleons such exclusivity would be worth. Deal. She extended her hand. I'll need more memories, of course. And an interview. Not yet, Harry said, ignoring her outstretched hand. First story first. I'll provide 3 more memories today. If I approve of how you handle them, we'll discuss an interview. You drive a hard bargain for a 15-year-old, Rita observed, retracting her hand without offense. I've had to grow up fast. Harry withdrew 3 more vials. These should give you enough for a front-page story. Contact me by owl when you have a draft. Rita accepted the vials reverently. This will be explosive, you realize. Dumbledore will face serious questions. The Ministry will be forced to respond. Your relatives. She trailed off. My relatives deserve whatever comes to them, Harry said coldly. They've had 14 years of impunity. As Rita packed away her pensieve, she studied Harry with new interest. I misjudged you, Mr. Potter. I thought you were just a pawn in Dumbledore's game. But you're playing your own game now, aren't you? Harry stood, pocketing the memory box. I'm not playing anything, Miss Skeeter. I'm just telling the truth. Isn't that what journalism is supposed to be about? Rita's laugh followed him as he walked away. Oh, Mr. Potter. We both know journalism is about selling papers. But in this case, the truth might actually accomplish that better than fiction. 2 days later, as Harry weeded the garden under the scorching sun, a nondescript brown owl swooped low, dropping a thick envelope beside him. Harry quickly concealed it in his shirt before the neighbors could notice. In the privacy of the bathroom, Harry opened the envelope to find a draft article and a brief note from Rita, HP, as agreed, the draft for your approval. I've used the memories exactly as provided, they're compelling enough without embellishment. Publication set for tomorrow's edition if you approve. Send your response with this owl. RSPS. I've deposited the first payment into a secure account at Gringotts under the name you provided. Harry unfolded the article with trembling hands. The headline blazed across the top in bold letters, The Boy Who Suffered, Harry Potter's Secret Life of Abuse. Revealed below the headline was a moving photograph extracted from one of the memories, a skinny Harry in Dudley's oversized clothes, cooking breakfast while Vernon loomed menacingly behind him. The image cycled through Vernon shoving Harry when he accidentally dropped an eggshell, Harry flinching, then resuming cooking with practiced resignation. The article itself was surprisingly restrained for Rita. She described the memories clinically, letting the images speak for themselves without her usual florid prose. The questions she raised were pointed but fair. Why was the boy who lived placed with muggles who despised magic? Who was responsible for monitoring his welfare? Why had no wizard or witch intervened despite obvious signs of neglect? The final paragraph was the only place Rita's characteristic sting appeared. One must wonder what Albus Dumbledore, self-proclaimed champion of children, has to say about these disturbing revelations. Has the great wizard been negligent, or is there a more sinister reason Harry Potter has been repeatedly returned to a home where he is clearly unwanted and mistreated? The boy who lived defeated he who must not be named as an infant, only to face a different kind of darkness behind closed doors. This reporter intends to uncover the full truth. Harry read the article 3 times. It was direct, damning, and, most importantly, true. Rita had done exactly what he'd asked, letting the memories tell the story without sensationalizing his suffering. He felt strangely hollow, seeing his private humiliations laid out for public consumption, yet also relieved, as if a weight he'd carried for years had lightened, even if just slightly. He scribbled his response on the back of Rita's note, article approved. Proceed with publication. After sending the owl off, Harry sat on the edge of the bathtub, contemplating what he'd just set in motion. By this time tomorrow, the entire wizarding world would know. The Dursleys would be exposed. Dumbledore would face questions. And Harry. Harry would finally have control of his own story. That evening, as he served dinner to the Dursleys, Harry found himself studying their faces. Did they have any inkling that their carefully constructed facade was about to crumble? That their treatment of him would soon be headline news in a world they pretended didn't exist? "What are you staring at, boy?" Vernon growled, catching Harry's gaze. "Nothing, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Just thinking about tomorrow." "Well, think about those gutters you'll be cleaning instead," Vernon snapped. "And wipe that look off your face before I do it for you." Harry's smile only grew as he turned away. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. Tomorrow's going to be quite interesting, I think." "What was that?" "Nothing," Harry said innocently. "Just looking forward to tomorrow." And for the first time since returning to Privet Drive, Harry truly was. Harry woke early the next morning, anticipation driving away his usual lethargy. He slipped downstairs before the Dursleys stirred, made himself a proper breakfast for once, and waited. The morning passed with agonizing slowness. Harry cleaned the gutters as ordered, keeping one eye on the sky. By mid-afternoon, his neck ached from constant vigilance, but no owls appeared. Had something gone wrong? Had Dumbledore somehow intercepted the article? Had Rita betrayed their agreement? As evening approached, Harry had just resigned himself to disappointment when the sound of multiple cracks split the air, the unmistakable noise of apparition. Alarmed shouts erupted from the front yard. Harry peered from his bedroom window to see a scene of utter chaos. At least a dozen reporters crowded the previously pristine lawn of number 4, many in mismatched Muggle clothing that would have been comical under different circumstances. Camera flashes erupted like lightning, and quick quotes quills hovered everywhere. Vernon burst through the front door, face purpling with rage. "What is the meaning of this? Get off my property, Mr. Dursley." A wizard in a checkered suit thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet toward Vernon's face. "Care to comment on these allegations of abuse toward Harry Potter?" "Abuse?" Vernon spluttered. "What nonsense, we have evidence," another reporter called, this one a witch barely concealing her wand. "Memories showing years of mistreatment." "Is it true you forced him to live in a cupboard?" shouted someone from the back of the crowd. "Did you knowingly starve a magical child?" came another voice. Vernon's face progressed from purple to a dangerous shade of puce. "I don't know what the boy has been telling you freaks, but," the word freaks sent up a collective gasp, followed by another barrage of flashes. "Mr. Dursley confirms anti-magical prejudice," someone called triumphantly. Petunia appeared behind Vernon, her face ashen. "Vernon, the neighbors," indeed, curtains twitched in every house on Privet Drive as neighbors emerged to witness the Dursleys' very public humiliation. Harry watched from above, a complex mixture of emotions swirling in his chest. Part of him, a part he wasn't entirely proud of, felt vindicated seeing the Dursleys confronted with their actions. Another part felt strangely hollow, realizing that public exposure wouldn't undo years of mistreatment. A familiar figure emerged from the crowd, Rita Skeeter, resplendent in lime green robes, having abandoned all pretense of Muggle disguise. "Mr. Dursley," she called, her amplified voice cutting through the chaos, the wizarding world is shocked by evidence showing your systematic abuse of Harry Potter. Do you deny locking him in a cupboard for 10 years? Denying him adequate food? Allowing your son to physically assault him? Vernon's eyes bulged. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again, a perfect impression of a beached fish. Finally, with a strangled roar, he retreated into the house, slamming the door with enough force to rattle the windows. The commotion continued outside, growing louder as ministry officials arrived to control the situation. Harry could hear Vernon bellowing from downstairs, interspersed with Petunia's higher-pitched wailing and Dudley's confused questions. A soft pop behind him made Harry whirl around, wand raised. Remus Lupin stood in the center of Harry's bedroom, looking grave and exhausted. "Professor Lupin," Harry breathed, lowering his wand slightly. "Not your professor anymore, Harry," Lupin reminded him gently. "Just Remus." He held up a copy of the Daily Prophet. "I think we need to talk about this." The front page showed the same image Harry had approved, himself cooking while Vernon loomed threateningly, but the headline had changed slightly, "The Boy Who Suffered, Harry Potter's Childhood Hell Exposed." "I can explain," Harry began, but Lupin raised a hand. "I'm not here to scold you, Harry. I'm here to get you out." Lupin's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, concern, sadness, and something that looked suspiciously like pride. Sirius wanted to come himself, but Dumbledore convinced him it would be too risky. "Sirius knows?" Harry asked, a knot forming in his stomach. "And Dumbledore?" "Everyone knows, Harry." Lupin gestured toward the window, where the commotion continued unabated. "The entire wizarding world is in an uproar. The Ministry's been forced to respond, Fudge is calling for an investigation." "And Dumbledore?" Lupin hesitated. "Is he angry?" Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. "Disappointed, perhaps," Lupin admitted. "But not with you. More with himself, I think." He moved to help Harry gather his things. "We need to move quickly. The Ministry's containing the reporters, but it won't last long. They'll want to interview you next." As Harry packed his trunk, a hesitant smile formed on his face. "So it worked. People believe me?" Lupin paused in collecting Harry's books. "About the Dursleys?" "Yes. It's rather hard to deny memories." He studied Harry carefully. "That was cleverly done, Harry. Though I have to wonder where you got a memory recording device. Those are strictly regulated." Harry thought of Fred and George's note, "For those moments worth remembering, or exposing. Use with caution." "I had help," he said simply. "Clearly." Lupin shrunk Harry's trunk with a flick of his wand. "Ready to go?" Harry took one last look around the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive. He thought of the cupboard below, of all the summers spent in isolation and misery. "More than ready," he replied, pocketing the memory orb. It pulsed warmly against his fingers, as if in agreement. As Lupin prepared to apparate them away, shouts from below indicated Vernon had finally emerged to confront the reporters again. "Wait," Harry said suddenly. "I need to see this." He moved to the window, Lupin following reluctantly. Below, Vernon stood on the front step, face contorted with rage as he shouted at the assembled crowd. "Never wanted him. Forced upon us, he was. Dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter." "By whom, Mr. Dursley?" Rita Skeeter's voice cut through the din. "Who placed Harry Potter in your unwilling care?" "Dumbledore." Vernon roared. "Albus bloody Dumbledore." The crowd erupted in renewed frenzy. Harry turned away from the window, meeting Lupin's concerned gaze. "I didn't just do this to punish them, you know," Harry said quietly. "I did it because I'm tired of being a pawn. Dumbledore's pawn, Voldemort's pawn, the Ministry's pawn. I want to control my own life for once." Lupin's expression softened. "Your father would have done the same, I think. And your mother." He smiled wistfully. Lily had a similar streak of righteous defiance. He extended his arm to Harry. Come. Whatever consequences this brings, you won't face them alone. Harry took Lupin's arm, the memory orb still clutched in his other hand. As they operated away from Privet Drive, leaving behind the chaos of reporters and the Dursleys' crumbling facade, Harry felt the first stirrings of something unfamiliar, freedom. In his pocket, the orb hummed with promise. There were more memories to share, more truths to unveil. The wizarding world had ignored him, disbelieved him, abandoned him. Now they would have no choice but to listen. Chapter 2, The Court of Public Opinion. The sensation of apparition faded, leaving Harry momentarily disoriented as his feet touched solid ground. His surroundings materialized, a shabby sitting room with mismatched furniture, heavy curtains drawn against the evening light. Where are we? Harry asked, still gripping Lupin's arm for balance. Safe house, Lupin replied, moving to secure the door with a series of complex charms. Temporary quarters until we sort things out. The burrow would have been too obvious. Harry surveyed the room, worn but clean, with a faint smell of dust and old books. A copy of the Daily Prophet lay on a scarred coffee table, his own face staring back at him from the front page. The memory photograph showed 9-year-old Harry flinching as Vernon raised a threatening hand. Who else knows we're here? Harry asked, unable to tear his eyes from the paper. Only those who need to. Lupin finished his protective spells and turned to face Harry. Sirius wanted to meet us, but Dumbledore insisted he stay hidden. Molly and Arthur have been informed, but told to keep their distance for now. The fewer people who know, the fewer people Dumbledore has to lie to. Harry finished bitterly. Lupin's expression tightened. The fewer targets for reporters, ministry officials, and Death Eaters alike. He gestured toward a small kitchen. Hungry? I'm afraid my cooking skills are limited, but I can manage a decent sandwich. Harry nodded, following Lupin into the kitchen. Through the window, he could see they were somewhere rural, rolling hills stretched into the distance, no other houses in sight. Are you going to lecture me? Harry asked as Lupin assembled sandwiches with methodical precision. About going to the papers instead of Dumbledore? Lupin paused, knife hovering over a loaf of bread. Would it change anything if I did? No. Then no, I'm not going to lecture you. He resumed slicing. Though I am curious about your methods. That memory recording device, I suspect the Weasley twins. Harry couldn't suppress a smile. Their newest invention. Still in testing. Effective testing strategy. Lupin's tone was carefully neutral. Using it to expose the Dursleys rather than, say, taking it to McGonagall or another professor. I tried the proper channels before, Harry replied, an edge creeping into his voice. First year, I begged not to go back. Every summer since, I've written to Ron and Hermione about how awful it was. I told Dumbledore directly after second year. No one listened. Or if they did, they decided it wasn't important enough to act on. He met Lupin's eyes steadily. So yes, I went to the papers. Because after 14 years, I ran out of patience with being told to endure for the greater good. Lupin handed Harry a plate. You sound like your mother. At Harry's surprised look, he elaborated, Lily had little tolerance for systemic injustice. When conventional methods failed, she wasn't above creating public pressure. He smiled faintly. Your father preferred more direct action, usually involving creative hexes. You've managed a blend of both approaches. They ate in silence for a few minutes, Harry processing this glimpse of his parents. Finally, Lupin set down his sandwich. Harry, I need to ask. The memories you provided, are there worse ones you haven't shared? The question hung heavy between them. Harry considered the box of memory vials still in his pocket. Yes, he admitted. I was selective. The first set showed enough to make my point without completely destroying any chance of reconciliation, Lupin finished softly. That was wise. Harry shrugged. Or strategic. Rita has more than enough to keep publishing for weeks. I'm controlling the narrative, her words. Her words, but your strategy. Lupin studied him with a mixture of concern and respect. You realize this won't end with the Dursleys? Questions are already being raised about Dumbledore's decisions, the Ministry's oversight. Good. Harry set his plate down firmly. They should be questioned. Dumbledore left me on a doorstep with people who hated magic, then abandoned me there for 10 years. The Ministry ignored reports of underage magic that should have triggered welfare checks. Everyone failed, and no one wants to admit it. A soft chiming interrupted them. Lupin glanced at a small mirror on the counter that had begun to glow blue. Dumbledore, he said quietly. I need to answer. Will you? I'm not hiding, Harry replied, squaring his shoulders. Lupin nodded, tapping the mirror with his wand. Albus Dumbledore's face appeared, looking grave and weary in a way Harry had rarely seen. Remus. You have him? The headmaster's eyes weren't twinkling today. Yes, Albus. We're secure at the Gorbachev cottage. Excellent. Dumbledore paused, seeming to gather himself. Harry. I'm relieved to know you're safe. Are you? Harry couldn't keep the challenge from his voice. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes, sadness, perhaps, or resignation. Despite what recent events might suggest, your safety has always been my primary concern. Just not my happiness. Or my dignity. A fair criticism. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore didn't defend himself. One of many I've faced today. The minister has been particularly vocal about my oversight. Fudge. Harry's laugh was hollow. The same minister who's spent weeks calling me an attention-seeking liar. Politics makes for strange reversals, Harry. Minister Fudge has pivoted rather impressively from denouncing you to championing your welfare. Dumbledore's tone remained even. He's called for a full inquiry into your placement with the Dursleys. Meaning he's trying to blame you, Harry translated. Indeed. A welcome distraction from questions about Voldemort's return. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Which raises the question of timing. Why now, Harry? After all these years? Harry met the headmaster's eyes through the mirror. Because after watching Cedric die and Voldemort return, being locked away at Privet Drive with no information, no support, and daily reminders of how unwanted I am, it was finally too much. His voice remained steady. And because for once, I had proof no one could dismiss. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. I will not insult you by claiming I understand what you've endured. Nor will I defend decisions that, in retrospect, have caused you unnecessary suffering. He looked suddenly older, the lines in his face deeper. I had my reasons, Harry. Reasons I should have shared with you long ago. But they were never meant to justify cruelty. What reasons? Harry demanded. What could possibly justify leaving me with people who, he broke off, unable to articulate the years of neglect in simple words. I believe that conversation requires more than a mirror's connection. Dumbledore glanced at Lupin. Remus, I must ask you to bring Harry to headquarters tomorrow. It's become the safest option now that his location with the Dursleys is so publicly compromised. And where is headquarters, exactly? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression closed slightly. Remus can explain. For security reasons, I cannot say more through this connection. He paused. Harry, I recognize that trust between us has been damaged. I hope to begin repairing that tomorrow. Until then, please remain with Remus. The wizarding world is in considerable turmoil, and not all reactions to your revelations are sympathetic. The mirror dimmed before Harry could respond, leaving him staring at his own reflection. Well, that was illuminating, he said sarcastically, turning to Lupin. He still can't give me a straight answer. Dumbledore plays his cards close, Lupin acknowledged. But he's right about one thing, the wizarding world is in turmoil. And you should see the full picture before your next move. He retrieved the prophet from the other room. There's more than the front page. Harry took the newspaper, scanning beyond the headline story. Page 3 carried another article, Boy Who Lived or Boy Who Lied. Ministry questions timing of Potter's claims by Bartemius Croker, special correspondent. While shocking allegations about Harry Potter's home life have captivated the wizarding public, ministry officials question the convenient timing of these revelations. Mr. Potter has made increasingly fantastical claims in recent weeks, including the supposed return of you-know-who, said Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. One must wonder if these domestic allegations are merely another bid for attention from a troubled young man. The ministry has launched an official investigation, but sources close to Minister Fudge express skepticism about memories provided to the press rather than proper authorities. Memory evidence can be manipulated, noted an unnamed Department of Magical Law Enforcement official. Particularly when filtered through a journalist known for sensationalism. Continued on page 7. Harry's hands tightened on the paper. They're still calling me a liar. Some are, Lupin agreed, watching him carefully. Others are using your suffering as political ammunition. The Prophet's afternoon edition reported that 3 members of the Wizengamot have called for Dumbledore's removal as Chief Warlock for catastrophic judgment, in your placement. Good, Harry said firmly. Is it? Lupin's tone remained mild. Consider who stands to replace him, Harry. The same people denying Voldemort's return would control the wizarding courts. Harry frowned, the implications sinking in. So I'm supposed to protect Dumbledore's position after what he did to me? I'm not saying what you should do, Lupin clarified. I'm pointing out that every action creates ripples, especially in the current climate. Your memories were a stone thrown into already troubled waters. Before Harry could respond, a tapping at the window drew their attention. A barn owl hovered outside, a thick envelope clutched in its talons. Lupin performed several detection spells before admitting the bird. It dropped the envelope on the table and departed without waiting for a response. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately. Hermione. Inside was a letter, 3 newspaper clippings, and a note from Ron. Harry, I can't believe what's happening. Are you safe? Where are you? I've been frantic since seeing the Prophet this morning. Mum says you're with trusted friends, but won't tell me more. I've enclosed clippings from the Prophet, Witch Weekly, and the Quibbler, all running different angles on your story. The wizarding world has gone completely mad. Rita Skeeter actually wrote something truthful for once, though I'm furious she broke our agreement. I'll deal with her later. Harry, why didn't you tell me it was this bad? I knew the Dursleys were awful, but these memories. It's horrifying. I've been researching wizarding child welfare laws, and there are at least 7 statutes that were violated in your placement. I've written a detailed analysis if you want it. Please write back as soon as you can. Ron's beside himself. I think he feels guilty for not rescuing you properly years ago. Love, Hermione P.S. Be careful with whatever you're planning next. The ministry's position is shifting hourly, but Fudge is clearly trying to use this against Dumbledore without admitting anything about you-know-who. Ron's note was shorter but no less concerned. Harry, bloody hell, mate. Dad came home white as a ghost with the news. Mum's been cooking non-stop and crying when she thinks we can't see. I wanted to come get you myself, but they say it's too dangerous with reporters camped around our house. Fred and George won't say anything directly, but they keep exchanging these looks. Did they have something to do with this? If they helped, I'll take back every nasty thing I've ever said about them. I should have done more. Should have told Mum and Dad how bad it really was. I'm sorry, Harry. Let me know you're okay, yeah. Harry set the letters down, a lump forming in his throat. He hadn't fully considered how his friends would react, the worry he'd cause them, the guilt they might feel. They care about you, Lupin said quietly. As do many others who are now questioning why they didn't see the signs. Harry skimmed the newspaper clippings, which weekly featured tearful interviews with Hogwarts classmates recalling how thin he always looked after summers, how he never spoke of home. The Quibbler, surprisingly, had the most measured take, discussing the magical protection that might have necessitated Harry's placement with blood relatives while condemning the lack of monitoring. It's more complicated than I expected, Harry admitted, setting down the clippings. That's public opinion for you, Lupin said with a wry smile. Never entirely on anyone's side, and quick to change direction. He glanced at the window, where darkness had fallen. It's late. We should rest. Tomorrow will likely be eventful. Harry nodded, suddenly aware of his exhaustion. The adrenaline that had carried him through the day was ebbing, leaving bone-deep weariness. There's a bedroom upstairs, Lupin continued. I've added some protective enchantments, but keep your wand close just in case. As Harry climbed the stairs to the small bedroom, the memory orb in his pocket seemed heavier than before. He placed it on the nightstand, watching the silvery substance swirl within. A tool for truth, but also a weapon. And like any weapon, its consequences reached far beyond its immediate target. Sleep came slowly, filled with dreams of courtrooms where the Dursleys, Dumbledore, and Fudge all stood trial while Rita Skeeter's quick quotes scratched endlessly in the background. Morning arrived with another Daily Prophet delivery. Harry came downstairs to find Lupin already dressed and reading the paper with a troubled expression. That bad? Harry asked, helping himself to toast. Lupin handed over the paper wordlessly. The headline made Harry's toast stick in his throat. Ministry intervenes. Emergency Wizengamot session called to determine Potter's guardianship by Rita Skeeter, special correspondent in an unprecedented move. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot to address the urgent welfare concerns regarding Harry Potter, following shocking revelations of his treatment by Muggle relatives. The ministry cannot stand idle while the boy who lived suffers such deplorable conditions, Minister Fudge stated yesterday. Particularly when those conditions were established by Albus Dumbledore without ministry oversight or approval. The session, scheduled for Friday, will review all aspects of Potter's placement and determine appropriate guardianship going forward. Sources within the ministry suggest Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge has volunteered to assume temporary guardianship, in the ministry's name. Continued on page 2. Who's Dolores Umbridge? Harry asked, scanning the article for more details. A particularly unpleasant ministry loyalist, Lupin replied grimly. Staunchly anti-werewolf, anti-creature rights, and architect of some of the most restrictive legislation of the past decade. She's also Fudge's most ardent supporter. And she wants to be my guardian. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Can the ministry even do that? Normally, no. But these aren't normal circumstances. Lupin folded the paper carefully. You've created a legal vacuum, Harry. By exposing the Dursleys as unfit guardians and implicitly challenging Dumbledore's authority to place you, you've opened the door for ministry intervention. Harry pushed away his half-eaten toast. That wasn't what I wanted. I know. But it's what politicians do, they exploit openings. Lupin checked his watch. We need to move soon. Dumbledore is expecting us by noon. To headquarters? Harry asked. You never said where that is. Lupin hesitated. It's complicated. Have you ever heard of the Fidelius charm? Harry nodded. The spell that hid my parents. With a secret keeper. Exactly. Headquarters is protected the same way, with Dumbledore as secret keeper. Lupin wrote something on a slip of paper and handed it to Harry. Read this, memorize it, then I'll destroy it. Harry looked down at the neat handwriting. The Order of the Phoenix is headquartered at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. The Order of the Phoenix. Harry repeated, looking up. Dumbledore's organization against Voldemort, both in the First War and now. Lupin took back the paper and incinerated it with a tap of his wand. We've reconvened since his return, despite the Ministry's denials. Harry processed this information. And we're going there now? Who else will be there? Various Order members rotate through. Sirius lives there full-time, it's his family home. Seeing Harry's expression brighten, Lupin added, yes, you'll see him today. Though I should warn you, the house itself is challenging. An hour later, Harry stood on a dingy London street, watching in fascination as number 12 Grimmauld Place squeezed into existence between numbers 11 and 13. The building looked as unwelcoming as any structure could, dark windows, peeling paint, and an overall aura of neglect. Charming, isn't it? Lupin murmured, guiding Harry up the steps. Remember to keep quiet in the entrance hall. There's a portrait we don't want to disturb. Harry had barely stepped into the gloomy hallway when a familiar voice whispered his name. The next moment, he was enveloped in a fierce hug. Thank Merlin you're safe, Sirius said, holding Harry at arm's length to examine him. When I saw that Prophet headline, I nearly transformed and ran straight to Surrey. I'm fine, Harry assured him, taking in his godfather's appearance. Sirius looked better than when Harry had last seen him, less gaunt, though still thin, with his hair cut shorter and clean robes. Fine. After what those monsters did to you? Sirius's eyes flashed dangerously. If I'd known, if anyone had told me how bad it was. Sirius, Lupin cautioned, nodding toward a door further down the hall where voices could be heard. Not here. Sirius took a deep breath, visibly composing himself. Right. Meeting's about to start. And you, he turned back to Harry, are apparently the main topic of discussion. What meeting? Harry asked as Sirius led them down the hallway. Emergency order meeting, Sirius replied grimly. Called because a certain godson of mine detonated a political bombshell without warning. They're discussing me without me. Harry stopped walking, anger flaring. Actually, you're invited, Sirius said with a hint of satisfaction. I insisted. Molly fought it, of course, wanted to send you upstairs with Ron and Hermione, but Dumbledore agreed with me for once. Since you've demonstrated you're capable of taking matters into your own hands. They're afraid I'll leak the meeting to the papers if excluded, Harry realized. Sirius grinned wolfishly. Precisely. Your stock has risen considerably in certain quarters. The kitchen door opened to reveal a large, underground chamber dominated by a long wooden table. Around it sat the most eclectic group of witches and wizards Harry had ever seen outside of Hogwarts. He recognized a few, Mad-Eye Moody, Professor McGonagall, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, but many were strangers. All conversation stopped as he entered. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore rose from the head of the table. Thank you for joining us. Please, take a seat. Harry nodded stiffly, choosing a chair between Sirius and Lupin. He felt the weight of every gaze in the room. For those who haven't been introduced, Dumbledore continued, this is Harry Potter. Harry, you're among friends here, members of the Order of the Phoenix. Some of whom, growled Moody from further down the table, want to know why we weren't informed about the conditions at those muggles' house. Could have extracted the boy years ago. That responsibility was mine, Alastair, Dumbledore replied calmly. As I've acknowledged. Acknowledged but not explained, a witch with vibrant purple hair commented. She smiled at Harry. Tonks. Or. And your mum's cousin's daughter, which makes us something or other. Focus, Nymphadora, said a deep, reassuring voice belonging to a tall black wizard. Potter, I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt. Also an Auror. And currently assigned to the official ministry investigation into your case. Harry straightened. There's a real investigation. Oh yes, Kingsley confirmed. Though its aims may not align with justice. Minister Fudge sees an opportunity to undermine Dumbledore without addressing Voldemort's return. Several people flinched at the name. Which brings us to our immediate concern, Dumbledore interjected. The emergency Wisengamot session scheduled for Friday. Harry, the ministry is moving to reassign your guardianship. To Dolores Umbridge, Sirius spat the name like a curse. Fudge's attack dog. Can they do that? Harry looked around the table. Don't I have any say? You're 15, Mr. Weasley said gently. In wizarding law, that's still firmly under guardianship age. Though you could petition for emancipation, added a wizard Harry didn't recognize. Given your circumstances. Not advisable, McGonagall countered crisply. The ministry would never approve it, and the attempt would only antagonize them further. So what options do I have? Harry demanded. Several, actually, Dumbledore replied. Which is why we're meeting today. First, we could challenge the ministry's jurisdiction entirely, arguing that as your magical guardian, I retain authority to determine your placement. After you left me with the Dursleys for 14 years. Harry couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. A heavy silence fell. McGonagall's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. I told you, Albus, she said quietly. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles. You did, Minerva, Dumbledore acknowledged. And I made a grave error in judgment, prioritizing physical safety over emotional welfare. Physical safety? Sirius barked a laugh. Did you see those memories, Albus? Vernon Dursley had his hands around Harry's throat in one of them. An isolated incident, Dumbledore began. Isolated? Harry interrupted incredulously. That was just one I happened to record. There were plenty of others. Another uncomfortable silence descended. Mrs. Weasley dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Which brings us to our second option, Dumbledore continued after a moment. A new guardian from within the order. Someone who could provide both protection and a suitable home. Me, Sirius said immediately. I'm his godfather. James and Lily chose me. You're also a wanted criminal, Moody pointed out bluntly. We could clear my name, Sirius insisted. Harry has memories of Pettigrew's confession. We could, it's not that simple, Sirius, Kingsley interrupted. Memory evidence for one case could open the door to memory evidence for your alleged crimes. Without Pettigrew in custody. The Weasleys, then, Sirius conceded reluctantly. Molly and Arthur have been more family to Harry than those muggles ever were. Mrs. Weasley straightened, her expression resolute. We'd take him in a heartbeat. We've wanted to for years. The ministry would likely reject your application, Kingsley said regretfully. They're already watching Arthur closely due to his known association with Dumbledore. Then who? Harry asked, frustration mounting. There is a third option, Dumbledore said quietly. One that might satisfy both the ministry's desire for control and our need to keep Harry safe. A compromise candidate for guardianship, someone respected at the ministry but sympathetic to our cause. Who? Several voices asked simultaneously. Amelia Bones, Dumbledore replied. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fair-minded, incorruptible, and Susan Bones's aunt. She's expressed private concerns about Fudge's denial of Voldemort's return. Murmurs of consideration spread around the table. She'd be a political neutral choice, Kingsley acknowledged. Neither clearly in Dumbledore's camp nor Fudge's pocket. But would she protect Harry properly? Mrs. Weasley pressed. Does she understand what he needs? I believe she would make every effort, Dumbledore replied. And importantly, the arrangement would only need to last until Harry reaches 17. Less than 2 years, Lupin noted. Has anyone asked what I want? Harry interjected, his patience wearing thin. All eyes turned to him again. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore said. What would you prefer? I want to live with Sirius, Harry stated firmly. But since that's apparently impossible right now, I'd rather stay with the Weasleys than anyone else. Mrs. Weasley's eyes filled with tears again. But, Harry continued, if politically that won't work, then I'll consider this Amelia Bones. On one condition. And that is? Dumbledore asked. I want to meet her first. And she needs to understand that I'm not a child to be controlled. I've dealt with Voldemort more times than anyone in this room except you, Professor. I've faced basilisks, dementors, and Death Eaters. I won't be treated like I'm helpless or ignorant anymore. The declaration hung in the air. To Harry's surprise, Moody was the first to respond, with a gruff laugh. Boy's got spine, he commented to no one in particular. Good. He'll need it. I believe that can be arranged, Dumbledore said carefully. Amelia would likely insist on meeting you before agreeing in any case. Before further discussion could continue, the kitchen door burst open. Fred, George, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny tumbled in, clearly having been pressed against the door eavesdropping. Harry. Hermione flung herself forward, engulfing him in a hug that nearly knocked him from his chair. We've been so worried. Mate, Ron clapped him on the shoulder, looking both relieved and uncomfortable. Those memories, bloody hell. Language, Ronald. Mrs. Weasley scolded automatically, though her heart wasn't in it. Sorry to interrupt, Fred said, not looking sorry at all. But there's something you should see, George finished, holding up a fresh copy of the Evening Prophet. Another edition? Kingsley frowned. They don't usually publish twice in one day unless there's major news, George confirmed, unfolding the paper to reveal the headline, Malfoy offers sanctuary, prominent pureblood family volunteers to foster Potter. Sirius snatched the paper, his face darkening as he read aloud, in a gesture of extraordinary generosity, Lucius Malfoy, respected ministry advisor and philanthropist, has formally petitioned to welcome Harry Potter into his home. No child should suffer as Mr. Potter clearly has, Malfoy stated Wednesday. As a family with a son the same age, we're uniquely positioned to provide the stable, wizarding environment he's been denied. Politics aside, this is about a child's welfare. Sirius slammed the paper down. That's his game. Get Harry under his roof, then deliver him straight to Voldemort. Precisely why we must act quickly, Dumbledore agreed, his typical serenity replaced by urgent focus. Kingsley, can you arrange a meeting with Amelia tonight? Already on it, Kingsley replied, rising from the table. I'll send word once it's confirmed. As the meeting dissolved into smaller groups discussing strategy, Harry found himself surrounded by his friends. They moved to a corner of the kitchen while the adults continued their urgent conversations. Why didn't you tell us? Hermione asked quietly, her eyes still red from crying. All these years. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. What was there to say? That my relatives locked me up. Starved me. Called me a freak. It's not exactly casual conversation. We could have done something, Ron insisted. Told Mum and Dad the whole truth. Like what? That they put bars on my window. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh wait, they saw that themselves when you rescued me second year. Nothing changed. Ron winced. We did try to help, Harry, Ginny said softly. Mum sent food packages every summer. We just didn't know how bad it really was. None of us did, Fred added, exchanging a look with George. Though we might have provided certain tools to document the situation. Your memory recorder worked perfectly, Harry told them, managing a small smile. More than I expected, actually. Experimental charm combined with a modified pensive principle, George explained proudly. Triggered by emotional distress. We thought you might use it to record Snape being a git, Fred admitted. Not, well, this. Speaking of which, Hermione lowered her voice, glancing toward the adults. Rita Skeeter published new memories this morning. One showing your cousin and his friends chasing you when you were younger. Harry hunting, they called it. Harry's stomach clenched. Those weren't part of what I gave her. What? Ron looked alarmed. Then how did she get them? That's what I'd like to know, Harry muttered, hand instinctively moving to his pocket where the memory orb still rested. I was very specific about which memories she could publish. Could she have modified the ones you gave her? Ginny suggested. No, Hermione shook her head firmly. Memory evidence can't be substantively altered without detection. It's why it holds up in wizarding courts. Then someone else provided memories of Harry's childhood, Fred concluded. But who would have them? Someone who was there, Harry realized slowly. Someone who saw it happen. A neighbor? Ron suggested. Or another relative, Hermione said thoughtfully. Harry, does your aunt have siblings other than your mother? No, just my mum. Harry frowned, turning possibilities over in his mind. Wait, Mrs. Fig. The squib who lives nearby. Dumbledore stationed her there to watch me. That's it. Hermione exclaimed. She might have collected memories over the years as evidence. But why would she give them to Skeeter now? George asked. And without telling Harry? Maybe Dumbledore instructed her to, Ginny suggested. To control the narrative? Harry shook his head. Dumbledore wouldn't want more of my humiliation published. He's trying to contain this, not escalate it. Then someone else got to Mrs. Fig, Ron concluded. Someone who wants to keep this story burning. Their speculation was interrupted by Sirius, who approached with a grim expression. Harry, a word. Harry followed his godfather to a quieter corner of the kitchen. Things are moving quickly, Sirius said in a low voice. Kingsley's arranged for you to meet Amelia Bones tonight. If she agrees to petition for guardianship, we'll need to prepare a statement for the Wisengamot hearing. A statement? Harry repeated. Your official position on who should be your guardian. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. Look, I hate this. By all rights, you should be with me. But until my name is cleared. I understand, Harry assured him, though the injustice of it burned. Sirius studied him for a moment. There's something else you should know. Lucius Malfoy's petition includes a nasty little addendum, a psychological evaluation clause. He's suggesting your memory evidence indicates potential mental instability that requires specialized care. What? Harry felt a surge of angry disbelief. He's trying to make me sound crazy. It's a two-pronged attack, Sirius explained grimly. Discredit your claims about Voldemort's return by painting you as unstable, while simultaneously arguing that this condition requires the structured environment only a proper wizarding family can provide. And by proper wizarding family, he means purebloods, Harry concluded bitterly. Exactly. Sirius's expression darkened. It's a clever strategy. If the Wisengamot accepts his premise, it undermines both your memories of the Dursleys and your testimony about the graveyard. So what do we do? Fight fire with fire. Sirius's smile held no humor. You've got the wizarding world's attention. Use it. More memories, not just of the Dursleys, but of your encounters with Voldemort. Make them impossible to dismiss. Harry considered this. Rita would publish them. No doubt eagerly. But remember, she's not your ally. She's using you as much as you're using her. Before Harry could respond, Mrs. Weasley approached, her expression concerned. Sirius, really, Harry needs rest, not more plotting. He's been through enough already. She turned to Harry, maternal worry evident in every feature. Have you eaten properly today? You look peaky. I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, Harry assured her. Molly, Sirius began, a hint of irritation in his voice, "Harry's not a child anymore. He has every right to be looked after properly for once in his life." Mrs. Weasley interrupted fiercely. Something all of us failed at, apparently. An awkward silence fell between them. Harry shifted uncomfortably, caught in the crossfire of their concern. "I could eat," he offered as a peace gesture. Mrs. Weasley's expression softened immediately. "Of course you could, dear. Sit down and I'll make you a proper lunch. The others have already eaten, but growing boys need regular meals." As she bustled away toward the stove, Sirius gave Harry a rueful look. "Molly means well," he said quietly. "We all do. That's what makes this such a mess. Everyone thought they were doing what was best for you. Except the Dursleys," Harry pointed out. "Except them," Sirius agreed darkly. "For what it's worth, I'd have cursed them into oblivion if I'd known the extent of it. James and Lily would have wanted me to burn that house to the ground rather than let them treat you that way." Harry felt a warm rush of gratitude toward his godfather. Whatever happened next, at least he had Sirius firmly in his corner. The kitchen had largely emptied, most Order members departing for jobs or assignments. Only the Weasleys, Hermione, Lupin, and a few others remained. Dumbledore had left immediately after the meeting, promising to return before Harry's appointment with Amelia Bones. As Mrs. Weasley set a heaping plate before him, Harry became aware of a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the feeling of being watched. He turned to find Ginny studying him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. "What?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious. "Nothing," she said quickly. "It's just, you seem different." "Different how?" Ginny considered her words carefully. "More determined. Less likely to let people make decisions for you." Her perception startled him. "I suppose I am." "It suits you," she said simply, then flushed slightly and moved away to help her mother. Harry turned his attention to his food, but found his thoughts drifting to what awaited him. The Wizengamot hearing. Malfoy's petition. Amelia Bones. And beneath it all, the memory orb in his pocket, still half full of moments the wizarding world hadn't yet seen, moments that could either secure his freedom or cast doubt on his sanity. He'd started this to expose the Dursleys, to claim some control over his life. Now he'd been thrust into wizarding politics at the highest level, with factions competing to determine his future. The court of public opinion was in session, and Harry Potter, for better or worse, had become its most controversial witness. The drawing room of Grimmauld Place had been hastily cleaned for the evening's important visitor. House elf heads had been removed from the wall. Sirius took particular pleasure in this task, dust-repelling charms applied to the ancient furniture, and the most obviously dark artifacts locked away in cabinets. Harry waited nervously, dressed in his best clothes, which, being hand-me-downs from Dudley, were still far from impressive. Hermione had performed a hasty tailoring charm to improve their fit, but nothing could disguise their worn condition. "Stop fidgeting," Sirius advised, though he was pacing restlessly himself. "Amelia appreciates authenticity over appearances." "So I've heard," Harry replied. 12 times in the last hour." Sirius grinned sheepishly. "That obvious, am I?" "It's just, this is important, Harry. Amelia Bones is as close to neutral as we're likely to find in the current ministry, but she's still a stickler for rules and protocol." "Meaning I should be on my best behavior?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "No accusing the minister of covering up Voldemort's return?" "Maybe save that for the second meeting," Sirius suggested dryly. The doorbell rang, triggering a cascade of shrieking from the portrait of Sirius's mother in the hallway. Sirius winced. "Perfect timing, as always," he muttered, hurrying to help silence the portrait. Minutes later, Kingsley Shacklebolt escorted a square-jawed witch with short grey hair into the drawing room. She wore plain robes of navy blue and a monocle that gave her a somewhat severe appearance, but her eyes were sharp and assessing rather than cold. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him formally, extending a hand. "Amelia Bones." We meet at last, though I've heard a great deal about you. Good things, I hope, Harry replied, shaking her hand firmly. A hint of a smile touched her lips. Mixed reviews, if I'm honest. My niece Susan speaks highly of you. The minister considerably less so. The feeling is mutual, Harry said before he could stop himself. To his relief, Amelia's smile widened fractionally. Forthright. Good. I have no patience for dissembling. She turned as Dumbledore entered the room behind her. Albus. I've reviewed the proposal you sent. Irregular, to say the least. Extraordinary circumstances call for creative solutions, Dumbledore replied serenely. Indeed. Amelia returned her attention to Harry. Mr. Potter, I'll be direct. Albus has suggested I petition for temporary guardianship until your majority. Before I consider this, I need to understand your position clearly. My position? Harry asked. Your preferences. Your plans. Your expectations. She gestured toward a chair. May I? Harry nodded, taking a seat opposite her. Dumbledore and Sirius remained standing, watching the exchange with barely concealed tension. First, Amelia continued, I want to address the memory evidence published in the Daily Prophet. Are these memories accurate representations of your experiences with the Dursley family? Yes, Harry replied without hesitation. Though I didn't authorize all the publications. Some memories were released without my knowledge. Amelia's eyebrows rose. Concerning. Do you know the source? We're investigating, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. Amelia nodded, returning her focus to Harry. The Wisengamot hearing on Friday will determine your guardianship. Multiple petitions have been filed, including one from Lucius Malfoy that has gained considerable traction. I'd rather live with the Dursleys again than with the Malfoys, Harry stated firmly. Noted. Amelia's expression revealed nothing. The hearing will consider your preferences, but ultimately will rule based on what the Wisengamot determines is in your best interest. My question is, what do you want, Mr. Potter? Harry hesitated, aware of Dumbledore and Sirius listening intently. Ideally, I'd live with my godfather. Since that's not possible currently, I'd prefer the Weasleys. But I understand there are political complications. Indeed. Arthur Weasley's association with Albus makes his family an unlikely choice in the current climate. She studied Harry carefully. You understand why Albus suggested me, I presume? Because you're politically neutral enough for the ministry to accept, but fair enough not to be Fudge's puppet. Sirius made a choking sound that might have been suppressed laughter. Amelia's expression didn't change, but her eyes glinted with something like appreciation. Succinct assessment. Yes, that's essentially the calculation. She leaned forward slightly. What you may not understand is what accepting guardianship would mean for me. The ministry is fractured on how to handle your situation. Aligning myself with you would have professional consequences. Because I'm claiming Voldemort has returned, Harry said bluntly. Amelia didn't flinch at the name. Precisely. Which brings me to my most important question, are you telling the truth about that night in the graveyard? The room went very still. Harry met her gaze directly. Every word. Voldemort has returned. Peter Pettigrew helped him. Cedric Diggory was murdered on Voldemort's order. And Death Eaters answered his call, including Lucius Malfoy. Amelia held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. I believe you, Mr. Potter. You do. Harry couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. The evidence, when examined dispassionately, supports your account. Bertha Jorkins's disappearance. Barty Crouch Jr.'s confirmed presence at Hogwarts. The pattern of dark mark sightings. She adjusted her monocle slightly. Fudge is allowing fear to cloud his judgment, a dangerous quality in a minister during troubled times. Hope flickered in Harry's chest. Then you'll help. I'm considering it, Amelia replied carefully. But I need to be clear about my conditions. If I become your guardian, it would be a legal arrangement, not a familial one. You would continue your education at Hogwarts. During holidays, you would stay either with me and Susan or with approved alternatives, likely the Weasleys, given your established relationship with them. That sounds reasonable, Harry acknowledged. Furthermore, she continued, would expect regular, honest communication. No running headlong into danger without alerting responsible adults. No vigilante activities. Her gaze sharpened. And no more unauthorized memory releases to the press. Harry shifted uncomfortably. The memories were necessary. No one was listening. Perhaps. But such tactics have consequences beyond their immediate goals. The wizarding public is notoriously fickle. Today they champion your cause, tomorrow they may turn on you for exposing their complicity in your mistreatment. That's a risk I'm willing to take, Harry replied. Amelia studied him thoughtfully. Your parents were similar, you know. Principled to a fault. James Potter once testified against his own superior in the Auror department when he discovered evidence of corruption. Lily Evans, Potter, organized a public protest against anti-Muggleborn legislation in her 7th year. Neither took the easy path. Harry swallowed hard, unexpectedly moved by this glimpse of his parents. In the interest of full disclosure, Amelia continued after a moment, you should know that Dolores Umbridge has been appointed to the Hogwarts staff for the coming year. Defense against the dark arts position. The ministry is asserting more direct control over Hogwarts. Sirius made a disgusted noise. Spy, you mean? Call it what you will, Amelia replied evenly. The reality is that Hogwarts will be under increased scrutiny. If I become your guardian, it may provide some buffer against Umbridge's attention, or it may make you more of a target. Harry considered this information. Why are you telling me all this? Most adults just make decisions about my life without consulting me. A rare, genuine smile crossed Amelia's face. Because, Mr. Potter, contrary to what many seem to believe, you are not a chess piece to be moved about the board at will. You have demonstrated both capability and determination in controlling your own narrative. I respect that, even if I question some of your methods. She rose from her chair, straightening her robes. I will file my petition tomorrow. The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock Friday morning. You'll be expected to attend and may be asked to testify. Thank you, Harry said, standing as well. For considering this. And for believing me about Voldemort. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. The Wizengamot rarely moves as we expect. She turned to Dumbledore. Albus, a word before I leave. As they stepped aside for a private conversation, Sirius moved closer to Harry. Well, he asked in a low voice. What do you think? I think she's fair, Harry replied honestly. Not warm like Mrs. Weasley, but solid. Trustworthy. High praise from you these days, Sirius observed with a hint of sadness. Amelia was a few years ahead of us at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff, but with a Gryffindor's backbone. Your father respected her enormously. The mention of his father reminded Harry of the memory orb in his pocket. Sirius, there's something I need to ask you about. Some of my memories were published without my authorization. I need to figure out who had access to them. Sirius frowned. That's disturbing. Memory theft is a serious crime. When did you notice? This morning. Hermione mentioned memories of Harry hunting being published, my cousin's favorite game, chasing me around the neighborhood. But I never gave those to Rita. Could someone have accessed your memory collection? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. I've kept them with me constantly. Then perhaps. Sirius trailed off as Dumbledore and Amelia returned. We'll discuss this later, he murmured. Amelia approached Harry once more. I'll see you Friday, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, I suggest you prepare your testimony carefully. The Wisengamot will be interested in your preferences regarding guardianship, but also in the authenticity of your memory evidence. After she departed, escorted by Kingsley, an expectant silence filled the drawing room. Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. "Amelia is a formidable ally," he said at last. "Though, ally may be too strong a word. She follows her own moral compass, regardless of political expedients. Unlike some," Sirius muttered. Dumbledore chose to ignore this. "Harry, there are matters we must discuss before Friday's hearing. The blood protection that necessitated your placement with the Dursleys can wait," Sirius interrupted firmly. "Harry needs time to process everything that's happening. And he needs to know about the unauthorized memories being published." Dumbledore's expression sharpened. "Unauthorized? What do you mean?" Harry explained about the Harry hunting memories he'd never shared with Rita. "Most concerning," Dumbledore murmured. "May I see the original memory device?" Harry hesitated, then withdrew the orb from his pocket. It glowed faintly, still partially filled with silvery substance. Dumbledore examined it without touching it. "Remarkable craftsmanship," he commented. "The Weasley twins, I presume. Their talents continue to surprise me." He looked up at Harry. "This device records memories when triggered by emotional distress." Harry nodded. "And it stores them until you extract them manually?" "Yes. I can transfer them to vials by touching my wand to it and saying, recordatio." "Fascinating. And concerning." Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. "Harry, I believe someone may have created a duplicate of this device, or found a way to access its contents remotely." "What?" Harry instinctively clutched the orb tighter. "How is that possible?" "Memory magic is complex and often unpredictable," Dumbledore explained. "If this orb was created using experimental charms, it might have vulnerabilities its creators didn't anticipate. Or someone deliberately built in a backdoor," Sirius suggested darkly. "The twins wouldn't do that," Harry objected. "Perhaps not intentionally," Dumbledore conceded. "But they may have incorporated elements whose interactions they didn't fully understand." Harry stared at the orb, feeling violated. His most private moments, his humiliations and fears, potentially accessible to unknown parties. "How do we stop it?" "I would need to examine the orb more thoroughly," Dumbledore replied. "With your permission, of course." Harry's instinct was to refuse, to keep his memories firmly under his own control. But if someone was already accessing them? "Fine," he agreed reluctantly. "But I want to be present when you examine it." "Of course." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Tomorrow morning, perhaps. After you've had time to rest." As Dumbledore left, Harry turned to Sirius. "Do you think Malfoy could be behind this? Accessing my memories to discredit me?" "It's possible," Sirius acknowledged. "Though this seems more subtle than Lucius's usual approach. He typically prefers more direct methods of destruction." "Then who?" Harry pressed. "Who else would want to keep publishing my memories without my consent?" Sirius's expression darkened. "The list of people who might want to control your narrative is unfortunately long, Harry. And not all of them are obvious enemies." Harry's sleep that night was fitful, plagued by dreams of memories leaking from his head like water through cupped hands, flowing into the pages of the Daily Prophet while faceless figures watched and laughed. He woke early, the first grey light of dawn barely visible through the heavy curtains of his room at Grimmauld Place. Ron's snores filled the room they shared. Harry dressed quietly and slipped downstairs, drawn by the smell of coffee and the murmur of voices from the kitchen. He paused outside the door, hearing Lupin and Sirius in what sounded like a heated discussion. "Should tell him everything," Sirius was saying. "No more half-truths." "Dumbledore believes," Lupin began. "Dumbledore's beliefs have left Harry in the dark too long," Sirius interrupted. "Look where that's led us." "And your approach could lead somewhere worse," Lupin countered, his normally calm voice tense. "Harry isn't James, Sirius. Pushing him toward reckless action, is that what you think I'm doing?" Sirius sounded genuinely hurt. "I'm trying to give him the respect and honesty he deserves. By encouraging him to publish more memories. To further antagonize the Ministry. Fudge is already looking for excuses to discredit him. So Harry should just shut up and take whatever the adults decide is best for him." Again. A heavy silence fell. Harry shifted uncomfortably, debating whether to announce his presence or retreat upstairs. "He deserves the truth," Sirius continued, more quietly now. "About the prophecy. About why Voldemort wants him dead." Harry froze, every nerve suddenly alert. "That's Dumbledore's decision," Lupin replied, though he sounded less certain. "And this isn't the time, with the guardianship hearing. When is the time, Remus? After another attack? After Voldemort gets closer?" Harry chose that moment to push open the door, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Both men looked up sharply, their expressions confirming they knew he'd overheard. "What prophecy?" Harry asked without preamble. Sirius and Lupin exchanged glances. "Sit down, Harry," Sirius said finally, ignoring Lupin's warning look. "There's something you should know." Before he could continue, the kitchen fireplace flared green, and Arthur Weasley's head appeared among the flames. "Emergency," he said without greeting. "New Prophet edition just hit desks at the Ministry. Harry, they've published memories of your encounters with you-know-who. The Chamber of Secrets, the graveyard, everything." "What?" Harry felt as though the floor had dropped from beneath him. "That's impossible, I never gave those to Rita." "Nevertheless, they're there," Mr. Weasley replied grimly. Full front page spread, Potter's proof, memories reveal Dark Lord's return. Fudge is having a meltdown. Emergency press conference called for 9 o'clock. "This changes everything," Lupin muttered, already moving to summon other order members. "The hearing?" Harry asked. "Still on, but now it's a political battlefield," Mr. Weasley confirmed. "Dumbledore's already at the Ministry, trying to contain the situation. I've got to go, they're watching the Floo network closely. Stay put, all of you." His head vanished, leaving the kitchen in stunned silence. "I didn't release those memories," Harry repeated, looking between Sirius and Lupin. "I swear." "We believe you," Sirius assured him. "But someone has access to your memories and is using them strategically. Not necessarily against you, though," Lupin pointed out, his expression thoughtful. "Publishing evidence of Voldemort's return supports your claims, undermines Fudge's position. And throws the Ministry into chaos right before my guardianship hearing," Harry finished. "Who benefits from that?" Before either could answer, Hermione burst into the kitchen, hair wild and still in her nightclothes, clutching a newspaper. "Harry," she exclaimed breathlessly. "Have you seen?" "We just heard," Harry confirmed. Hermione thrust the paper toward him. "You need to see for yourself." Harry took the prophet with reluctant dread. The front page made his stomach lurch. There he was, facing the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, then confronting Quirrell/Voldemort in his first year, and most damningly, witnessing Voldemort's resurrection in the graveyard, the cauldron, the ritual, Cedric's body lying nearby. The headline screamed in bold black letters, "Potter's Proof, Memories Reveal Dark Lord's Return by Rita Skeeter, Special Correspondent Extraordinary Memory Evidence obtained exclusively by the Daily Prophet confirms Harry Potter's claims of multiple encounters with He Who Must Not Be Named, culminating in the Dark Lord's resurrection during the Triwizard Tournament." These memories, extracted through the same reliable process that revealed Potter's childhood abuse, show in horrifying detail the murder of Cedric Diggory and the ritual that restored you-know-who to physical form. Minister Fudge has consistently dismissed Potter's account as delusional ramblings, but memory evidence is admissible in wizarding courts precisely because it cannot be fabricated without detection. If these memories are genuine, and our experts confirm they are, then the Ministry has been suppressing the most important truth of our time, said an unnamed Department of Magical Law Enforcement official. Continued on pages 2 to 7, with special pull-out section of memory images. This is. Harry struggled to find words. I never authorized this. But it's helping your case about Voldemort, Hermione pointed out, dropping her voice as other Order members began arriving, summoned by Lupin's Patronus. The timing, right before your hearing, is suspicious, Harry finished. These aren't just random memories, Hermione. They're specifically selected to cause maximum disruption. The kitchen filled rapidly with Order members, many still in nightclothes or hastily thrown on robes. Tonks arrived with her hair cycling through anxious colors, red to purple to blue, while Moody stumped in grumbling about security breaches and constant vigilance. What do we know? Kingsley asked as he entered, already in his aura robes. Someone accessed Harry's memories and released them to the Prophet, Sirius explained, passing him the newspaper. Without his knowledge or consent. Impossible, Moody growled, magical eye spinning wildly. Memory extraction requires direct contact. Unless. His eye fixed on the orb still in Harry's pocket. What's that device, Potter? Harry explained the memory recorder to the assembled Order members. Ingenious, Kingsley commented. And dangerous. Such a device would normally require Ministry registration. The twins don't exactly follow regulations, Ron pointed out, having joined them along with the rest of the Weasleys. We need to speak with them immediately, Lupin decided. If there's a vulnerability in the device, wait, Hermione interrupted, studying the newspaper more closely. Something's not right. Harry, when did you have a memory recorder during your first year, or in the Chamber of Secrets? You only received it this summer. A stunned silence fell over the kitchen as the implications sank in. They're not my recorded memories, Harry realized slowly. They're extracted directly from my mind. Someone performed legilimency on me without my knowledge. Snape, Sirius snarled immediately. Severus is loyal to the Order, Molly objected. And conveniently absent this morning, Sirius countered. Enough, Moody barked. Pointing fingers gets us nowhere. Potter, when could someone have accessed your mind? During sleep. Moments of high emotion. Harry thought back to the nightmares, the headaches, the strange flashes of Voldemort's emotions he'd experienced. I'm not sure. I've had dreams, visions. This is beyond unauthorized memory access, Kingsley said gravely. This is mind invasion, a serious magical crime. But why publish memories that support Harry's claims about you-know-who? Arthur Weasley asked, perplexed. Who benefits from that? Anyone who wants to destabilize the Ministry, Moody replied. Or influence the guardianship hearing. Or both, Hermione suggested. She'd been reading further into the article. Listen to this. These memories raise serious questions about Albus Dumbledore's judgment in repeatedly placing a child in mortal danger. From the Philosopher's Stone to the Triwizard Tournament, Potter has faced threats no adult wizard should confront, let alone an underage student. They're undermining Dumbledore's fitness as a guardian, Lupin realized. While simultaneously forcing Fudge to address Voldemort's return, Sirius added. It's brilliant, actually, Fred commented, earning glares from several adults. Strategically speaking, he amended hastily. The flue flared again, this time admitting Dumbledore himself. The headmaster looked unusually disheveled, his half-moon spectacles slightly askew and his silver beard less immaculately groomed than normal. Ah, I see the news has reached you, he said, surveying the crowded kitchen. His gaze settled on Harry. I presume you did not authorize this latest publication. No, sir, Harry confirmed. We think someone performed legilimency on me without my knowledge. A concerning but likely explanation, Dumbledore agreed. The images are too detailed, too precise to be second-hand accounts. He straightened his spectacles. The Ministry is in disarray. Cornelius is attempting to discredit the memories as fabrications, but the evidence is compelling. What about Friday's hearing? Sirius asked. Proceeding as scheduled, though in a considerably more charged atmosphere. Dumbledore sat heavily at the table, accepting the cup of tea Molly pushed toward him. Amelia Bones has filed her petition, as have the Malfoys and, somewhat surprisingly, the Greengrass family. Greengrass? Several voices echoed the name in surprise. Daphne Greengrass's parents, Harry said, recalling his Slytherin classmate. Why would they want guardianship of me? They're presenting themselves as a neutral alternative, Dumbledore explained. Pure blood, but not associated with Death Eaters. Respected, but not aligned with me politically. They have 2 daughters approximately your age, and a reputation for staying above factional conflicts. Another political calculation, Sirius muttered. Indeed. Dumbledore turned to Harry. This development complicates matters considerably. The memories published today confirm your account of Voldemort's return, which helps our broader cause, but also paint me in a questionable light as your protector. So we're back to square one with the guardianship issue, Harry concluded. Not entirely, Dumbledore replied. Amelia's position has strengthened, as she's one of the few ministry officials who has consistently taken your claim seriously. However, the Malfoys and Greengrasses both offer the proper wizarding household argument that resonates with traditionalists on the Wisengamot. What happens if they can't decide? Ron asked. Temporary ministry wardship, Kingsley answered grimly. Likely under Dolores Umbridge supervision, given her new educational authority. Harry felt a chill at the prospect. That can't happen. No, it cannot, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why we must prepare carefully for Friday's hearing. Harry, you will be asked to testify, to explain your preferences and answer questions about the memories that have been published. All of them? Harry asked, thinking of the deeply personal moments from the Dursleys' house now enshrined in print. I'm afraid so, Dumbledore confirmed gently. The line between public and private has been, significantly blurred in your case. The day passed in a blur of preparation. Order members came and went, bringing reports of the ministry's reaction, the public's response, and the political maneuvering already underway. Fred and George thoroughly examined the memory orb, confirming it contained no built-in sharing mechanism, which supported the legilimency theory. By evening, Harry felt exhausted yet wired, his mind racing with possible scenarios for the hearing. He sat in the library with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, surrounded by legal texts Hermione had unearthed from the Black family collection. The precedents favor blood relatives, Hermione reported, closing a dusty tome. But the Dursleys are clearly disqualified now. And my mother's blood protection? Harry asked, recalling Dumbledore's frequent justification for his placement. Still important, Hermione admitted. But there are alternatives. Blood adoption rituals, protective wardships, the Greengrasses might actually have the strongest case from a purely magical perspective. They're distantly related to the Peverils, as are the Potters. Great, Harry muttered. So I could end up living with Slytherins. The Greengrasses aren't like Malfoy, Ginny pointed out. Daphne keeps to herself mostly. And her sister Astoria seems nice enough. Still, Ron objected, they're strangers. At least with Madame Bones, you'd be with Susan. She's decent, for a Hufflepuff, he added with a weak attempt at humor. Harry barely heard them, his thoughts drawn to the prophecy Sirius had mentioned that morning, the conversation interrupted by news of the memory publication. What secret was Dumbledore still keeping from him? What connection did it have to Voldemort's obsession with killing him? Harry. Hermione touched his arm gently. You should rest. Tomorrow's going to be challenging. He nodded, but as the others headed upstairs, Harry found himself lingering in the library. The quiet darkness suited his mood, contemplative, wary, resolute. A soft step alerted him to another presence. Sirius appeared in the doorway, holding 2 mugs of what smelled suspiciously like hot chocolate laced with something stronger. "Thought you might still be up," his godfather said, offering one of the mugs. "Mine's too busy to sleep." Harry accepted gratefully. "Something like that." Sirius settled into an armchair opposite him. "I never properly apologized, you know." "For what?" "For not being there." Sirius's expression was shadowed with regret. "When you were left with those people. When you faced Voldemort, not once but 3 times. When you needed someone in your corner, not sending cryptic letters from tropical hideaways." "That wasn't your fault," Harry objected. "You were wrongfully imprisoned, then on the run. I made choices," Sirius interrupted gently. "Going after Peter instead of staying to care for you. Later, staying in hiding rather than finding a way to be present in your life, risks be damned." He took a sip from his mug. "Your father would have torn down Azkaban's walls to reach you if our positions were reversed. You're here now," Harry said simply. Sirius smiled sadly. "Not as your guardian, though. Not officially." "That could change," Harry insisted. "If we could just prove Pettigrew's alive, perhaps. But even if my name is cleared, the Ministry would question my fitness after 12 years in Azkaban." Sirius shook his head. "No, Harry. Amelia Bones is your best option for now. She'll be fair, and she'll keep Fudge's lackeys at bay." They sat in companionable silence for a while, sipping their doctored hot chocolate. "This morning," Harry finally ventured, "before Mr. Weasley's warning, you were going to tell me something. About a prophecy." Sirius tensed visibly. "You heard that?" "Yes." "What prophecy, Sirius? What does it have to do with Voldemort wanting me dead?" His godfather stared into his mug for a long moment. "Dumbledore should be the one to tell you. He heard it firsthand." "Dumbledore's had 14 years to tell me," Harry countered. "And he's chosen not to. I'm tired of being kept in the dark about my own life." Sirius met his gaze, conflict evident in his gray eyes. Finally, he sighed. "You're right. You deserve to know." He cast several privacy charms around the library, then leaned forward. "Before you were born, a prophecy was made. About a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A child born as the 7th month dies, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. Harry's heartbeat quickened. "Me. Potentially." There was another boy who fit the description, Neville Longbottom. "Neville?" Harry couldn't hide his surprise. "Yes. But Voldemort chose you." A Death Eater overheard part of the prophecy and reported it to him. "Voldemort decided you were the greater threat and, well, you know what happened next. So that's why he came after my parents. Because of this prophecy?" Sirius nodded grimly. "And why he continues to pursue you. He believes you're the only one who can truly defeat him." "What exactly does the prophecy say? The full version?" "I don't know," Sirius admitted. "Dumbledore never shared the complete wording with the Order. Only that it identified a child born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, and that this child would have power the Dark Lord knows not." Harry absorbed this information silently, pieces of his life's puzzle finally connecting. The repeated attempts on his life. Dumbledore's persistent interest in his welfare, despite allowing him to remain with the Dursleys. The strange connection between his mind and Voldemort's. "There's more to it," Harry guessed. "Something Dumbledore's still keeping from me." "Almost certainly," Sirius agreed. "But this is what I know." Harry set down his empty mug. "Thank you for trusting me with the truth. You've earned that trust 100 times over," Sirius replied, his voice rough with emotion. "Whatever happens at tomorrow's hearing, remember this: you are not defined by that prophecy, or by the Dursleys, or by whatever guardian the Wizengamot assigns. You are James and Lily's son. You are your own man. As Harry finally made his way to bed, the weight of the memory orb in his pocket seemed insignificant compared to the weight of the truth he now carried. A prophecy. A chosen one. A destiny he hadn't asked for but couldn't escape. Tomorrow, the Wizengamot would decide his legal guardian. But larger forces were already shaping his path, forces set in motion before his birth, accelerated by his own actions in publishing those first memories of the Dursleys. The court of public opinion had rendered its verdict: Harry Potter was both victim and hero, pawn and player. Now he needed to ensure that whatever came next, he remained in control of his own story. The Ministry of Magic hummed with barely contained chaos as Harry arrived Friday morning, escorted by Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Reporters crowded the atrium, held back by harried-looking security wizards. Camera flashes erupted the moment Harry appeared, accompanied by shouts of questions. "Mr. Potter. Did you authorize the memory releases?" "Harry. Who do you want as your guardian?" "Potter. Is it true you know who has returned?" Harry kept his head down, allowing Kingsley to clear a path through the throng. They bypassed the regular visitors' entrance, taking a private elevator directly to Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Amelia's arranged a private room where you can wait until the hearing begins," Kingsley explained, leading them down a corridor away from the main offices. "Less chance of unfortunate encounters." "Like Fudge?" Harry guessed. "Or Umbridge," Arthur added grimly. "She's been on the warpath since yesterday's publications." The waiting room was small but comfortable, with several chairs and a table laid with refreshments. To Harry's surprise, Susan Bones sat inside, her round face brightening when she saw him. "Harry," she greeted him, rising to her feet. "Aunt Amelia thought you might appreciate a friendly face that isn't directly involved in the proceedings." "Thanks, Susan," Harry replied, genuinely touched by the gesture. He knew Susan primarily as a Hufflepuff in his year, friendly but not someone he'd spent much time with. "I'll check the courtroom preparations," Kingsley said, leaving them with Arthur. "The hearing starts in 40 minutes, Arthur explained, helping himself to tea. "Amelia will come collect you when it's time." "How many people will be there?" Harry asked, suddenly feeling underprepared despite yesterday's coaching. "Full Wizengamot," Susan answered. "Plus representatives from each petitioning family, ministry officials, and a limited press pool." "Press?" Harry groaned. "So everything I say will be in tomorrow's Prophet?" "Most likely," Susan confirmed apologetically. "Though the actual deliberations are private." "Harry," Arthur said gently, "remember what Dumbledore advised. Stick to the facts. Express your preferences clearly but respectfully. And don't let them provoke you into discussions of you-know-who unless you're prepared for the response." Harry nodded, though his stomach churned with anxiety. The formal robes Sirius had insisted on purchasing for him felt stiff and constraining. "It's normal to be nervous," Susan offered. "I watched my aunt prepare for major Wizengamot sessions my whole life. Even she gets anxious, though she'd never admit it." "Your aunt," Harry began hesitantly, "what's she like?" "At home, I mean." Susan smiled. "Fair. Consistent. She works too much and forgets to relax, but she always makes time for me when it matters. She taught me to fly a broom, helped with my homework." She paused. "She's not demonstrative like the Weasleys, but she cares deeply." This aligned with Harry's impression of Amelia Bones, and he found it reassuring. If the Wizengamot did assign her as his guardian, at least she wouldn't be a complete stranger. The door opened, admitting Hermione and Ron, both looking slightly breathless. "We had to practically fight our way in," Ron explained, accepting the tea Arthur offered. "Mum's saving seats in the visitors' gallery." "We thought you could use moral support," Hermione added, taking in Harry's formal robes with approval. "And maybe some last-minute coaching." "I think I've been coached enough," Harry replied, though he was grateful for their presence. "Any new developments out there?" Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. The Malfoys arrived with a full entourage, Ron reported. Draco's strutting around like he's already been named your guardian. The Greengrasses are here too, Hermione added. With both daughters. They seem reserved. Dignified. And Dumbledore? Already inside, Hermione said. He's recused himself from the Wisengamot vote, given his conflict of interest, but he'll present testimony regarding the blood protection. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. Harry found himself repeatedly checking his pocket for the memory orb, which he'd decided to bring despite Dumbledore's concerns, a talisman of sorts, a reminder of how this had all started. Finally, Amelia Bones herself arrived, formal in plum-colored Wisengamot robes. "It's time, Mr. Potter," she said, her voice professionally neutral though her eyes conveyed reassurance. "Are you prepared?" Harry stood, adjusting his robes one final time. "As I'll ever be." "We'll be right there in the gallery," Hermione promised, giving him a quick hug. "Show 'em who's boss, mate," Ron added with forced cheer. The walk to courtroom 10 seemed both too long and too short. Harry remembered this place, the same courtroom where he'd faced charges of underage magic just weeks ago. Now, rather than his freedom, they would decide his future. "Remember," Amelia murmured as they paused outside the heavy doors, "you are not on trial today. This is a guardianship hearing, not a criminal proceeding. You have the right to express your preferences and concerns." Harry nodded, drawing a deep breath. "Thank you for doing this." A ghost of a smile touched Amelia's lips. "Let's see if you still feel grateful when it's over." The doors swung open, revealing the cavernous courtroom. The Wisengamot members sat in tiered seats, their plum robes creating a sea of identical figures. In the center of the room stood a single chair, not the chains-equipped one from Harry's trial, but a simple wooden seat facing the Chief Warlock's position. "Guardianship hearing of the 8th of August, announced Percy Weasley from his scribe's position, into the matter of Harry James Potter, minor wizard." Harry walked forward, acutely aware of every eye upon him. In the visitors' gallery, he could see the Weasleys, Hermione, and Remus grouped together. On another bench sat the Malfoys, Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco, all immaculately dressed and wearing identical expressions of smug anticipation. Nearby, a family Harry didn't recognize but assumed were the Greengrasses observed with dignified interest. And there, in the front row of the Wisengamot but notably not in the Chief Warlock's seat, sat Albus Dumbledore. His blue eyes met Harry's briefly, conveying what might have been encouragement or apology, Harry couldn't tell which. "Be seated," instructed the acting Chief Warlock, an elderly which Harry didn't recognize. Harry took his place in the chair, resisting the urge to fidget under the collective gaze of the wizarding world's most powerful judicial body. This extraordinary session has been called to determine the guardianship of Harry James Potter, following evidence of unsuitable conditions in his current placement, the chief which continued. "We have received petitions from 3 parties, Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, and Hyperion and Celeste Greengrass." She shuffled her papers. Before hearing from the petitioners, the Wisengamot wishes to question Mr. Potter directly regarding his circumstances and preferences. She peered down at Harry. "Mr. Potter, are you willing to answer our questions under oath?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied, his voice steadier than he expected. A ministry official approached with a wand. "Do you, Harry James Potter, swear on your magic that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and complete?" "I do," Harry confirmed, feeling a brief magical tingle as the oath took effect. The chief which nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Mr. Potter, the memories published in the Daily Prophet appear to show systematic mistreatment by your Muggle relatives. Do you confirm these memories as accurate representations of your experiences?" "Yes," Harry answered simply. "And did you authorize their publication?" Harry hesitated. "I authorized the publication of specific memories showing my treatment by the Dursleys. I did not authorize the publication of memories regarding my encounters with Voldemort." A collective gasp rippled through the courtroom at the name. The chief witch's expression remained neutral. We will return to that matter. For now, let us focus on your home situation. Did you ever report this mistreatment to Hogwarts staff or other magical authorities? I tried to tell Professor Dumbledore I didn't want to return after my second year, Harry replied carefully. And the Weasleys saw evidence of how I was treated when they rescued me that same summer. The bars on my window, for instance. Arthur Weasley nodded confirmation from the gallery. Yet you were returned to the Dursley household each summer, the chief witch noted. Was an explanation provided? Blood protection, Harry said. Professor Dumbledore said I needed to return to renew the protection my mother's sacrifice created. The chief witch turned toward Dumbledore. Albus, would you care to elaborate on this protection? Dumbledore rose gracefully. When Lily Potter sacrificed herself for Harry, she invoked ancient magic of the deepest kind. This protection flows in Harry's blood, and by extension, in the blood of his mother's sister, Petunia Dursley. While Harry calls that place home, Voldemort cannot touch him there. Fudge, seated among the senior ministry officials, made a noise of disbelief, but the chief witch silenced him with a look. And this protection required his continuous residence with these muggles, she pressed. For approximately 1 month each year, Dumbledore confirmed. Sufficient time to renew the blood wards. Yet you made no apparent effort to ensure his welfare within that home, another Wizengamot member interjected. Despite clear signs of neglect and abuse. I placed a squib, Arabella Fig, nearby to monitor the situation, Dumbledore replied, his composure slipping slightly. Her reports indicated substandard care, but not the extent of mistreatment revealed in these memories. It is a failure I deeply regret. The questioning continued, with Wizengamot members probing every aspect of Harry's life with the Dursleys. Some questions felt genuinely concerned, others seemed designed to embarrass Dumbledore or score political points. Harry answered as truthfully as he could without elaborating unnecessarily. Finally, the chief witch turned to a new line of inquiry. Mr. Potter, regarding the more recent memory publications, those showing alleged encounters with he who must not be named, what can you tell us about their origin and authenticity? Harry chose his words with extreme care, aware that Fudge was practically vibrating with anger. Those memories are accurate representations of what I experienced, he stated firmly. However, I did not voluntarily extract or share them. I believe someone performed legilimency on me without my knowledge or consent. This caused an uproar in the courtroom. The chief witch banged her gavel for order. That is a serious allegation, Mr. Potter. Do you have evidence to support this claim? Only that I never extracted these specific memories, yet they appear identical to my experiences. Professor Dumbledore has examined the memory recording device I used for the Dursley memories and confirmed it could not have captured these other events. Dumbledore nodded confirmation when the chief witch glanced his way. The matter of unauthorized legilimency will be investigated separately, she decided. For now, let us return to the question of guardianship. Mr. Potter, do you have a preference among the petitioners? Harry sat straighter in his chair. Ideally, I would prefer to live with my godfather, Sirius Black. However, I understand that's not currently possible given his legal situation. Murmurs swept through the courtroom. Mr. Black remains a wanted fugitive, the chief witch reminded him. An unsuitable guardian by any measure. He's innocent, Harry said firmly. Peter Pettigrew faked his death and framed Sirius. I've seen Pettigrew alive with my own eyes. So you claim, Fudge interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Just as you claim to have seen you-know-who resurrected through dark magic. Your judgment is clearly compromised, Potter. Minister, the chief witch reprimanded, you will have your opportunity to speak shortly. Harry struggled to keep his temper in check. Since Sirius isn't an option right now, I would prefer to live with the Weasleys, who have treated me like family for years. The Weasleys have not submitted a formal petition, the chief witch noted. Because Arthur Weasley's position at the ministry is precarious, Harry replied with more boldness than he intended. Due to his association with Dumbledore and support of me, it would be used against him. This frank assessment caused another stir. Arthur looked both touched and alarmed from his place in the gallery. Among the formal petitioners, then, the chief which pressed. Bones, Malfoy, or Greengrass? Harry met Amelia's steady gaze across the courtroom. I've met with Madame Bones and found her to be fair and honest. She's made clear that this would be a legal arrangement rather than a familial one, and I appreciate that transparency. I would accept her guardianship. And the others? Prompted a Wisengamot member. I've never met the Greengrasses, Harry replied honestly. As for the Malfoys. He hesitated, weighing his next words carefully. Draco Malfoy and I have been rivals since our first day at Hogwarts. I don't believe living under the same roof would benefit either of us. A diplomatic understatement that caused a ripple of knowing chuckles throughout the courtroom. Draco's face flushed an angry pink. Well stated, Mr. Potter, the chief which said with the barest hint of amusement. We shall now hear from each petitioner, beginning with Madame Bones. Amelia approached the center of the floor, her manner brisk and professional. Honorable Wisengamot, my petition is straightforward. As head of magical law enforcement, I can provide Harry Potter with security appropriate to his unique situation. As guardian to my niece Susan, I have demonstrated capability in raising a magical child. I have no political agenda regarding Mr. Potter, only a commitment to ensure his welfare and education until he reaches majority. She continued outlining her qualifications and plans, emphasizing structure, safety, and normalcy, words that resonated with Harry after his chaotic upbringing. Lucius Malfoy spoke next, his silky voice echoing through the chamber as he expounded on the Malfoy family's ancient lineage, their understanding of wizarding traditions that Potter has been regrettably deprived of, and their ability to provide both protection and guidance. The boy clearly needs stability, Lucius concluded, his cold eyes flickering toward Harry. And proper wizarding influence after years of Muggle contamination. The noble house of Malfoy offers not merely guardianship, but rehabilitation into his rightful heritage. Harry clenched his fists in his lap, the memory orb in his pocket growing warm in response to his anger. Hyperion Greengrass presented his family's petition last, a measured, politically neutral offering that emphasized their distance from both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord during the previous war. Our family maintains positive relationships across wizarding society, Greengrass explained in measured tones. We could provide Mr. Potter with a peaceful transition into proper wizarding life, without the baggage of past conflicts or current political tensions. Additionally, our ancestral connection to the Peveril line provides magical resonance with Potter family magic, a consideration for blood protections. As the petitioners concluded, the chief which invited ministry representatives to speak. Fudge rose immediately, his face flushed with self-importance. The ministry's position is clear, he declared. Potter requires structure, discipline, and protection, both from external threats and from his own tendencies toward fabrication and attention-seeking. While Madame Bones is a valued ministry official, her duties leave little time for supervising a troubled teenager. Harry bristled at the characterization but remained silent as Fudge continued. The Malfoy family offers the stability of ancient wizarding traditions. The Greengrasses provide neutrality. Both are preferable to leaving Potter under influences that encourage his delusions. Fudge shot a venomous look toward Dumbledore. After several more ministry officials spoke, Dumbledore was invited to provide testimony regarding the blood protection. The protection Lily Potter bestowed through her sacrifice remains Harry's most powerful defense against Voldemort, Dumbledore explained, ignoring the flinches throughout the chamber. While it reached its fullest expression in Petunia Dursley's home, there are alternatives. A guardian with distant blood connections, such as the Greengrasses through the Peveril line, could maintain a diminished version of this protection with proper magical reinforcement. And the Malfoys or Madame Bones, the chief which inquired, would require more extensive warding arrangements, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though both are magically capable of providing adequate protection through conventional means. The questioning continued for another hour, with various Wisengamot members probing each petitioner's motivations and capabilities. Throughout, Harry remained in his chair, increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny and discussion of his future as though he were a magical artifact to be appropriately housed rather than a person. Finally, the chief witch turned to him once more. "Mr. Potter, before the Wisengamot deliberates, you have the right to make a final statement regarding your preferences and concerns." Harry rose from his chair, suddenly acutely aware of the silence that had fallen over the courtroom. Every eye was upon him, friends, enemies, politicians, reporters. For a moment, he felt 15 years old in the fullest sense, inadequate to the task, unprepared for the weight of the decision. Then his hand brushed against the memory orb in his pocket. This had all started because he'd chosen to speak up, to show the truth rather than suffer in silence. He would not revert to silence now. "Thank you," he began, his voice gaining strength with each word. "I came to this hearing expecting to be treated as a child with no say in his future. I'm grateful that hasn't been entirely the case." He looked around the chamber, meeting various gazes directly. "I've spent 14 years with relatives who hated magic, who hated me for having it. I've spent 4 years at Hogwarts, where I found a home but also faced dangers no child should encounter. I've watched a friend die, seen Voldemort return, and been called a liar for telling the truth." Fudge shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I don't expect my future to be simple or safe," Harry continued. "But I do expect to have some control over it. I released those first memories because no one was listening when I described my life at the Dursleys. I'm standing here now because I refuse to be placed somewhere else against my will without at least being heard." He turned toward the petitioners. "I don't know the Greengrasses, but I appreciate their neutrality. I know Draco Malfoy as someone who has called my friend Hermione a mudblood and mocked the Weasleys' financial situation at every opportunity. I can't imagine his father's home would welcome me as anything but a political trophy." Lucius's face remained impassive, but his eyes hardened dangerously. "Madame Bones has been straightforward about her motivations and expectations," Harry concluded. "She hasn't promised me special treatment or a perfect family life, just fairness, protection, and respect for my autonomy. That's all I've ever wanted. Whatever the Wisengamot decides, I ask that my voice be considered. Not as the boy who lived, but as a person who deserves some say in his own life." He sat down, heart hammering in his chest. From the gallery, he caught Hermione's approving nod and Ron's subtle thumbs up. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," the chief witch said, her expression thoughtful. "The Wisengamot will now retire to deliberate. The court will reconvene when a decision has been reached." As the Wisengamot members filed out, the courtroom erupted in conversation. Harry was immediately surrounded by Weasleys, with Mrs. Weasley pulling him into a fierce hug. "Brilliantly handled, Harry," Mr. Weasley assured him. "Dignified but direct." "You put Malfoy in his place without actually insulting him," Fred observed admiringly. "Political masterstroke." "I just told the truth," Harry replied, though he felt a flush of pride at their approval. Hermione squeezed his arm. "The truth delivered strategically is the most powerful tool you have." Across the courtroom, Harry noticed Lucius Malfoy in intense conversation with Fudge and a squat, toad-like which he assumed must be Umbridge. Their frequent glances in his direction suggested the conversation wasn't favorable. "How long will deliberations take?" he asked Mr. Weasley. "Hard to say. Could be hours. Could be." The doors reopened, and the Wisengamot members began filing back in. "Minutes," Mr. Weasley finished, looking surprised. "That was unusually quick. Good sign or bad?" Harry whispered to Hermione as they returned to their seats. "Depends whether they reached consensus or deadlock," she replied, looking worried. The chief witch called the court back to order. "After consideration of all testimony and petitions, the Wisengamot has reached a decision regarding the guardianship of Harry James Potter." The courtroom fell silent. Harry held his breath. By majority vote, temporary guardianship is awarded to Amelia Susan Bones, effective immediately and lasting until Potter reaches magical majority at 17 or until other circumstances necessitate review. Relief flooded through Harry, followed quickly by wariness at the Chief Witch's careful wording. This guardianship comes with conditions, she continued. First, blood-warding experts will work with Dumbledore to establish appropriate protections at Madame Bones's residence. Second, Mr. Potter will submit to a St. Mungo's evaluation regarding the unauthorized legilimency he has allegedly experienced. Third, the Ministry will appoint an educational supervisor to monitor his academic progress and behavior at Hogwarts. Fudge looked smugly satisfied at this last condition, clearly a political concession to appease the Ministry faction. Educational supervisor. Harry muttered to Mr. Weasley. Umbridge, Arthur confirmed grimly. That's her new position. She'll have authority to oversee your activities at school. Before Harry could process this unwelcome development, the Chief Witch concluded the proceedings. Mr. Potter will remain in Madame Bones's custody effective immediately. The Dursleys case has been referred to Muggle authorities with appropriate memory modifications to protect magical secrecy. This session is adjourned. The bang of the gavel seemed to release a flood of noise as reporters rushed toward the exits, eager to file their stories. Harry found himself surrounded by well-wishers and Weasleys, all talking at once about the outcome. It's the best possible result, Lupin assured him. Amelia will be fair. And you can still visit us, Mrs. Weasley added, dabbing at her eyes. Amelia already promised. Harry looked across the courtroom to where Amelia stood in conversation with Dumbledore and a Ministry official. She caught his eye and gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Potter. Harry turned to find Draco Malfoy standing nearby, flanked by his parents. Lucius's face was a mask of cold fury barely concealed beneath a veneer of aristocratic composure. This arrangement is temporary, Lucius said silkily. Circumstances change. Particularly for those who insist on spreading dangerous fabrications. Is that a threat, Lucius? Arthur Weasley stepped forward protectively. Merely an observation, Lucius replied, his gaze never leaving Harry. Come, Draco. Narcissa. We have more important matters to attend to than coddling Potter's delusions of persecution. As the Malfoys swept away, Harry felt the memory orb pulse warmly in his pocket. For a moment, he was tempted to draw it out, to capture Lucius's thinly veiled threat for posterity, more evidence for the growing collection of truths the wizarding world needed to face. Harry. Amelia approached, formal but not unkind. We should depart before the press becomes more insistent. I've arranged for us to fly directly to my home, where we can discuss arrangements more privately. Harry nodded, turning to say goodbye to the Weasleys and his friends. We'll see you soon, Hermione promised, hugging him tightly. This isn't goodbye. Just a change of address, Ron agreed, clapping him on the shoulder. Write us. As Harry followed Amelia toward a private flu connection, he felt Dumbledore's gaze upon him. The headmaster stood apart from the crowd, his blue eyes unreadable behind half-moon spectacles. He inclined his head slightly in what might have been acknowledgement or apology. Harry returned the gesture without warmth. Too many questions remained unanswered, too many truths still hidden. The prophecy Sirius had mentioned. The reason for his connection to Voldemort. The identity of whoever had accessed his memories. The court of public opinion had rendered its first judgment, securing him a guardian who seemed fair and reasonable. But Harry knew this was merely the opening move in a much larger game, a game where memories were weapons, truth was currency, and his life remained the prize everyone sought to control. As he stepped into the green flames of the flue, Harry's hand closed around the memory orb once more. Whatever came next, he would face it with open eyes and the determination to write his own story, not the one Dumbledore, Voldemort, or the Ministry had planned for him. Bones' residence, Amelia stated clearly, and they vanished in a swirl of emerald fire, leaving behind a courtroom still buzzing with the implications of what had just transpired, and what might follow. Chapter 3, the memory thief. The Bones residence stood in stark contrast to both the Dursleys' aggressively ordinary suburban home and the magical chaos of the burrow. A stately country manor with clean architectural lines, it projected quiet dignity rather than ostentatious wealth. Ancient oak trees dotted the sprawling grounds, their massive trunks speaking of centuries of silent witness. Harry stood at the window of his new bedroom, watching autumn leaves spiral down from branches in the late August breeze. 3 weeks had passed since the Wisengamot hearing, 3 weeks of adjusting to life under Amelia Bones's guardianship. It had been different. Not unpleasant, but not quite comfortable either. Amelia ran her household with the same efficient precision she applied to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Meals appeared at scheduled times. House rules were clearly outlined on Harry's first evening. Curfews existed and were enforced. After years of either neglectful freedom at the Dursleys or the loving chaos of the Weasleys, the structure felt foreign. The quiet knock at his door carried its own message: Susan never entered without permission, another house rule. "Come in," Harry called, turning from the window. Susan entered, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes despite being home. Her strawberry blonde hair was neatly plaited, and she carried a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Morning, Harry. Aunt Amelia asked me to bring you this." She handed him the newspaper. "She said you should see it before breakfast." Harry took the paper, unsurprised to find his own face staring back at him from the front page, or rather, a memory image of himself. This one showed him in the hospital wing after the Philosopher's Stone incident, Dumbledore seated beside his bed. Potter's protection questioned, new memories reveal headmaster's negligence, another one. Harry sighed, skimming the article. "This is the third this week." "Fourth," Susan corrected, sitting on the edge of his desk chair. "There was a small one in which weekly yesterday. Something about you facing a werewolf on school grounds." Harry grimaced. "Professor Lupin." That was private, he'd never hurt anyone deliberately. Susan's expression remained carefully neutral. Living under the same roof, they'd developed a cautious friendship built on mutual respect for boundaries. Susan never pressed for details about the published memories, and Harry appreciated her discretion. "Aunt Amelia's waiting downstairs," she said after a moment. "She mentioned something about St. Mungo's this afternoon." "Right. The legitimacy evaluation." Harry folded the paper without finishing the article. "Can't wait to have another expert pawing through my head. It might help identify whoever's stealing your memories," Susan pointed out reasonably. Harry nodded, acknowledging the point without enthusiasm. "I'll be down in a minute." After Susan left, Harry retrieved the memory orb from his trunk, where he now kept it rather than carrying it constantly. Its silver contents swirled lazily, still half filled with memories he'd never released. Dumbledore had examined it thoroughly after the hearing but found no evidence of tampering or remote access capabilities. Which meant someone was performing legilimency on him directly, entering his mind without his knowledge or consent. The thought made his skin crawl. Memory was supposed to be private, sacred. He'd chosen to share specific moments of his life with the wizarding public. The violation of having other memories extracted and manipulated without his permission felt deeply personal. Slipping the orb into his pocket, Harry headed downstairs. Amelia sat at the dining table, reviewing documents while sipping tea. She glanced up as he entered, her monocle glinting in the morning light. "Harry. Good morning." She gestured toward an empty plate. "Help yourself. We have a busy schedule today." Harry served himself eggs and toast from the sideboard where Trinket, the Bones family house elf, had laid breakfast. Unlike Dobby, Trinket was reserved and formal, maintaining professional distance while executing her duties impeccably. "I saw the Prophet," Harry said, taking a seat. "They're publishing faster now." "Indeed." Amelia set aside her paperwork. 3 major publications in the past week, all featuring memories you claim not to have shared. The pattern is accelerating." Harry appreciated her matter-of-factness. Amelia never coddled him or treated his concerns as childish. She approached his situation with the same analytical rigor she applied to her cases. "Do you think it's connected to my appointment at St. Mungo's?" he asked. "Possibly. The timing suggests someone is attempting to undermine your credibility before the evaluation." She sipped her tea thoughtfully. "The contents are particularly telling, all memories that portray Dumbledore in a questionable light while confirming Voldemort's return." Harry noted her use of the name without flinching. Amelia was among the few ministry officials who spoke it plainly. So someone who wants people to believe Voldemort's back, but doesn't support Dumbledore? Harry frowned. That's a narrow list. Indeed. Most who accept the Dark Lord's return align with Dumbledore by necessity, if not preference. She studied him over the rim of her teacup. "Have you had any unusual dreams lately? Headaches? Moments of dissociation?" "Nothing new," Harry admitted. "The usual nightmares about the graveyard. The connection to Voldemort has been quiet since I moved here, actually." Amelia nodded. "The wards Dumbledore established may be providing some protection. Nevertheless, I'd like you to document any unusual symptoms between now and the evaluation. The mind healers will want detailed information." They finished breakfast discussing logistics for the day. Harry would accompany Amelia to the ministry briefly, then proceed to St. Mungo's for his evaluation. Susan would remain at home, preparing for the return to Hogwarts in 2 weeks. As they prepared to depart, Harry paused by the family flue. "Madam Bones?" "Amelia," she corrected automatically. Though he'd been living under her roof for weeks, Harry still struggled with the familiarity. "Amelia. Could Ron and Hermione visit tomorrow? I haven't seen them since the hearing, and with these new memory publications. You want to strategize with your friends." She nodded approvingly. "A sensible approach. Yes, they may visit. I'll adjust the flue permissions." Harry smiled gratefully. This was what he appreciated about his new guardian. She treated his concerns as legitimate and his friends as valuable allies, not childish distractions. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She checked her watch. "We should proceed. The minister has requested a casual conversation with you this morning, which I've denied 3 times already. Be prepared for him to accidentally encounter us in the atrium." Harry grimaced. "Accidentally. Right. Politics," Amelia said dryly, "is rarely accidental." The ministry atrium buzzed with the usual morning activity, witches and wizards arriving for work, interdepartmental memos flying overhead like paper airplanes, security wizards checking wands at the visitors' entrance. And, as Amelia had predicted, Minister Fudge stood casually chatting with Percy Weasley near the fountain, positioned with a clear view of the main flue arrivals. "Madam Bones." Fudge called with exaggerated surprise as they emerged from a fireplace. "And young Potter. What a fortunate coincidence." Amelia's expression didn't change, but Harry detected a slight tightening around her eyes. "Minister. What an unexpected pleasure." Fudge bustled over, Percy trailing behind with a self-important expression. "I've been hoping to speak with you both. These troubling publications in the Prophet, most concerning." "Indeed," Amelia replied neutrally. "Harry has an appointment at St. Mungo's today to address precisely this issue." "Ah yes, the legitimacy evaluation." Fudge's gaze shifted to Harry. "Tell me, boy, have you considered that these memory leaks might be internally motivated?" Harry stiffened. "What exactly are you suggesting, Minister?" "Only that sometimes, in cases of traumatic experiences, the mind plays tricks." Fudge's tone was falsely sympathetic. "Perhaps you're extracting these memories yourself and simply don't recall doing so. A sort of dissociative state." "That's a serious accusation," Amelia interjected coolly. "One better addressed by the mind healers than speculated about in the atrium." Of course, of course." Fudge backpedaled quickly. "Just concerned for the boys' welfare." These publications can't be helping his mental state. Harry bit back a retort about who exactly might be helping these publications reach the press. Amelia had coached him extensively on maintaining composure in public. "Your concern is noted," Amelia said. "Now, if you'll excuse us, one more thing," Fudge interrupted, his jovial mask slipping slightly. "Dolores mentioned some concerns about Potter's return to Hogwarts. Given these episodes, perhaps a more structured educational environment would be appropriate." The Ministry's Educational Decree No. 23 includes provisions for special monitoring of students with unique needs. Harry's educational arrangements were settled at the Wisengamot hearing, Amelia reminded him firmly. He will attend Hogwarts as planned, with the agreed-upon supervision. Fudge's smile tightened. "The situation has evolved since then, Amelia. These new memory publications suggest instability, they suggest targeted legitimacy attacks," Amelia corrected, "which fall under my department's jurisdiction. Should the St. Mungo's evaluation recommend alternative arrangements, I will of course consider them as Harry's guardian. Until then, the Wisengamot's decision stands." The subtle emphasis on her guardianship status was not lost on Fudge. His face flushed slightly. "Very well. But Dolores will be watching the situation closely at Hogwarts." "I expect nothing less," Amelia replied smoothly. "Good day, Minister." As they walked toward the security desk, Harry muttered, "He's laying groundwork to challenge your guardianship, isn't he?" "Attempting to," Amelia confirmed quietly. "The Umbridge woman reports directly to him, bypassing both the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the Department of Magical Education. They're establishing a paper trail of concerns about your mental stability. To discredit me about Voldemort's return. That, and to potentially transfer guardianship to a ministry-controlled figure." Amelia nodded to the security wizard as they passed. "Which makes today's evaluation particularly important. The mind healers must confirm external legitimacy rather than self-extraction." Harry felt a surge of anxiety. What if they can't? What if whoever's doing this has covered their tracks? "Then we proceed to alternative methods of investigation," Amelia replied, her tone leaving no doubt that she had contingency plans in place. "I did not accept guardianship lightly, Harry. I will not relinquish it without a fight." The simple declaration eased some of Harry's tension. Whatever her formal demeanor, Amelia Bones was firmly in his corner. After years of adults who either couldn't or wouldn't protect him properly, her steady competence was reassuring. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries smelled of antiseptic potions and something distinctly magical, a slight ozone scent that permeated the air. Harry followed a green-robed healer through corridors of the spell-damaged floor, feeling uncomfortably conspicuous despite Amelia's arrangements for a private entrance and minimal staff interaction. The mind healing department occupied a quiet wing with soft lighting and sound-dampening charms. The evaluation room contained no diagnostic equipment Harry recognized, just a comfortable reclining chair, several crystal instruments on a side table, and walls painted a soothing shade of blue. "Mr. Potter," the healer greeted him, a middle-aged witch with kind eyes and prematurely gray hair. "I'm Healer Moksha. I'll be conducting your evaluation today." "Where's Madame Bones?" Harry asked, noticing his guardian had not followed them in. "Waiting outside. Mind evaluations are conducted one-on-one to prevent external influence." Seeing his hesitation, she added, "Standard protocol, Mr. Potter. She'll join us when we've completed the assessment." Harry nodded reluctantly and took the seat she indicated. "I understand you're experiencing unauthorized memory extraction," Healer Moksha said, consulting a file. "Can you describe when you first noticed this occurring?" Harry explained the situation, the memory orb from Fred and George, his deliberate sharing of Dursley memories, and the subsequent unauthorized publications of memories he'd never extracted. "Interesting." She made notes with a dictation quill that recorded her whispered observations. "And you've experienced no gaps in your recollection? No periods of lost time?" "No. I remember everything normally. I just didn't extract or share those specific memories. Healer Moksha nodded. I'd like to perform a series of diagnostic spells to examine your mental defenses. These are non-invasive and won't access your memories directly. Are you comfortable proceeding? At Harry's agreement, she began waving her wand in complex patterns, murmuring incantations that made the crystal instruments on the side table glow and hum in varying tones. Occasionally she would stop to make notes or adjust the angle of her wand. Mr. Potter, have you ever studied occlumency? No, Harry replied. What's that? The magical defense of the mind against external penetration, essentially, the counter to legilimency. She frowned at one of the crystals, which was pulsing an irregular red. Your natural barriers are unusually weak for someone your age. There are signs of repeated intrusion, psychic scarring, if you will. Harry's stomach clenched. Someone's been in my head that often. The evidence suggests multiple incursions, she confirmed. And something else. She adjusted her wand, causing a different crystal to emit a high-pitched whine. There appears to be a pre-existing connection, something deeper and older than these recent intrusions. My scar, Harry said quietly, touching the lightning bolt mark. It connects me to Voldemort. Healer Moksha's eyes widened slightly, but her professional composure didn't waver. That would explain certain readings. A connection formed through dark magic could create vulnerabilities a skilled legilimens might exploit. She continued her examination for nearly an hour, testing various aspects of Harry's mental state. Finally, she set aside her wand with a thoughtful expression. Mr. Potter, I can confirm you've experienced unauthorized legilimency. The evidence is conclusive. Someone has been extracting specific memories without your knowledge or consent, likely while you sleep. Relief flooded through Harry. Confirmation meant he wasn't imagining things, wasn't responsible for the memory leaks himself. Can you tell who's doing it? Unfortunately, no. Legilimency leaves traces of intrusion but not the intruder's magical signature. She hesitated. However, there are concerning patterns in which memories have been accessed. The selection shows sophisticated knowledge of your experiences, targeting precisely those moments that would create maximum political impact. Someone who knows me well, then. Or has detailed intelligence about your life. She made a final note before setting her quill aside. I'd like to discuss treatment options. While we can't prevent further intrusions without training you in occlumency, which takes considerable time and effort, we can implement certain protective measures. She described a regimen of shielding potions, protective charms for his sleeping area, and mental exercises to strengthen his natural defenses. It's not a perfect solution, she cautioned, but it may reduce the frequency and depth of intrusions until proper occlumency training can be arranged. Who could teach me that? Harry asked. Typically, a skilled legilimens. They're rare, the magic is highly regulated by the ministry. She packed away her diagnostic tools. Albus Dumbledore is reportedly accomplished in the art. Severus Snape as well, though that's less widely known. Harry grimaced at the thought of Snape poking around in his mind. Any other options? I can provide referrals to licensed practitioners, though the waiting list is considerable. She rose. I'll discuss this with Madame Bones. For now, I'll prepare my official report confirming external legilimency as the source of your memory extractions. Amelia joined them shortly, listening intently as Healer Moksha summarized her findings. Her expression remained neutral, but Harry noted the slight narrowing of her eyes at certain details. You're certain about the sophistication level? She asked. This isn't opportunistic intrusion but targeted extraction of specific memories. Quite certain, Healer Moksha confirmed. Whoever is doing this knows exactly what they're looking for and where to find it in Mr. Potter's mind. That suggests either prior knowledge of his experiences or considerable time spent mapping his memories. Amelia absorbed this information with a slight frown. Thank you, Healer. Please expedite your report. I'd like it filed with the DMLE by tomorrow morning. As they departed St. Mungo's through the private exit, Harry noticed Amelia's unusually pensive expression. "What are you thinking?" he asked as they waited for their ministry car. "I'm considering who benefits from this specific pattern of memory publications," she replied. "The timing, the content, the strategic impact, it's not random opportunism." "Meaning?" "Meaning someone is orchestrating a carefully planned campaign." She held the car door for him. "And I intend to discover who." The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of voices in the garden below his window. Peering out, he spotted Ron and Hermione already on the grounds, seated at the wrought iron table where Amelia sometimes took her morning tea. Susan was with them, gesturing toward the house. Harry dressed quickly, grabbing the memory orb from his trunk before hurrying downstairs and out to the garden. "Harry!" Hermione jumped up to hug him. "We came early, hope that's all right." Amelia said it was fine, he assured her, grinning as Ron gave him an awkward half-hug, half-shoulder clap. "Mate, this place is massive," Ron said, looking around at the manicured grounds. "Not as chaotic as home, but impressive." "Susan was just showing us the protective wards," Hermione added. "They're fascinating, much more comprehensive than standard ministry configurations." "Aunt Amelia insisted on upgrades after she accepted guardianship," Susan explained. "Said if she was responsible for Harry Potter, she wouldn't take half measures." They settled around the table, where Trinket had provided a tray of pastries and tea. Susan excused herself after a few minutes of polite conversation, giving them privacy to talk freely. "She's nice," Hermione observed after Susan left. "Not what I expected from a Hufflepuff in a prominent family." "Susan's been great," Harry agreed. "Respectful of my space, but friendly. The whole arrangement is working better than I anticipated." "Better than the Dursleys isn't exactly a high bar," Ron pointed out, reaching for another pastry. "But seriously, you look good, Harry. Not as peaky as usual for summer." "Regular meals and no chores from dawn till dusk help," Harry replied dryly. Hermione leaned forward, her expression turning serious. "We saw the Prophet yesterday." "Another memory publication, this time about Lupin?" Harry nodded grimly. "They're coming faster now. St. Mungo's confirmed its legitimacy, not something I'm doing unconsciously." "Thank goodness," Hermione breathed. "Not that legitimacy is good, but at least you know you're not going mental." Harry supplied with a wry smile. "I was going to say, experiencing fugue states," she corrected primly. "Have they identified who's doing it?" "No. Only that they're skilled in targeting specific memories for maximum impact." Ron looked troubled. "Dad says the ministry's in chaos. Half the departments believe you know who's back now because of the memory evidence, but they can't openly defy fudge. Meanwhile, the Prophet keeps publishing stories questioning Dumbledore's judgment in your past adventures." "It's clever, actually," Hermione mused. "Using your own memories to simultaneously confirm Voldemort's return while undermining Dumbledore. Whoever's orchestrating this wants both outcomes." Harry retrieved the memory orb from his pocket, setting it on the table between them. "I need your help. I can't just wait for the next publication. We need to figure out who's behind this, and stop them." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, a familiar look that told Harry they'd already been discussing this. "We've been thinking about it since the first unauthorized publication," Hermione admitted. "There are several possibilities, but identifying the culprit requires narrowing down when and how they're accessing your mind. The healer said it's likely happening while I sleep." "That fits," Ron nodded. "Legitimacy usually requires eye contact, but if you're unconscious and the connection's already established." Harry and Hermione both stared at him. "What?" Ron asked defensively. "Dad deals with memory charms in his department. You pick things up." "He's right," Hermione confirmed. "Standard legitimacy requires eye contact, but there are more powerful variations that don't, especially with a pre-existing connection like your scar." "So Voldemort himself could be doing this?" Harry asked, alarmed. Possible but unlikely, Hermione reasoned. The Legilimens would need to be physically relatively near you, at least for the initial connection. Voldemort wouldn't risk exposure like that. One of his followers, then, Ron suggested. Someone who could get close to you. But who? Harry pressed. I've been at the Bones residence for weeks, with some of the strongest wards outside Hogwarts. Before that, Grimmauld Place was under the Fidelius charm. Hermione tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the table. Let's approach this methodically. When did the unauthorized publications start? The first one appeared while I was still at Grimmauld Place, Harry recalled. The Harry hunting memories. Then several more after the guardianship hearing. And you didn't notice anything unusual before each publication? Headaches, strange dreams, sensations of intrusion. Harry shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual nightmares about the graveyard and occasional twinges from my scar. What about the publication pattern itself? Ron suggested. Is there a timing element? Do they always appear on certain days? Not consistently, Harry frowned. Though they do seem to cluster around significant events. The first batch before the guardianship hearing, then another wave before the St. Mungo's evaluation. So they're timed for maximum impact, Hermione concluded. Which means someone with knowledge of your schedule and the political landscape. That could be anyone at the ministry, Ron pointed out. Dad says your guardian arrangement is common knowledge in the DMLE. Harry suddenly remembered something. The first night at Grimmauld Place, Sirius mentioned memory theft is a serious crime. Maybe we should start by investigating who has the skill and access to perform this kind of legilimency. Hermione brightened. That's a good approach. The list of registered legilimens is public record, we could start there and cross-reference with people who might have political motivations. And we should examine the published memories more closely, Ron added. Look for patterns in what they're choosing to expose. For the next several hours, they worked like a well-oiled machine. Hermione constructed a timeline of publications, noting the political context surrounding each. Ron sorted through copies of the Prophet, identifying patterns in which memories were selected. Harry wrote down every person who might have had the opportunity to perform legilimency on him, no matter how unlikely. By mid-afternoon, a picture began to emerge. Look at this, Hermione said, arranging newspaper clippings in sequence. The publications alternate between two distinct narratives, memories confirming Voldemort's return and memories questioning Dumbledore's judgment. But they're published in different sections of the Prophet, often with different bylines. Almost like two different sources, Harry realized. Or two different agendas using the same method, Ron suggested. Dad always says to follow the money. Who benefits financially from these publications? The Prophet, obviously, Hermione replied. Their circulation has doubled since they started publishing your memories. But someone must be paying for the memory extractions, Harry pointed out. Specialized legilimency like this wouldn't be cheap or easy to arrange. Ron snapped his fingers suddenly. You know who has both the money and the motivation? Lucius Malfoy. He wanted custody of you, he's got ministry connections, and he's a Death Eater who'd want to control the narrative about you-know-who's return. But why would Malfoy publish memories confirming Voldemort's back? Harry objected. Wouldn't he want to suppress that information? Not necessarily, Hermione said slowly. Remember what his position was at the hearing? That you needed structured care for your delusions. But now that the memories are public, he can't deny what they show. Instead, he pivots to using them to undermine Dumbledore. And create uncertainty about my mental stability, Harry added bitterly. Setting up grounds to challenge Amelia's guardianship. There's something else, Ron said, frowning at one of the clippings. Look at these bylines. The articles questioning Dumbledore are all by Skeeter or her usual colleagues. But these others, the ones focusing on you-know-who's return, are credited to Special Correspondent EM. Harry repeated. Who's that? No idea, Ron admitted. But they only started appearing after the guardianship hearing. Hermione was already flipping through back issues of the Prophet. Here's the first one, Ministry silence questioned as Potter memories reveal dark magic. By Special Correspondent E.M. We need to identify this E.M. person, Harry decided. And figure out their connection to the Prophet and the memory thefts. And to the Ministry, Hermione added. These articles show insider knowledge of Ministry operations. Their investigation was interrupted when Amelia returned from the Ministry, looking unusually grim. She surveyed their research spread across the garden table with raised eyebrows. I see you've been productive, she observed. We're trying to identify who's behind the memory thefts, Harry explained. We think there might be two separate parties involved, possibly Lucius Malfoy and someone with Ministry connections publishing under the initials E.M. Amelia's expression shifted subtly. E.M., you say? You know who that is? Hermione asked eagerly. I have suspicions. She set down her briefcase. Which have just been reinforced by news from the Ministry. Cornelius called an emergency meeting this afternoon, supposedly about budget allocations, but actually to discuss implementing Educational Decree No. 24. What's that? Harry asked. A provision granting the Ministry's educational supervisor, Dolores Umbridge, authority to conduct mental welfare evaluations of students deemed at risk. Amelia's tone left no doubt about her opinion of this development. You were specifically mentioned as the first candidate for such evaluation. They're still trying to paint me as unstable, Harry realized. Indeed. And the timing, immediately following your St. Mungo's evaluation confirming external legitimacy, is suspicious at best. Amelia studied their research. Your theory about dual actors has merit. The patterns suggest coordination between parties with overlapping but distinct agendas. But who is E.M.? Ron pressed. If my suspicion is correct, Edgecombe, Mafalda, Amelia replied. A mid-level Ministry employee in the improper use of magic office. She's also Dolores Umbridge's second cousin and occasional, special assistant on sensitive matters. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged significant looks. So Umbridge could be one of the people behind this? Harry asked. It fits, Hermione said excitedly. She works directly for Fudge, she's been appointed to monitor Harry at Hogwarts, and she'd have access to Ministry resources. But Umbridge isn't a registered legilimens, Amelia noted. Which suggests she's employing someone with those skills, legally or otherwise. And the Malfoy connection? Ron asked. Lucius Malfoy provides substantial donations to various Ministry initiatives, Amelia replied carefully. Including recent educational reforms championed by Dolores Umbridge. The implications settled over the group. Harry felt a cold anger building, not just at the invasion of his mind, but at the calculated manipulation of his memories for political gain. We need proof, he said finally. Theories aren't enough. Agreed, Amelia nodded. Which is why I've already initiated a discreet investigation through trusted DMLE channels. However, she added with a meaningful look at the three friends, would caution against direct confrontation. If Umbridge and Malfoy are indeed coordinating this campaign, they have considerable resources and political protection. Harry met her gaze steadily. With all due respect, I can't just sit back while they rifle through my mind and use my memories against me. I'm not suggesting passivity, Amelia clarified. Merely strategic patience. Gather evidence, identify vulnerabilities, then act decisively. A lesson I understand you've already begun to apply with your memory publications. Her subtle approval of Harry's approach surprised him. Most adults, even those who supported him, treated his decision to publish the Dursley memories as impulsive rather than strategic. What evidence would be sufficient? Hermione asked practically. Magical signature confirmation linking a specific individual to the legitimacy attacks, Amelia replied. Or financial records showing payments for memory extraction services. Or, she added with a slight glint in her eye, direct testimony from whoever is performing the actual memory theft. How would we get that? Ron wondered. Amelia rose to leave. I'll leave that to your considerable resourcefulness. But perhaps consider, what might motivate someone to betray their employer? Fear? Money? Or perhaps? She paused significantly. Coercion? After all, not everyone who serves unsavory masters does so willingly. With that cryptic suggestion, she departed, leaving the three friends to consider her words. She's suggesting the actual legilimens might be under duress, Hermione realized. Possibly even the Imperious Curse. Which means they might welcome rescue rather than punishment, Harry concluded, a plan already forming in his mind. We need to identify and approach them carefully. But how do we find them? Ron asked. It's not like they'll advertise, mind reader for hire, currently enslaved by Death Eaters. Harry twirled the memory orb between his fingers, watching the silver mist swirl within. Maybe we don't need to find them, he said slowly. Maybe we can make them come to us. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. If someone was systematically extracting Harry's memories during sleep, they would be drawn to particularly significant experiences. By deliberately focusing on a specific memory before bed, rehearsing it in detail, bringing it to the forefront of his mind, Harry could essentially bait the hook. The memory chosen was perfect, his conversation with Sirius about the prophecy. Politically explosive, previously unrevealed, and of vital interest to both Voldemort's supporters and Fudge's ministry. They won't be able to resist it, Harry explained to Ron and Hermione, who had received permission to stay overnight at Bones Manor. And when they try to extract it, we'll be ready. The guest bedroom had been prepared according to their plan. Trinket had helped arrange furniture to create clear sightlines from hidden observation points. Monitoring charms, taught by Amelia herself, who had approved the operation with surprising enthusiasm, were placed at strategic intervals. Remember, Hermione cautioned as they made final preparations, we don't know who we're dealing with. If it's someone under the Imperious Curse, they deserve rescue, not punishment. But they might still be dangerous. That's why we're not confronting them alone, Harry reminded her. The alarm will alert Amelia immediately. And Susan's been briefed to stay in her room no matter what, Ron added. Though she wasn't happy about being excluded. Night fell, and the house grew quiet. Harry lay in the guest bed, deliberately rehearsing the memory of Sirius explaining the prophecy, focusing on the details of Voldemort choosing him over Neville, the partial nature of what the Death Eater had overheard, the power the Dark Lord knows not. Hermione and Ron concealed themselves in strategic positions, Ron behind a heavily warded wardrobe, Hermione beneath an invisibility charm in the corner. All three had their wands ready, though they'd agreed to observe rather than immediately confront whoever appeared. Hours passed. Harry drifted in and out of genuine sleep, always returning to thoughts of the prophecy. The manor creaked and settled. Moonlight shifted across the floor as clouds moved across the night sky. Harry was nearly asleep when he felt it, a subtle pressure against his mind, like fingers gently probing the surface of water. He forced himself to remain still, breathing evenly, focusing on the prophecy memory to make it more accessible. The pressure increased, no longer gentle but insistent. Distantly, Harry heard one of the monitoring charms emit a soft chime, the signal that an unauthorized magical signature had been detected in the room. Fighting the instinct to open his eyes, Harry maintained his feigned sleep as the intruder moved closer. The mental pressure became uncomfortable, no longer just surface probing but actively sorting through his recent thoughts. He could feel the foreign presence latching onto the prophecy memory, beginning the extraction process. A soft muttering of Latin reached his ears, an incantation he didn't recognize. The pressure in his mind peaked, then released suddenly as the memory was pulled free. Harry's eyes snapped open. A figure stood beside his bed, wand extended, a vial of swirling silver memory clutched in their other hand. The moonlight revealed a young woman Harry didn't recognize, perhaps in her early 20s, with mousy brown hair and a gaunt, hollow-eyed appearance that suggested prolonged stress. Before Harry could speak or move, several things happened at once. The monitoring charm emitted a louder alert. Hermione cancelled her invisibility charm with a whispered, "Finite." Ron emerged from the wardrobe, wand raised. And the intruder's head jerked up, her eyes wide with panic. "Wait," Harry began, but the woman was already moving, her wand slashing through the air in a desperate defensive pattern. A blast of concussive force knocked Ron back against the wall. Hermione managed to deflect the spell aimed at her, but the distraction gave the intruder enough time to dart toward the door. "Stop!" Harry scrambled from the bed, wand aimed. Impedimenta. The jinx caught the woman's legs, sending her stumbling. The vial of memory fell from her hand, rolling across the floor toward Hermione, who quickly retrieved it. "Please," the intruder gasped, her voice hoarse as if rarely used. "You don't understand, they'll kill her if I don't deliver." Harry hesitated, struck by the genuine terror in her voice. "Kill who? Who sent you?" I can't say," her face contorted in a grimace of pain, her body trembling with the effort of fighting some unseen constraint. "She's under the Imperius curse," Hermione realized, moving carefully closer. "Look at her eyes, that glazed quality fighting with natural focus." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "We're not going to hurt you. We want to help." "No one can help," the woman whispered. "They have my sister. Monitoring charms, they'll know I've been caught, they'll hurt her." A crack of apparition interrupted her desperate explanation as Amelia materialized in the doorway, wand drawn and expression fierce. "Down," she commanded sharply, and all three teenagers dropped instinctively as she fired a stunning spell at the intruder. The woman deflected it with surprising speed, returning fire with a cutting curse that Amelia barely dodged. The bedroom wall behind her splintered under the impact. "Stop! She's Imperiused!" Harry shouted, but the duel had already escalated. The intruder fought with the desperate ferocity of someone with nothing to lose, her spells growing increasingly destructive. A blasting curse destroyed the wardrobe Ron had hidden in minutes earlier. A ribbon of purple flame sliced through the air, missing Hermione by inches. Expelliarmus. Harry aimed carefully, trying to disarm rather than harm. The spell connected, but instead of surrendering her wand, the woman lunged after it, colliding with Harry. They tumbled to the floor in a tangle of limbs, her strength surprising for her slight frame. "I'm sorry," she gasped in his ear as they struggled. "They made me do it. They made me see inside your mind," over and over. Her confession was cut short as Amelia finally landed a bodybind curse. The woman went rigid, tears streaming down her face as she lost control of her limbs. "Secure her," Amelia instructed, casting additional restraining spells while checking that all three teenagers were unharmed. "Is that the extracted memory?" she asked, nodding toward the vial in Hermione's hand. "Yes," Hermione confirmed. "She took it just before we revealed ourselves." Harry approached the bound intruder cautiously. Now immobilized, she could only watch him with terrified eyes. "Who are you?" he asked quietly. For a moment, it seemed she couldn't or wouldn't answer. Then, with visible effort fighting against whatever compulsion silenced her, she managed to whisper, "Penelope. Penelope Clearwater." The name struck a chord of recognition. "Percy's girlfriend?" Ron exclaimed from behind Harry. "From Hogwarts?" A tear slid down Penelope's frozen face, confirmation enough. "Miss Clearwater," Amelia said, her tone professional but not unkind, "you appear to be under the influence of the Imperius curse. I'm going to perform a counter-curse that will temporarily break its hold. It may be painful, and the relief will be brief. Are you willing?" Penelope's eyes conveyed desperate assent. Amelia performed a complex wand movement, murmuring an incantation that made the air around Penelope shimmer with golden light. The young woman's body convulsed, a cry of pain escaping her rigid lips before the bodybind relaxed slightly. "Quickly," Amelia urged. "Who placed you under the Imperius?" Who ordered the memory extractions? Mafalda Edgecombe, Penelope gasped, the words tumbling out in a rush. Under orders from Umbridge. But Malfoy's funding it, paying for my sister's treatment at a private facility. They'll stop if I fail, please, you have to let me deliver the memory, your sister is being held as leverage. Amelia pressed. Not held, sick, dragon pox complications, expensive treatments, Malfoy arranged everything, her face contorted as the curse began reasserting control. Memory vials go to Edgecombe, she sorts them, some to Umbridge for ministry leverage, some to Malfoy for his own purposes. Where is your sister now? Harry asked urgently. Swiss Clinic, Alpenrose Sanitarium, under false name. Penelope's speech grew more labored. Please, they're watching, they'll know. One more question, Amelia said quickly. How were you accessing Potter's mind through the wards? Blood, they took his blood, from ministry records. After hearing, Penelope's body seized again, her back arching as the Imperius reasserted full control. Her eyes glazed over completely, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed, flatter, emptier. I must complete my task. The Dark Lord requires the prophecy memory. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Ron and Hermione. Voldemort was directly involved after all. Stupefy, Amelia said quietly, and Penelope slumped unconscious. We need to move quickly. Mr. Weasley, please alert Susan to remain in her secured room. Miss Granger, gather only essential belongings. Harry, come with me. As Ron and Hermione hurried to their tasks, Amelia led Harry to her study. The situation has escalated beyond what I anticipated, she said, activating a series of runic symbols embedded in her desk. If they've used your blood to breach the wards, this location is compromised. Where will we go? Harry asked, watching as she efficiently packed critical documents into a secure case. First to DMLE headquarters to secure Miss Clearwater and initiate emergency protocols regarding her sister. Amelia's movements were swift and precise. Then to a secure location I maintain for exactly such contingencies. What about Ron and Hermione? And Susan? Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley will return to their families with enhanced protection. Susan will join her cousin in Edinburgh until Hogwarts begins. She met Harry's concerned gaze. This is why I insisted on detailed emergency procedures when I accepted guardianship. I anticipated some form of retaliation, though not this specific method. Harry absorbed this, a mixture of guilt and determination washing over him. I've put you all in danger. You did nothing of the sort, Amelia corrected firmly. Voldemort, Umbridge, and Malfoy made these choices. We're simply responding appropriately. Within 20 minutes, they had secured Penelope, briefed Susan, who accepted the situation with impressive composure, and prepared for immediate departure. Before leaving, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione aside for a hurried goodbye. This isn't your fault, Hermione insisted, hugging him tightly. And we're not abandoning you. We'll see you at Hogwarts in 2 weeks. Keep the memory orb safe, Ron added. And watch your back around Umbridge when term starts. As they prepared to depart via separate secure port keys, Harry made a decision that had been forming since Penelope's revelation. Amelia, he said as she handed out the transport devices, after we've secured Penelope and her sister. I want to give an interview. A live one, where my words can't be edited or manipulated. Explaining what's happened, she asked, studying him carefully. Explaining everything, Harry confirmed. The memory thefts, Umbridge and Malfoy's involvement, Voldemort's return, all of it. On my terms, not theirs. Instead of cautioning restraint as he expected, Amelia nodded approvingly. A direct counteroffensive rather than continued defense. Strategically sound, provided we control the venue and format. You support this? Hermione asked, clearly surprised. When conventional channels are corrupted, alternative methods become necessary, Amelia replied. The wizarding public deserves the unfiltered truth, particularly when ministry officials are conspiring with Death Eaters to manipulate public opinion. As the portkeys activated, sending Ron and Hermione back to their families, Harry felt a curious sense of clarity amidst the chaos. For weeks, he'd been reacting to the memory thefts, a step behind, always defending. Now, with Penelope's testimony and Amelia's support, he could finally regain control of his own narrative. The memory orb rested securely in his pocket, a weight that now felt less like a burden and more like a weapon, one he finally knew how to wield effectively. The Ministry's emergency holding cells were located in a secure sublevel of the DMLE, accessible only to authorized personnel. Harry sat beside Amelia in an observation room, watching through an enchanted window as healer Moksha and two specialist Aurors worked to break the Imperious curse on Penelope Clearwater. "Why isn't it working?" he asked after their third unsuccessful attempt. "You broke through it temporarily at the manor." "Temporary disruption is simpler than full removal," Amelia explained. "Particularly with a curse this deeply embedded. The evidence suggests Miss Clearwater has been under the Imperious for months, possibly since shortly after her graduation from Hogwarts. That's when she and Percy broke up," Harry recalled. He mentioned she took a ministry position after Hogwarts, but they drifted apart. A ministry position arranged by Dolores Umbridge, according to our records. Amelia's expression was grim. "Likely when the coercion began. With her Ravenclaw intellect and natural talent for memory charms, she would have been an ideal candidate for their purposes." Inside the treatment room, Penelope convulsed as another countercurse struck her. The specialist Aurors exchanged worried glances. "What about her sister?" Harry asked. "Have you located her?" International Magical Cooperation has contacted Swiss authorities. They're securing the sanitarium now, but discreetly. We don't want to alert Malfoy's people by moving too openly. A soft chime from Amelia's wand interrupted them. She touched it to her ear, listening to a message only she could hear, her expression growing progressively darker. "Understood. Secure all evidence and implement isolation protocols. No one enters or leaves without my direct authorization." She ended the communication spell, turning to Harry with renewed urgency. "We have confirmation. Mafalda Edgecombe's office contained dozens of memory vials labeled with your name. And files detailing exactly how they've been strategically releasing them to different publications. So we have proof," Harry said, a weight lifting from his shoulders. "Enough to arrest Umbridge and Malfoy?" "Edgecombe, certainly. She was found with the evidence. Umbridge will be more challenging, she's careful about leaving direct links. And Malfoy." Amelia's lips thinned. "Has enough influence to delay justice indefinitely unless we construct an airtight case." Harry clenched his fists in frustration. "So they get away with it? After everything they've done?" "I didn't say that," Amelia replied with quiet intensity. "I said we need an airtight case. Which brings us back to your interview proposal." Inside the treatment room, healer Moksha approached the observation window, signaling for Amelia to join her. After a brief discussion, Amelia returned to Harry with cautious optimism. "They've made progress. The curse appears to have a weakness, it's structured around delivering memories to specific handlers. By convincing her subconscious that delivering testimony to us fulfills that requirement, they may be able to create enough confusion in the curse to break it entirely." "How long will that take?" "Hours at minimum. Meanwhile, we need to secure you at a different location. If Umbridge realizes we've captured her legilimens, she'll take desperate measures to prevent exposure." Harry nodded, following Amelia through a series of secure corridors until they reached a private apparition point. "Before we depart," Amelia said, "I need your complete honesty. The memory Penelope extracted tonight, what exactly did it contain?" Harry hesitated only briefly. "A conversation with Sirius about a prophecy. The reason Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby, and why he's still hunting me now." Amelia's eyebrows rose slightly. "I see. And the contents of this prophecy?" "I don't know the exact wording. Sirius didn't either. Only that it identified a child born as the 7th month dies, to parents who defied Voldemort 3 times. That child would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. And this child was you. Or Neville Longbottom, Harry added. Voldemort chose me. Understanding dawned in Amelia's eyes. That's why you've been targeted repeatedly. Not just because you survived, but because you're prophesied to defeat him. Apparently, Harry confirmed, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from his voice. Though no one bothered to tell me this until recently. Information control, Amelia nodded thoughtfully. Dumbledore's specialty. Well, this certainly explains Voldemort's interest in your memories, and why Malfoy would risk exposing his master's return to undermine your stability. If I'm crazy, the prophecy doesn't matter, Harry concluded. Precisely. She offered her arm for side-along apparition. Which makes your interview idea all the more timely. Ready? Harry gripped her arm firmly. Ready. The sensation of apparition twisted his insides, but when the world reformed, Harry found himself standing in what appeared to be a modest cottage living room. Warm wooden beams crossed a low ceiling, comfortable but simple furniture filled the space, and a fire crackled in a stone hearth. Welcome to Oakwell, Amelia said, securing the door with several complex charms. My private residence. Few know of its existence, and fewer still its location. It's not what I expected, Harry admitted, taking in the cozy surroundings. A hint of a smile crossed Amelia's face. What did you expect? A fortress? An austere bunker? Something less, homey. Home is precisely what it's meant to be. A place separate from my public role. She gestured toward a hallway. Guest room is first on the left. I need to make secure communications. The kitchen is stocked if you're hungry. Left alone, Harry explored the cottage briefly, struck by the contrast between this intimate space and the formal manner where he'd been living. Here, signs of Amelia's private life were evident, photographs of a younger Amelia with Susan and her parents, books well worn from repeated reading, a set of gardening tools by the back door. He found himself in front of a worn chessboard, the pieces arranged mid-game. A notebook beside it contained what appeared to be correspondence moves, a long-distance match with someone identified only as E.B. My brother Edgar, Amelia said from the doorway, startling Harry. We started that game before he was killed in the First War. I still make his moves sometimes, based on his typical strategies. Sentimental, I suppose. The simple admission of vulnerability from the usually composed department head caught Harry off guard. I'm sorry about your brother. As I am about your parents. She entered, setting a tray of tea on a side table. We've both lost family to Voldemort, Harry. Which is why I understand your determination to fight back, even when others counsel patience or restraint. Harry sank into an armchair, suddenly exhausted as the night's events caught up with him. What happens now? With Penelope, the investigation, all of it. Now we wait for developments on multiple fronts. Amelia poured tea for them both. Penelope's treatment continues. Swiss authorities secure her sister. My Aurors build a case against Edgecombe, quietly gathering evidence that might lead to Umbridge. And we prepare for your interview, assuming you still wish to proceed. Absolutely, Harry confirmed. But where? The Prophet is clearly compromised. I have several ideas, but the most promising would be the Quibbler. Harry blinked in surprise. Luna Lovegood's father's magazine? The one that publishes articles about Crumplehorn Snorkax? The very same, Amelia replied, unperturbed. Consider, the Prophet is under ministry influence. Which weakly lacks gravitas for serious accusations. The Quibbler, however eccentric, is genuinely independent. Xenophilius Lovegood fears no one and answers to no one, politically useful traits in the current climate. And who would actually conduct the interview? That depends on what you hope to achieve. Amelia sipped her tea thoughtfully. If you want broad credibility, I could arrange for an independent journalist with international credentials, someone beyond Fudge's reach. If you want maximum impact within Britain, however, there's one obvious choice. Rita Skeeter, Harry guessed. Indeed. Despite her methods, she commands attention. And according to Miss Granger, you have certain leverage to ensure fair treatment. Harry's eyes widened. You know about her animagus status? I'm the head of magical law enforcement, Harry. There's little that escapes my attention when I choose to look. A rare smile touched her lips. I've simply chosen not to look officially at Ms. Skeeter's unregistered status. Yet. The implications were clear. Amelia was offering Rita a choice between cooperation and prosecution. Clever, practical, and just slightly ruthless. I like how you think, Harry decided. Rita it is. When can we arrange it? I'll send secure communications tonight. Ideally, we'd conduct the interview tomorrow, with publication in an emergency Quibbler edition the following day. She set down her teacup. But first, you should rest. We'll need to prepare thoroughly, establishing which memories you're willing to discuss, crafting responses to inevitable questions about your stability, and deciding how directly to accuse Umbridge and Malfoy. Harry nodded, fatigue washing over him in waves. As he rose to head to the guest room, another thought struck him. What about Hogwarts? Term starts in less than 2 weeks. If Umbridge will be there. One battle at a time, Amelia advised. Your interview will change the landscape significantly. We'll reassess Hogwarts security after seeing the reaction. That night, Harry slept more soundly than he had in months, despite the uncertainty surrounding him. Perhaps it was the cottage's powerful wards, or sheer exhaustion, or the knowledge that they'd identified his memory thief, but no foreign presence invaded his mind. Morning brought a flurry of developments. Over breakfast, Amelia updated Harry on overnight progress. Penelope Clearwater's curse has been partially broken. She's providing limited testimony, though still experiencing psychological barriers against directly implicating Umbridge. Amelia spread marmalade on toast with precise movements. Her sister has been secured and transferred to St. Mungo's under protection. And Rita Skeeter has agreed to conduct your interview this afternoon at a secure location, with Xenophilius Lovegood publishing the results. That was fast, Harry observed, impressed by Amelia's efficiency. When dismantling conspiracies, speed is essential, she replied simply. Now, let's discuss your approach to this interview. I suggest complete transparency regarding the memory thefts, but careful framing of the prophecy information. Confirm its existence without providing actionable details Voldemort might use. They spent the morning in intensive preparation. Amelia proved an excellent coach, anticipating difficult questions and helping Harry craft responses that revealed truth without creating new vulnerabilities. By noon, he felt reasonably prepared, though his stomach still knotted with tension at the thought of voluntarily placing himself in Rita Skeeter's sights again. Remember, Amelia advised as they prepared to depart for the interview location, you control this narrative. Rita may ask the questions, but you determine which aspects of your experiences to emphasize. This isn't about reacting to their agenda anymore, it's about establishing your own. The interview location turned out to be a private room above the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, neutral territory, heavily warded by Amelia personally, and with multiple escape routes if needed. Rita arrived precisely on time, accompanied by Xenophilius Lovegood, whose protuberant eyes and eccentric robes somehow seemed less odd given the gravity of the situation. Mr. Potter, Rita purred, extending a hand with nails painted a subdued blue rather than her usual dramatic red. How illuminating, to be working together officially. MS. Skeeter, Harry replied coolly, ignoring her hand. I understand we have an arrangement regarding fair and accurate reporting. Rita's smile tightened. Madame Bones explained the parameters quite thoroughly. No quick quotes quill, full approval of the final copy, and absolute confidentiality regarding our meeting location. She patted her crocodile skin handbag. I've brought a standard dictation quill and am prepared to take a magical oath regarding accuracy. Xenophilius Lovegood stepped forward, his dreamy expression at odds with his businesslike tone. The quibbler stands ready to publish the unvarnished truth, Mr. Potter. No editing, no ministry interference, complete distribution throughout Wizarding Britain. And internationally? Amelia inquired. I've arranged syndication with publications in 7 countries, Xenophilius confirmed. Including America's Magical Inquirer and France's Le Révélateur. Harry exchanged a glance with Amelia, who nodded slightly. Everything was proceeding as planned. Shall we begin? Rita suggested, already arranging her parchment and quill at the small table. I understand time is of the essence. Harry took the seat opposite her, aware that this interview might be the most important he'd ever give. The memory orb sat in his pocket, a tangible reminder of how this had all started, with his decision to share his truth on his own terms. Before we start, he said, meeting Rita's gaze directly, I want to be clear about something. I'm not doing this for attention or sympathy. I'm doing it because the wizarding public deserves to know when ministry officials conspire with Death Eaters to manipulate public opinion. Rita's eyebrows rose with genuine interest, her reporter's instincts clearly engaged. Bold accusations, Mr. Potter. Care to elaborate? Harry smiled grimly. That's why I'm here, Miss Skeeter. Let's begin with what really happened after the Wisengamot hearing, when my memories started appearing in publications without my consent. For the next 2 hours, Harry laid out the entire story, the unauthorized memory publications, the investigation that led to Penelope Clearwater, the evidence implicating Edgecombe, Umbridge, and Malfoy. He confirmed Voldemort's return with unwavering certainty, described the conspiracy to discredit both himself and Dumbledore, and explained how his blood had been used to breach protective wards. Throughout, Rita's quill scratched furiously across parchment, her professional mask occasionally slipping to reveal genuine shock at some of the more dramatic revelations. Even Xenophilius, for all his eccentricity, seemed sobered by the scope of the conspiracy Harry described. And the prophecy? Rita asked, reaching the heart of the matter. These memories they extracted most recently, what did they contain? Harry had prepared for this question carefully. They contained a conversation about why Voldemort targeted me as a baby. A prophecy was made before my birth, suggesting a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times would have the power to defeat him. He chose to believe that meant me, which is why he's been trying to kill me since I was an infant. Do you know the exact wording of this prophecy? Rita pressed. No, Harry replied truthfully. And I wouldn't share it if I did. Voldemort only heard part of it originally, which is why he's so desperate to access my memories now. He believes I know more than I do. And do you? Rita's eyes gleamed. Have the power to defeat the Dark Lord? Harry met her gaze steadily. I've faced him 4 times and survived. I'm not special, Miss Skeeter. I've been lucky, I've had help, and I've been willing to fight when others wouldn't. If that's the power the prophecy means, then yes, I suppose I do. As the interview concluded, Rita reviewed her notes with uncharacteristic seriousness. This will cause a political earthquake, Mr. Potter. Accusations against a senior ministry official, a prominent philanthropist like Lucius Malfoy, confirmation of you-know-who's return. Are you prepared for the backlash? I've been living with backlash since the day I arrived in the wizarding world, Harry replied calmly. The difference is, now I'm choosing the battlefield instead of just reacting. Xenophilius stepped forward. The emergency edition will be ready by tomorrow morning. I've arranged for simultaneous owl delivery to every wizarding household in Britain, with international distribution following within hours. And the prophet? Harry asked Rita. How will they respond? A calculating smile spread across Rita's face. Oh, they'll try to discredit you initially. But once the evidence regarding Edgecombe becomes public, they'll pivot to claiming they were deceived all along, unwitting participants in a ministry conspiracy. She packed away her quill with surprising care. Never underestimate a newspaper's ability to pretend it was on the right side all along. As Rita and Xenophilius departed to prepare the publication, Amelia turned to Harry with quiet approval. Well handled. You maintained control throughout, presented evidence clearly, and avoided giving Voldemort any useful information about the prophecy. Will it be enough? Harry asked. To stop the memory thefts, to expose Umbridge and Malfoy? It's a powerful first step, Amelia replied. Combined with the evidence we're gathering from Edgecombe and Clearwater, it creates significant pressure. Fudge will be forced to at least appear to investigate. Umbridge's position at Hogwarts becomes more tenuous. And Malfoy loses the shadows he prefers to operate within. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and apprehension. The memory orb in his pocket seemed lighter somehow, as if sharing his story had reduced its weight. What now? He asked, as they prepared to return to Oakwell Cottage. Now we prepare for the reaction, Amelia said. By this time tomorrow, everyone in Wizarding Britain will have read your account. Hogwarts preparations will need adjustment. Security around you will require enhancement. And, she added with the barest hint of a smile, I suspect Cornelius Fudge will have the worst day of his political career. Harry couldn't suppress a smile of his own. I'd almost feel sorry for him, if he hadn't spent months calling me a delusional attention seeker. Politics has consequences, Amelia observed. As does stealing memories from a young man who's proven remarkably resourceful when cornered. As they departed Hogsmeade under disillusionment charms, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him here. It had begun with a simple recording orb and his desperate desire to expose the Dursleys' treatment. Now he stood at the center of a political storm that threatened to reshape the Ministry itself, with Voldemort's forces moving in the shadows and Dumbledore's prophecy hanging over his future. The memory thief had been caught, but the greater battle was just beginning. For the first time since that fateful day in the graveyard, however, Harry felt a sense of agency, of controlling his own narrative rather than being controlled by it. Whatever came next, he would face it not as a passive recipient of others' actions, but as an active participant in shaping his own destiny. The memory orb remained in his pocket, no longer just a record of past suffering, but a tool for creating a different future. Chapter 4, The Memory Keeper. Harry woke to the sound of frantic wing beats against glass. He blinked, momentarily disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings of Amelia's cottage, before registering the half-dozen owls clustered at the window, each bearing some form of correspondence. The previous day's interview with Rita Skeeter came rushing back to him, the carefully planned revelations, the documented evidence against Umbridge and Malfoy, the public confirmation of Voldemort's return. Impressive response time, Amelia commented from the doorway, already dressed and alert despite the early hour. She wore practical robes and had her wand holstered at her wrist, ready for whatever the day might bring. The Quibbler only hit doorsteps 30 minutes ago. Harry rubbed sleep from his eyes and reached for his glasses. Are those all for me? Just the beginning, I suspect. She waved her wand in a complex pattern, scanning the waiting birds. 3 personal letters, magical signatures matched the Weasleys, Miss Granger, and Remus Lupin. 2 official ministry communications, and... She paused, eyebrows rising slightly. A howler from Dolores Umbridge herself. Harry couldn't help but smile grimly. Should I be flattered? Vindicated, perhaps. Amelia performed additional security charms before admitting the birds. I've verified none carry curses or tracking spells, but I suggest opening the howler last and outdoors. Umbridge has a particularly grating voice when agitated. The crimson envelope quivered ominously as Harry collected the correspondence, leaving it for last as suggested. He opened Hermione's letter first, unsurprised to find several pages of tight, urgent script. Harry, I'm holding the Quibbler as I write this. Brilliant. The interview was perfectly balanced between factual evidence and personal testimony. Everyone at breakfast is talking about nothing else. Dad even delayed his morning dental appointments to read it cover to cover. Rita actually did an impressive job. I suppose the threat of Azkaban for unregistered animagus activity is quite motivating. The way she framed the memory theft as an unprecedented violation of magical civil liberties has everyone from pure-blood traditionalists to progressive reformers united in outrage. Ron's dad says the ministry is in complete chaos. Fudge called an emergency dawn meeting, but half the department heads are publicly questioning his leadership. The DMLE evidence against Edgecombe is devastating, especially her written communications with Umbridge about memory acquisition schedules. Be careful, though. Malfoy won't take this exposure lightly, and Umbridge still has authority at Hogwarts. We arrive at school in 8 days, what's the plan? Stay safe, Hermione P.S. You mentioned your mother in the interview, about Petunia's jealousy. I've been researching magical family dynamics and found some interesting historical cases of Muggle-magical sibling relationships. Would you like me to bring my notes to Hogwarts? Ron's letter was characteristically shorter but equally supportive. Mate, bloody brilliant. Dad says you've thrown a bludger right through Fudge's political window. Fred and George are telling everyone who'll listen that they provided the original memory orb, great advertising for their future business ventures, apparently. Mum's worried about your safety, what else is new, but Dad says Madam Bones has you somewhere, safer than Gringotts. Hope that's true because Malfoy looked ready to commit murder when he stormed into the ministry this morning. Dad saw him heading for Fudge's office with the quibbler clutched in his fist. See you at King's Cross, we'll have your back against whatever Umbridge tries. Ron P.S. Ginny says to tell you she knew you had it in you. Something about being properly Slytherin when it counts. Weird compliment, but she seemed impressed. Lupin's letter was more measured, expressing pride in Harry's strategic approach while cautioning about potential Death Eater reprisals. The ministry communications were predictably contradictory, one a formal request from the Wisingamot Administration Services for testimony in the upcoming investigation of Dolores Umbridge, the other a thinly veiled threat from Fudge's office about potential consequences for defamatory statements against ministry officials. Finally, Harry turned to the howler, which had begun smoking ominously around the edges. He carried it outside as Amelia suggested, holding it at arm's length as he broke the seal. Umbridge's voice erupted with magnified fury, echoing across the cottage garden. How dare you spread such vicious fabrications, Potter? Your pathological need for attention has finally crossed into criminal territory. These libelous accusations against a senior ministry official will see you expelled from Hogwarts and your wand snapped. Your mental instability is now beyond question, and I will personally ensure you receive the institutional care you so clearly require. No student is beyond my authority as Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The letter burst into flames, disintegrating into ash that scattered across the morning dew. High Inquisitor. Harry repeated, brushing remnants from his hands. That's new. Educational Decree Number 23, Amelia confirmed, joining him in the garden. Signed by Cornelius at midnight. Expanding Umbridge's authority at Hogwarts to include disciplinary oversight of all students and staff. A rather transparent attempt to secure her position despite the allegations. Harry processed this development. So despite everything, the evidence, the testimony, the public exposure, she's still going to be at Hogwarts with even more power? For now, Amelia replied, her tone conveying that this situation was far from settled. The wheels of bureaucracy turn slowly, particularly when powerful figures like Fudge and Malfoy apply counterpressure. However, a rare smile touched her lips. The court of public opinion moves considerably faster. She handed Harry a stack of additional newspapers that had arrived while he slept. The Daily Prophet's headline showed remarkable pivot. Ministry officials implicated in illegal memory extraction scheme. Prophet editorial board launches internal investigation into compromised reporting. The other publications were even more direct. Umbridge under investigation, educational decrees called into question, wizarding education today. Malfoy Manor raided, evidence of dark artifacts seized. Magical law enforcement bulletin, memory thief, Clearwater confesses under truth serum, names. Umbridge as mastermind, evening oracle, the tide is turning, Amelia observed. Slowly, but unmistakably. Will it be enough? Harry asked, thinking of Umbridge's expanded powers and Malfoy's considerable influence. That depends on what you mean by enough. Amelia conjured 2 chairs in the morning sunshine. If you mean, will Umbridge and Malfoy face immediate justice? Likely not. The powerful rarely do. If you mean, will their ability to harm you be significantly constrained? Yes, I believe so. She accepted the cup of tea a house elf Harry hadn't yet met brought out to them. The most significant development isn't in any of these headlines. It's that the wizarding public now believes Voldemort has returned. Your memory evidence, combined with Clearwater's testimony about Death Eater involvement, has accomplished what months of Dumbledore's political maneuvering could not. Harry considered this, feeling a complex mixture of satisfaction and unease. That's what I wanted. For people to know the truth. But now you worry about the responsibilities that come with being believed, Amelia finished perceptively. Reasonable concern. The wizarding world has a regrettable tendency to swing from denial to dependence, expecting their acknowledged heroes to solve problems the community should address collectively. Before Harry could respond, another owl swooped down, bearing an official-looking envelope with the St. Mungo's seal. Amelia accepted it, scanning the contents quickly. Significant news, she said, passing the letter to Harry. Penelope Clearwater's curse has been fully broken. She's provided comprehensive testimony under Veritaserum, including details of how your blood was obtained from ministry records after the guardianship hearing. Harry skimmed the medical report with growing alarm. It says they used my blood in a modified tracking potion to identify my magical signature through wards. That's how they found me at Grimmauld Place and your manor. A disturbing but innovative application of blood magic, Amelia confirmed. However, it requires proximity of at least half a mile to establish the initial connection. Which means Umbridge or her agents have been physically tracking your movements. Through ministry surveillance? Harry guessed. Possibly. Or. Amelia's expression hardened. Through your former residence. The Dursleys. Harry tensed. You think they've been watching Privet Drive? It would be the logical starting point. Particularly for mapping your mental pathways via legilimency, beginning with childhood memories firmly rooted in a specific location. She studied his reaction carefully. This raises a security consideration we haven't yet addressed. The Dursleys, Harry realized. If Death Eaters know about the blood connection, they become potential targets, Amelia confirmed. Not out of any personal animosity toward them, but as leverage against you or as a means to access your blood protection. Harry fell silent, conflicting emotions churning inside him. The Dursleys had made his childhood a misery. They had starved, neglected, and emotionally abused him for years. His exposure of their treatment had been deliberate and without regret. And yet. We should warn them, he said finally. They're awful people, but they don't deserve to be caught in a wizarding war they don't understand. Amelia nodded, her expression revealing a hint of approval at his decision. I've already dispatched Auror Tonks to assess the situation discreetly. The Muggle authorities have been investigating your relatives following our referral after the guardianship hearing. According to my contacts, Vernon Dursley faces criminal charges for child endangerment, while Petunia has been cooperating with investigators in exchange for leniency. This was news to Harry. Criminal charges? In the Muggle world? Did you imagine we would leave them unpunished in either world? Amelia asked mildly. The evidence was provided to Muggle authorities through appropriate channels, modified only to remove overtly magical elements. Vernon's employer has suspended him pending investigation. Their son has been referred to mandatory counseling for his role in the abuse. Harry absorbed this information with a strange detachment. He'd wanted consequences for the Dursleys, certainly, but had given little thought to what form those consequences might take in the Muggle world. The image of Uncle Vernon facing criminal charges, of Dudley in therapy, of Petunia cooperating with police, it felt surreal, like a fantasy he might have entertained during particularly bleak nights in his cupboard. I didn't expect. He began, then stopped, unsure how to articulate his feelings. Justice? Amelia suggested. Or are you concerned the punishment exceeds the crime? Harry considered the question seriously. Neither, exactly. It's more that I never expected anyone to actually believe me. The Dursleys were always so careful to maintain their respectable image in the Muggle world. Teachers, neighbors, school officials, they all saw what the Dursleys wanted them to see. A common pattern in abuse cases, Amelia noted. The maintenance of a carefully constructed public facade. It's why memory evidence proved so powerful, it bypassed the facade entirely. Another owl arrived, this one bearing the ministry seal with urgent stamped across the envelope. Amelia opened it, her expression growing grave as she read. It seems our concerns about the Dursleys were well founded. Auror Tonks reports Death Eater activity in Little Whinging. At least 3 marked followers observed in proximity to Privet Drive within the last hour. Harry stood abruptly. We need to evacuate them. Auror Tonks is already coordinating with Muggle authorities to implement an extraction under the guise of witness protection. Amelia rose as well, her wand already in hand. However, there's a complication. Petunia Dursley is refusing to leave without speaking to you directly. Me? Harry couldn't mask his surprise. Why would she, unknown? But she was quite insistent, according to Tonks's report. Amelia studied him carefully. This could be a trap, Harry. The timing is suspicious. Harry considered this possibility. Or she might genuinely have something important to tell me. Something about my mother, maybe, or the blood protection. Perhaps. Amelia didn't look convinced. If you wish to meet with her, I can arrange it under controlled conditions. But I strongly advise against returning to Privet Drive itself. Harry thought of Petunia, her pinched face, her resentful eyes, her lifetime of bitterness toward his mother and, by extension, toward him. What could she possibly want to say now, after everything that had happened? And yet, if there was even a chance it involved information about his parents. I'll meet with her, he decided. But somewhere secure, with proper protection. Amelia nodded briskly. I'll make arrangements. In the meantime, there's another matter requiring your attention. She handed him a letter bearing the Hogwarts crest. Delivered by Phoenix rather than Owl, Dumbledore's way of bypassing normal mail screening. Harry broke the seal, recognizing the headmaster's flowing script. Harry, first, allow me to express my admiration for your exemplary handling of an extraordinarily difficult situation. Your interview demonstrates a maturity and strategic thinking that would impress even the most seasoned members of the Order. Recent developments regarding the blood protection require urgent discussion before your return to Hogwarts. The exposure of your memories, while necessary under the circumstances, has altered certain magical dynamics that have kept you safe these many years. Madam Bones has agreed to a secure meeting at 4 p.m. today. Fawkes will provide transportation to ensure no tracking is possible. There is much I should have told you long ago. I can only hope it is not too late to begin correcting that error in judgment. Yours in sincere apology, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, noting the uncharacteristic tone of contrition from the typically serene headmaster. He actually sounds sorry, Harry observed, passing the letter to Amelia. As he should be, she replied after scanning the contents. Dumbledore's decision to withhold critical information about your life and safety can no longer be justified as protection. You've demonstrated the ability to handle difficult truths and make sound judgments. She checked her watch. It's nearly noon now. I've arranged for you to meet with Petunia at 2 o'clock at a secure ministry location. That will allow sufficient time before your meeting with Dumbledore at 4. Harry nodded, mentally preparing himself for 2 potentially difficult conversations. What about the Dursleys' safety in the meantime? Additional Aurors have been dispatched to maintain surveillance. The Muggle authorities have been told there's a credible threat from an escaped criminal organization targeting your relatives. She offered a grim smile. Not entirely untrue. As Amelia departed to coordinate security arrangements, Harry found himself alone with his thoughts. The memory orb sat on the bedside table where he'd left it last night, its silver contents swirling lazily. He picked it up, studying the memories still contained within, moments he'd chosen not to share, experiences too personal or painful for public consumption. He was no longer just the subject of other people's memories. He had become the keeper of his own story, deciding which parts to share and which to keep private. The realization brought a sense of empowerment tinged with responsibility. The memories he chose to reveal or withhold could shape not just his own future, but potentially the course of the coming conflict. With that sobering thought in mind, Harry began preparing for what promised to be one of the most consequential days since his life had been upended by Fred and George's invention. The Ministry's secure interview room bore little resemblance to the austere courtroom where Harry had faced the Wizengamot. Designed for sensitive witness testimony, it featured comfortable furnishings, warm lighting, and extensive privacy and anti-eavesdropping charms. 2 Aurors stood guard outside, while Tonks, her hair an unusually subdued brown today, maintained a discreet position inside. When Petunia Dursley entered, Harry was struck by how small she appeared without Vernon's bullying presence beside her. Her clothes were immaculate as always, but her face showed signs of strain, new lines around her mouth, shadows beneath her eyes. She clutched a leather handbag with white-knuckled intensity. "Harry." She nodded stiffly, taking the seat across from him. No warmth colored her greeting, but neither did it carry the usual undercurrent of resentment. "Aunt Petunia." Harry kept his tone neutral, waiting for her to explain why she'd insisted on this meeting. She glanced at Tonks, who had positioned herself unobtrusively in the corner. "Is that necessary? Having, one of your kind, listening?" "Auror Tonks stays," Harry replied firmly. "She's here for both our protection." Petunia's lips thinned, but she nodded reluctantly. "Very well." She placed her handbag on the table between them, her fingers lingering on the clasp. "I suppose you're wondering why I wanted to see you." "The thought crossed my mind," Harry acknowledged dryly. "Particularly since the last time we spoke, Uncle Vernon was threatening to throw me out of the house permanently." A flicker of something, discomfort. Guilt, crossed Petunia's face. "Vernon is, facing consequences for his actions. As am I, though differently. I heard. Criminal charges for him, cooperation with authorities for you." "Yes." She straightened almost imperceptibly. "I'm not here to apologize, if that's what you're expecting. What's done is done, and we both know there was never any fondness between us." "That's putting it mildly," Harry observed, keeping his expression impassive despite the anger simmering just beneath the surface. "Why are you here, then?" Petunia opened her handbag and withdrew a small wooden box, placing it carefully on the table. "When your people came to investigate after those memory publications, they missed something. Something hidden in the attic beneath a loose floorboard." Harry eyed the box cautiously. "What is it?" "Letters. From my sister. And other items she left with me for safekeeping before she..." Petunia's voice faltered slightly. "Before she died." Harry stared at her in disbelief. "You've had letters from my mother all this time? And never thought to mention them?" "It wasn't that simple," Petunia snapped, a flash of her familiar defensiveness breaking through. "After what happened to Lily, that Dumbledore person came to speak with me. He said certain things needed to remain hidden until you were old enough to understand them. That your safety depended on it." Harry's anger shifted targets instantly. "Dumbledore knew about these? He told you to keep them from me? He said there would be a right time. That he would let me know when." She gestured at the box with a jerky movement. "Given recent events, I decided the right time is now, regardless of what he thinks." Harry reached for the box, then hesitated, looking at Tonks. "Can you check it for curses or tracking spells?" Tonks approached, performing several detection charms over the container. "It's clean." Just ordinary objects with some residual magic, probably from handling by a witch over time. With cautious reverence, Harry opened the box. Inside lay a small stack of letters bound with faded ribbon, a delicate silver bracelet with lily charms, several photographs, and a sealed envelope with, "For Harry," when it's time, written in elegant script he instinctively knew was his mother's. "She left specific instructions," Petunia said quietly, watching his reaction. "Some things were meant for me. Others were to be given to you when you turned 11. I didn't follow those instructions." "Why not?" Harry asked, unable to keep a slight tremor from his voice as he gently touched the sealed letter. Petunia was silent for a long moment, her internal struggle visible on her face. "Because I was jealous," she finally admitted, the word seeming to physically pain her. "Because even dead, she was extraordinary while I was ordinary. Because every time I looked at you, I saw her eyes and remembered everything I wasn't and could never be." The raw honesty of her response caught Harry off guard. He'd always known about Petunia's jealousy, but hearing her acknowledge it so plainly was unexpected. "That doesn't excuse how we treated you," she continued, her voice firmer now. "But it might explain some of it. Vernon's brutality, my indifference, Dudley's bullying, they were all wrong. I know that. I think I always knew it. Then why allow it?" Harry pressed, the accumulated hurt of years rising to the surface. "Why watch a child, your own sister's child, be treated like vermin under your roof? Because it was easier than the alternative." Petunia's composure cracked suddenly. "Easier than loving you and losing you to that world like I lost her. Easier than admitting I was wrong about magic, about Lily, about everything." Her outburst left a ringing silence in the room. Tonks shifted uncomfortably but maintained her professional distance, allowing the moment to unfold. Harry stared at his aunt, seeing her perhaps for the first time as a complete person rather than just the embodiment of his childhood suffering. Her bitterness, her jealousy, her fear, they didn't justify what she'd done, but they cast her actions in a more human light. "When did you know?" he asked finally. "That Voldemort was hunting my parents specifically?" Petunia flinched at the directness of the question. "Lily told me they were in danger. That they were going into hiding. She came to see me one last time, without your father." Her gaze drifted to the window, lost in memory. "She brought those letters and items, made me promise to keep them safe. Said there was a prophecy, that you were special. That if anything happened to her, I needed to protect you. And yet you didn't," Harry observed quietly. "Not really." "No." Petunia met his eyes directly. "I kept you alive. I kept you sheltered. But I didn't protect you from us. That's a distinction I've had ample time to consider since the police began their investigation." She gestured to the sealed letter in the box. "That contains things Lily wanted you to know when you were ready. About the prophecy, about why they were targeted. Dumbledore made me promise not to give it to you until he said it was time, but..." She straightened her shoulders. "I'm done following his instructions. They were my sister's wishes, not his." Harry picked up the sealed letter, feeling its weight, both physical and metaphorical, in his hands. "Thank you for bringing these." "Don't thank me," Petunia replied sharply. "I should have given them to you years ago. I'm not doing this out of sudden affection or remorse. I'm doing it because those Death Eaters are watching our house. Because Vernon faces prison. Because our lives are unraveling, and I need to know my sister's final requests were honored before whatever happens next." Her pragmatism was somehow more believable than any tearful apology would have been. This was the Petunia he knew, practical to a fault, doing the right thing for complicated reasons that had little to do with emotional warmth. "There's something else," she added, reaching into her handbag once more. "Something Lily said was connected to your protection at our home." She produced a small vial containing what appeared to be dried flower petals. She called it Essence of Lily, said it contained her magical signature. She placed it in the foundations of our house when she visited before you were born, some sort of blessing or protection spell. She said as long as it remained intact, you would have a sanctuary if needed. Harry accepted the vial carefully. And you kept this all these years? It was hidden beneath the floorboards in your cupboard, actually, Petunia admitted, not meeting his eyes. Lily said it needed to be where you spent the most time in the house for the magic to work properly. I didn't correct her assumption that you'd have a proper bedroom. The implications of this revelation staggered Harry. All those years in the cupboard, had they actually strengthened rather than weakened the blood protection? Had his confinement in that tiny space inadvertently fulfilled some magical requirement his mother had established? Dumbledore knew about this too, he asked, a dangerous edge entering his voice. I assume so. He seemed to know everything else about the arrangement. Petunia checked her watch. I should go. The police escort is waiting. They're moving us to a safe house until Vernon's trial. She rose, then hesitated, looking down at Harry with an unreadable expression. I don't expect forgiveness, and I'm not offering excuses. But you should know, Lily loved you more than anything in this world. More than magic, more than her own life. Whatever else we did wrong, we never lied about that. It was perhaps the kindest thing Petunia had ever said to him. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak as his throat tightened unexpectedly. As she turned to leave, Harry found his voice. Aunt Petunia. Be careful. The people watching your house, they're dangerous in ways you can't imagine. So I've been told. She paused at the door. Will they come after us even after we've moved? I don't know, Harry answered honestly. But I've arranged for magical protection to follow you. You won't see them, but they'll be there. Something almost like gratitude flickered across Petunia's face. I suppose that's what Lily would have done as well. With that parting observation, she left, escorted by one of the Aurors stationed outside. Harry sat motionless, staring at the box of letters and his mother's sealed message. Tonks approached cautiously. You all right, Harry? She asked, her voice gentler than her professional demeanor had been throughout the meeting. I don't know, he replied truthfully. I've spent years hating them, blaming them. And now. He gestured to the box. It's more complicated than I thought. Family usually is, Tonks observed. Even the best ones have their secrets and resentments. The worst ones sometimes have moments of decency. Doesn't erase what they did, but it makes it harder to keep them safely in the evil category, Harry finished. Easier when people are all good or all bad. Easier, yeah. Just not very realistic. She nodded toward the sealed letter. Want some privacy to read that? Harry considered the offer, then shook his head. Not yet. I think I want to read it after I talk to Dumbledore. Hear his explanation first, then my mother's. Tonks nodded her understanding. Wise choice. Compare their versions, see where they align or differ. As they prepared to leave, Harry carefully returned everything to the wooden box except the vial of lily essence, which he kept separate. Whatever magic his mother had imbued it with, it seemed important to keep it accessible given the current threats to Privet Drive. Tonks, he asked as they exited the room, if Death Eaters attack the Dursleys' house looking for me or this protection, what happens? Depends on their objective, she replied frankly. If they're just after intelligence, they might search the place and leave. If they're looking to destroy the blood protection or use it somehow against you, they'd destroy the house, Harry concluded grimly. With anyone inside as collateral damage. The Muggle authorities are evacuating the entire street as a precaution, Tonks assured him. Gas leak story. Standard procedure when we anticipate magical combat in Muggle areas. Harry nodded, but the weight of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders. Whatever his feelings toward the Dursleys, whatever justice they faced for their treatment of him, he couldn't simply abandon them to Voldemort's followers. Not when their only crime in Death Eater eyes was their connection to him. I need to secure this, he said, holding up the vial. And possibly set a trap. Tonks raised an eyebrow, a hint of her usual mischievous personality breaking through her professional demeanor. Now that sounds like something I could help with. What did you have in mind? By the time Fawkes arrived in a flash of flame to transport Harry to his meeting with Dumbledore, preparations were well underway at Privet Drive. Under Amelia's authorization, a team of Aurors had established a perimeter around the house, disillusioned and warded to detect any magical approach. The Dursleys themselves had been relocated to a secure facility, though Vernon had apparently protested vociferously about more freakishness until Muggle authorities firmly reminded him of his precarious legal situation. The vial of lily essence had been secured in a specially warded container, replaced at Privet Drive with a decoy that would trigger multiple alarm and containment spells if disturbed. The original was now safely stored at Gringotts in a vault Amelia had arranged for Harry, his first independent financial decision as he began separating his affairs from Dumbledore's oversight. Fawkes delivered Harry to what appeared to be Dumbledore's private study at Hogwarts, a circular room lined with books and curious instruments, many of which emitted soft whirring noises or gentle pulses of colored light. The Phoenix settled on a perch near the massive desk, where Dumbledore awaited, his expression somber and his typical twinkle notably absent. "Harry," he greeted, rising to his feet. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Please, be seated." Harry chose an armchair opposite the headmaster, acutely aware of the box of his mother's letters in his pocket, shrunk for convenient transport. "Professor." Dumbledore seemed to register the coolness in Harry's tone. "I understand your reservations. My handling of information regarding your life has been less than ideal. I hope today to begin addressing that failing. Beginning with the blood protection, I assume." Harry prompted, unwilling to engage in the usual verbal dance that characterized conversations with Dumbledore. "Yes." The headmaster nodded, accepting the direct approach. "Recent events have altered its fundamental nature in ways I did not anticipate. Your public exposure of the Dursleys' treatment, while entirely justified, has created a magical paradox that requires attention." "What kind of paradox?" Dumbledore steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "The protection your mother established through her sacrifice was anchored in two components, her blood, flowing through your veins and those of her sister, and the concept of home, a place where that blood was welcomed and sheltered. It's a subtle but crucial distinction. The protection didn't require love, precisely, but it did require acceptance." "There was precious little of that at Privet Drive," Harry observed dryly. "And yet, they did take you in," Dumbledore countered gently. "Reluctantly, resentfully, but they provided shelter. That minimal fulfillment of familial obligation, combined with Petunia's blood connection, was sufficient to maintain the protection at its most basic level." Harry considered this explanation, comparing it with what Petunia had revealed. "And the essence of Lily my mother left in the house? How does that factor in?" Surprise flickered across Dumbledore's features, the first time Harry could recall genuinely catching the headmaster off guard. "Petunia told you about that? I hadn't expected." "Well. Yes, the essence was Lily's enhancement to the protection. A sample of her magical signature, preserved to strengthen the wards in her absence. Particularly potent because it was placed where you spent the most time in the house." "My cupboard," Harry stated flatly. Genuine pain crossed Dumbledore's face. "I did not know about the cupboard, Harry. Not until much later. By then, the pattern was established, the magic settled into that configuration. Moving you to a proper bedroom actually weakened the protection somewhat, though I deemed your physical and emotional welfare the greater priority once I became aware." Harry wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation, but he filed it away to examine later. "You said there's a paradox now. What exactly has changed?" "Your public repudiation of the Dursleys, and more importantly, their house, as home, has created magical instability in the protection. Blood magic of this nature relies heavily on intent and recognition. By declaring to the wizarding world that Privet Drive was never truly your home, never a place of sanctuary, you have unintentionally begun dismantling the very magic that protected you there. The implications sank in slowly. So the protection is failing? Isn't that academic now anyway, since I won't be returning? Not entirely. Dumbledore rose, pacing slightly as he often did when explaining complex magical theory. The blood protection doesn't just shield you at Privet Drive. It permeates your being, creating a barrier Voldemort cannot breach directly, as you witnessed in the graveyard when your wands connected. That aspect remains intact. What's failing is the territorial component, the safety of the physical location and its resistance to magical detection. Which explains why Death Eaters can now observe the house, Harry realized. They still can't harm me directly because of the blood connection, but they can target the location itself. Precisely. Dumbledore looked genuinely impressed with Harry's quick understanding. The situation is further complicated by Voldemort's use of your blood in his resurrection ritual. He can now touch you, but ironically, he has also absorbed a fraction of Lily's protection into himself. This creates a magical connection beyond the curse scar, one with properties I'm still working to fully comprehend. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it with what he already knew about the prophecy and his link to Voldemort. So what does this mean practically? For my safety? For the Dursleys? For your safety, we must establish alternative protections before your return to Hogwarts. Madame Bones and I have been collaborating on enhanced wards for both her residence and the school itself. Dumbledore returned to his seat, his expression grave. For the Dursleys, the situation is more precarious. With the blood protection destabilized, their home has become a target, not for its current occupants, but for what magical residue might be harvested from the location. The essence of Lily, Harry concluded. That's what they're after. Among other things. Blood magic leaves traces that skilled practitioners can detect and potentially exploit. If Death Eaters were to obtain samples of the protective magic your mother established, they might find ways to counteract what remains of your personal protection. Harry thought of the decoy they'd left at Privet Drive, the trap it would trigger if disturbed. We've taken precautions. The original essence is secure. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You've removed it from the house. That's unexpectedly prudent, though it will accelerate the protection's deterioration. Better that than letting Voldemort get his hands on it, Harry replied firmly. And the Dursleys are safer away from Privet Drive regardless. Indeed. Dumbledore studied Harry with what seemed like new appreciation. You've handled this situation with remarkable foresight, Harry. Your interview in the Quibbler, your protection of evidence, your securing of your mother's magical legacy, all demonstrate a maturity I failed to recognize previously. I had help, Harry acknowledged, thinking of Amelia, Ron, Hermione, and the others who had supported his efforts. But I also had motivation. Being treated like a passive piece in everyone else's chess game gets old rather quickly. A sad smile touched Dumbledore's lips. A fair criticism. I have indeed treated you more as a piece to be protected than as a player in your own right. It was wrong of me, however well-intentioned. This direct acknowledgement, free from the usual qualifications and obscure philosophical musings, caught Harry by surprise. Why the change, Professor? Why are you finally willing to be direct with me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, seeming to weigh his response carefully. Because you've demonstrated you will find the truth regardless of my attempts to shield you from it. Because your handling of the memory thefts showed more wisdom than my secrecy. And, he added with sudden, unexpected candor, because I am not blind to the parallels with another talented young man I once underestimated and kept at arm's length, with catastrophic consequences. The unspoken reference to Tom Riddle hung in the air between them. I'm not Voldemort, Harry said quietly but firmly. No, Dumbledore agreed immediately. You are not. Your choices have made that abundantly clear. Where he sought power for domination, you have sought truth for justice. Where he isolated himself in superiority, you have surrounded yourself with loyal friends. The parallels exist in talent and circumstance, not in character, a distinction I failed to properly consider. He leaned forward slightly. Which brings us to the matter of the prophecy. I understand from your interview that Sirius shared what he knew of it. He did, Harry confirmed. Though he didn't know the exact wording. Few do. Dumbledore drew his wand and approached a cabinet that shimmered with powerful containment spells. I believe it's time you heard it in its entirety. From the cabinet, he withdrew a small crystal vial containing a swirling silver substance similar to the memories in Harry's orb. This is the original memory of the prophecy's delivery, witnessed by me alone in the Hog's Head 16 years ago. He poured the contents into a pensieve that sat on a side table, then gestured for Harry to join him. After you. Harry approached cautiously, peering into the swirling silver surface. With a deep breath, he leaned forward, feeling the familiar sensation of falling into memory. The dingy room of the Hog's Head materialized around him, a younger Dumbledore seated across from a thin woman draped in shawls and heavy beads whom Harry recognized as Professor Trelawney. The headmaster appeared skeptical, clearly concluding an unsuccessful interview. I'm afraid your qualifications don't quite align with our current needs, Memory Dumbledore was saying kindly. Though I appreciate your interest in the position and your family's distinguished history in divination. Trelawney's expression fell, but before she could respond, her body went rigid. Her eyes rolled back, and when she spoke again, it was in a harsh, rasping voice entirely unlike her usual ethereal tone, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. A commotion at the door drew Memory Dumbledore's attention. The barman was ejecting someone, a glimpse of dark hair and a youthful face that Harry didn't recognize. The memory faded, and Harry found himself back in Dumbledore's study, the full weight of the prophecy settling over him. Who was that? He asked immediately. At the door. Severus Snape, Dumbledore replied gravely. Then a Death Eater, overhearing what he could before being discovered. He reported the first part of the prophecy to Voldemort, the part about a child born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied him. He did not hear the crucial details about being marked as an equal or the power the Dark Lord knows not. Harry processed this revelation with cold clarity. Snape. Snape is the reason Voldemort hunted down my parents. He is the reason Voldemort learned of the prophecy, Dumbledore corrected carefully. What happened afterward is more complex. When Severus realized the prophecy might refer to Lily's child, he came to me in desperation, begging me to hide all of you. He turned spy for our side from that moment, driven by remorse and his feelings for your mother. His feelings for, Harry broke off, too stunned to complete the thought. Snape loved my mother. They were childhood friends before Hogwarts. His feelings persisted long after their paths diverged. Dumbledore returned to his seat, allowing Harry space to process these revelations. His worst memory, which I believe you glimpsed during your occlumency lessons, was the moment he lost her friendship forever with a single unforgivable word. Harry recalled the scene from Snape's pensieve, his father's arrogance, his mother's fierce defense, Snape's humiliation culminating in him calling Lily a mudblood. The memory shifted in his understanding, taking on new layers of meaning. That doesn't excuse how he's treated me, Harry said finally. If he loved my mother, why hate her son? Because you are also James Potter's son, Dumbledore replied simply. Because you are a living reminder of both his greatest regret and the man who won Lily's heart instead of him. It is unfair, certainly, but human emotions rarely follow the path of fairness. Harry considered this explanation, finding it simultaneously illuminating and wholly inadequate. And the rest of the prophecy? Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. That seems fairly straightforward. Does it? Dumbledore asked mildly. Prophecies are notorious for their ambiguity. What does it mean to truly live? Is mere existence sufficient? And what constitutes survival? These are philosophical questions with practical implications. Harry felt a surge of frustration at the return of Dumbledore's oblique manner. In plain English, Professor. Does this mean one of us has to kill the other in the end? Dumbledore sighed, the weight of his years suddenly visible in his posture. In my interpretation, yes. Voldemort will never stop hunting you, and his existence, even in diminished form, prevents you from ever truly living free from his shadow. The prophecy suggests an eventual confrontation where only one survives. The confirmation settled over Harry with strange finality. Part of him had always known this truth, had sensed it in each of their previous encounters. He and Voldemort were bound by more than coincidence or circumstance, bound by prophecy, by magic, by the choices both had made. What about the power he knows not? Harry asked after a moment. What power do I have that Voldemort doesn't? That, Dumbledore replied, is the crucial question. And one I believe you are discovering the answer to through your own actions. Harry frowned. That's not very helpful. Consider what has defined your journey thus far, Dumbledore suggested. What capabilities have you demonstrated that Tom Riddle, for all his magical brilliance, consistently fails to understand or replicate? Harry thought about his confrontations with Voldemort, in first year over the stone, in the chamber with the diary, in the graveyard after the tournament. In each case, he'd been outmatched magically, yet had prevailed through, what, exactly? Friends, he said slowly, thinking aloud. Love. Sacrifice. Choosing to protect others even at personal cost. Dumbledore's eyes regained a hint of their characteristic twinkle. Precisely. Voldemort cannot comprehend self-sacrifice. He cannot understand loyalty born of love rather than fear. He sees these qualities as weaknesses to be exploited, never recognizing them as the source of magic more powerful than any spell he commands. So my great power is, the ability to care about people? Harry couldn't keep the skepticism from his voice. That seems rather inadequate against the most powerful dark wizard in a century. And yet, Dumbledore countered gently, it has saved you repeatedly where conventional magic failed. Your mother's love protected you as an infant. Your friendship with Ron and Hermione has preserved you through subsequent trials. Your capacity for compassion, even for a house elf like Dobby, earned you loyalty that proved crucial in the Chamber of Secrets. He leaned forward earnestly. Never underestimate the power of being able to inspire genuine loyalty and love, Harry. Voldemort commands followers through fear and promises of power. You inspire others to stand beside you through the strength of your character. That is a profound difference with far-reaching consequences. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he recognized the truth in Dumbledore's observations. His friends had indeed been central to his survival thus far. And his recent success against Umbridge and Malfoy had come through cooperation and trust rather than superior magical skill. There's something else you should know, Dumbledore continued after a moment. Something about your connection to Voldemort that goes beyond the prophecy or the curse scar. Harry tensed, instinctively knowing this would be significant. What is it? When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded that night in Godric's Hollow, something unprecedented occurred. The magical backlash, combined with the instability caused by his previous dark rituals, resulted in a fragmentation of his soul. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. A piece of that soul attached itself to the only living thing remaining in the destroyed nursery. The implication hung in the air, horrible in its clarity. Me, Harry whispered, his hand unconsciously rising to his scar. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me. I believe so, yes. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unflinching. It explains your Parseltongue ability, the mental connection, the resonance between your wands with shared cores. You carry a fragment of Tom Riddle within you, one he never intended to create and remains unaware of. The revulsion that swept through Harry was visceral. The idea of hosting a piece of Voldemort's soul, of that darkness living within him for 14 years, made him feel physically ill. "Can it be removed?" he asked urgently. Dumbledore hesitated, and in that hesitation, Harry read the terrible answer. "Not without great risk," the headmaster acknowledged finally. "Soul magic is among the most dangerous and least understood branches of magical theory. I have been researching potential methods since confirming my suspicions, but the conventional approach to destroying such a fragment would likely prove fatal to the host." "You're saying I have to die to kill that piece of his soul," Harry stated flatly, the full horror of the situation becoming clear. "Neither can live while the other survives. It's not just about Voldemort and me as separate people. It's about the fragment of him inside me." "That is one interpretation," Dumbledore acknowledged heavily. "Though I have not abandoned hope of finding an alternative solution. There are ancient magics, rituals of purification and soul restoration, that might offer possibilities." Harry sat in stunned silence, attempting to process this devastating revelation. All these years, he had carried a piece of his parents' murderer within him. The connection wasn't just a magical scar or mental link, it was a literal fragment of Voldemort's corrupted soul embedded in his being. "Does anyone else know about this?" he asked finally. "Only myself and now you," Dumbledore confirmed. "Not even the most senior members of the Order are aware of this particular aspect of your connection. Not even Sirius or Remus." "No. I deemed the knowledge too dangerous and potentially demoralizing to share widely." Harry nodded absently, his mind racing with implications. "What about the memory thefts? Could Voldemort have sensed this soul connection and used it somehow to target specific memories?" An insightful question. Dumbledore looked genuinely impressed. "It's possible, though the evidence suggesting Umbridge and Malfoy's involvement indicates a more mundane explanation involving blood-based tracking and conventional legilimency. However, the soul fragment may have made you more susceptible to such intrusions." Harry thought of the memory orb in his pocket, of all the moments of his life captured and exposed. Had the fragment within him somehow facilitated that violation? Had Voldemort, however indirectly, been watching through his eyes all along? "I need time to process this," he said finally. "Of course." Dumbledore rose, signaling the conversation was drawing to a close. "I have shared more today than perhaps wisdom would dictate, but your recent actions have demonstrated you can handle difficult truths with maturity beyond your years." Harry stood as well, feeling physically and emotionally drained. "Is there anything else I should know? Any other life-altering secrets you've been keeping?" The question carried an edge, but Dumbledore didn't seem offended. "Nothing of comparable significance. There are, of course, many details about Voldemort's past and vulnerabilities that will be relevant to defeating him, but those can be addressed in future conversations." As Fawkes prepared to transport Harry back to Amelia's cottage, Dumbledore added one final observation. "Your mother would be proud of how you've handled these recent challenges, Harry. Not just your courage, which you have demonstrated repeatedly, but your strategic thinking and your refusal to be manipulated by those more powerful." Lily was similarly determined to chart her own course, regardless of what authorities dictated. The comparison with his mother eased some of Harry's turmoil. "Thank you for telling me the truth. Finally. It was long overdue," Dumbledore acknowledged. "A lesson I have been painfully slow to learn, that those who deserve our trust must receive it, not merely earn it blindly. Safe journey, Harry. We will speak again before term begins." As Fawkes's flames enveloped him, Harry clutched both the box of his mother's letters and the memory orb, the twin repositories of truth that had shaped his summer. One contained memories extracted and exposed, the other memories preserved and protected. Between them lay the story of his life, past, present, and the uncertain future that awaited. Harry had barely returned to Amelia's cottage when urgent news arrived: Death Eaters had been detected approaching Privet Drive. The trap was about to be sprung. For confirmed magical signatures, Amelia reported crisply, reviewing the Auror communication. approaching from different directions, attempting to bypass the Muggle evacuation perimeter. Tonks's team is in position but maintaining concealment to allow the intruders to trigger the decoy trap. Harry felt a surge of conflicting emotions, concern for the Aurors potentially facing Death Eaters, grim satisfaction that their trap might succeed, and lingering unease about the Dursleys' safety despite their relocation. "Can I observe?" he asked, knowing direct participation would be refused. Amelia considered the request briefly. "Not on sight. However." She activated a specialized mirror on her desk, similar to the communication device Sirius had given him. "We can monitor through the Auror command link. Audio only, for security reasons." The mirror's surface rippled, then cleared to reveal the sounds of hushed movement and quiet communication between Aurors. A voice Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt's provided calm, measured status updates. "Northern approach secure. Eastern perimeter reporting movement consistent with disillusioned figures. Holding positions. Anti-apparition wards confirmed active." Minutes ticked by, the tension building as Death Eaters carefully probed the seemingly deserted neighborhood. Then, contact at primary location. 2 subjects entering target residence through rear entrance. Magical signatures consistent with Antonin Dolohov and Augustus Rookwood. Harry tensed. These weren't low-level followers but experienced, dangerous Death Eaters, former Azkaban inmates with histories of brutality. "Secondary team approaching front entrance," Kingsley's voice continued. "Signatures suggest Avery and, confirmation needed, possibly Lucius Malfoy operating under partial concealment charm." "Malfoy?" Harry whispered, shocked despite everything. "He's risking direct involvement." "Interesting," Amelia murmured. "He must consider the potential reward significant enough to justify personal exposure. Or he's under considerable pressure from Voldemort to deliver results after your interview exposed his involvement in the memory thefts." The audio feed crackled with increasing activity. The Death Eaters had fully entered the house and were systematically searching rooms. Muffled voices became audible as they reached the cupboard under the stairs. "This is it," a cultured voice that could only be Malfoy stated. The Dark Lord's instructions were specific. The blood protection was anchored here. "Doesn't look like much," another voice replied dismissively. "Sure the Potter brat actually lived in this broom closet?" "The memories published in the Prophet confirmed it," Malfoy replied. "Years spent in this very cupboard, surrounded by his mother's sacrificial magic. The residue should be detectable." A series of detection spells followed, their magical signatures causing interference in the audio feed. Then a triumphant exclamation, "Here! Beneath this floorboard. Magical signature consistent with the samples the Dark Lord provided. Rookwood, your expertise is required." Harry and Amelia exchanged tense glances as they listened to the Death Eaters uncover the decoy veil they had left. The trap was designed to trigger the moment the container was magically examined or physically opened. "Curious construction," a new voice, presumably Rookwood, observed. "Essence of Lily, certainly, but bound with something else. Potter's own magical signature, perhaps. The combination creates a unique resonance." "The Dark Lord will be pleased," Malfoy stated with satisfaction. This is precisely what he required to bypass the remaining blood protection. "Wait," Rookwood's voice sharpened. "There's something." The rest of his warning was drowned out by a tremendous magical discharge. The mirror filled with the sounds of shouts, spell fire, and chaos as the trap activated, releasing a combination of stunning, binding, and disorientation hexes while simultaneously alerting the hidden Auror team. "Move in." Kingsley's authoritative command cut through the cacophony. "Anti-disapparition jinxes holding. Secure all subjects." What followed was the unmistakable sound of magical combat, spells colliding, shields shattering, voices shouting incantations and curses. The Death Eaters, though caught by surprise, were fighting back with lethal intent. "Dolohov down," someone reported. "Rookwood attempting to break through eastern perimeter." Malfoy retreating toward rear garden, another voice called. Pursuing. The clash intensified, then gradually subsided. After several tense minutes, Kingsley's voice returned, now tinged with a mixture of satisfaction and frustration. Dolohov secured. Avery critically injured but contained. Rookwood and Malfoy escaped through combined shield breach and emergency port key, likely prepared as contingency. Scene secure. Magical containment team requested for evidence collection. Amelia deactivated the mirror, her expression thoughtful. 2 captured, 2 escaped. A partial success, though Malfoy's escape is unfortunate. His direct participation would have been valuable evidence. He'll have covered his tracks, Harry predicted. Probably claim he was imperieused again if questioned. Indeed. Amelia rose, already preparing to depart for the ministry. Nevertheless, capturing Dolohov is significant, he's among Voldemort's most dangerous followers. And the evidence collected from the scene should provide valuable intelligence about their methods and objectives. Harry nodded, though his thoughts had already shifted to the implications of what they'd overheard. They specifically wanted my mother's protection to help Voldemort bypass what remains of my blood shield. After what Dumbledore told me today about the soul fragment. He trailed off, uncomfortable discussing this new revelation. Amelia gave him a measured look. I won't ask what Dumbledore shared if you're not ready to discuss it. But if it affects your security, I should be informed in general terms. Harry hesitated, then decided she deserved to know the essentials. The connection between Voldemort and me is deeper than just the curse scar. There's a magical resonance created the night he tried to kill me, something that makes conventional protections less effective against him specifically. It wasn't the whole truth about the soul fragment, but it conveyed the practical security implications without revealing the most disturbing details. Amelia seemed to accept the explanation. Hence his interest in your mother's protective magic, she concluded. He seeks to understand and counter it directly rather than merely circumvent it. She checked her watch. I need to oversee the prisoner processing. Will you be all right here alone for a few hours? The cottage remains secure, and I've strengthened the ward since this morning. I'll be fine, Harry assured her. I have some reading to do anyway. He touched the pocket containing his mother's letters. After Amelia departed, Harry sat in the quiet cottage living room, the wooden box open before him. He had delayed reading his mother's sealed letter until after speaking with Dumbledore, wanting context for whatever she might have written. Now, with that context grimly established, he carefully broke the seal on the envelope marked, "For Harry, when it's time." The parchment inside was preserved by what must have been a stasis charm, the ink as fresh as if written yesterday rather than 14 years ago. His mother's handwriting was elegant but practical, much like the memories he had seen of her, intelligence and warmth conveyed through each carefully formed letter. My darling Harry, if you're reading this, then the worst has happened, and I am no longer there to watch you grow into the wonderful person I know you will become. I've asked Petunia to give you this letter when you turn 11, when you'll be old enough to understand some difficult truths, but still young enough that perhaps the hardest parts of growing up without us lie ahead rather than behind. First, know that you are loved. Completely, unconditionally, with every fiber of my being and your father's. Whatever else happens, whatever else you learn from others about us or the circumstances of our deaths, never doubt that love. It is the one absolute truth I can leave you. Second, I must explain why we were targeted, why our family has been forced into hiding. A prophecy was made before your birth suggesting a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times would have the power to defeat him. 2 children fit this description, you and the Longbottom's son, Neville. For reasons known only to him, Voldemort has chosen to believe this prophecy refers to you. Prophecies are strange magic, Harry. They don't dictate the future so much as suggest possibilities. They become powerful only when people choose to believe in them and act accordingly. Voldemort's belief in this prophecy, his decision to hunt you specifically, has set in motion events that may indeed lead to a confrontation between you. But remember, the future is shaped by choices, not predetermined by fate. If we have died protecting you, know that I have implemented ancient magic to ensure your continued safety. Blood protection, tied to family bonds, that will shield you from Voldemort's direct touch as long as you can call home a place where my blood dwells. I've left enchantments with Petunia, essence of lily, my magical signature preserved, to strengthen this protection. The magic is bound to the place where you spend the most time in her home, drawing power from your presence there. I must be honest about Petunia, Harry. My sister and I have a complicated relationship. Her resentment of magic has created a distance between us that I've never been able to fully bridge. I cannot promise she will love you as I would, but the blood we share ensures she can protect you in ways no one else can. I hope that raising you might heal something in her, might help her see magic not as a division between us but as a gift that now extends to you, her nephew. As you grow older, you will have questions about the prophecy, about Voldemort's interest in you, about the circumstances that led to our hiding. Albus Dumbledore knows the full story and has promised to guide you when the time is right. Trust him, Harry. He has his flaws, a tendency toward secrecy chief among them, but his heart is good, and his wisdom has been a light in dark times. There is much more I wish I could tell you, about your father's loyalty and bravery, about the friends who have stood by us, about the joy you have brought to our lives in the short time we've had together. Perhaps Remus or Sirius, if they survive what's coming, can share those stories. They loved you from the moment they saw you, appointed themselves your honorary uncles before you could even smile. My time grows short, we move to a new safe house tomorrow, and I must finish preparations. Know that whatever happens, whatever challenges you face, you carry within you both your father's courage and my love. Together, they are a power greater than any dark magic. With all my heart, Mum. P.S. Should circumstances arise where the blood protection at Petunia's is compromised, there is a secondary sanctuary available to you. The Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, though damaged, contains similar protections I established in its foundations. The property remains in your name, accessible when you come of age or in dire need. The essence I left with Petunia, if returned to the cottage, would reactivate these defenses. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time, tears blurring his vision. His mother's voice seemed to echo from the page, practical, loving, determined to protect him even beyond death. The details she provided aligned with Dumbledore's explanation but offered additional insights the headmaster had either not known or chosen not to share. The mention of a second protected location, the Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, was entirely new information. Harry had never considered that his parents' house might still exist, might still belong to him. The idea that he had a connection to a place beyond Privet Drive or Hogwarts, a place that was his by birthright, stirred something profound within him. He carefully replaced the letter in its envelope, then examined the other contents of the box. The remaining letters were correspondence between Lily and Petunia from their younger years, showing the gradual deterioration of their relationship as Lily's magical education progressed. The silver bracelet with Lily charms contained what Harry now recognized as protective enchantments, likely intended as a gift for him when he was older. The photographs were perhaps the most precious, candid moments of his parents' lives that he had never seen before. His mother pregnant, laughing as James kissed her rounded belly. Infant Harry in Sirius's arms, looking appropriately terrified as his godfather zoomed him around on what appeared to be a toy broomstick. Lily and Petunia as children, arms around each other's shoulders, their sisterly resemblance more apparent in youth than it had ever been in Harry's lifetime. These remnants of his mother's life, preserved by the sister who had resented yet ultimately respected her, represented a different kind of memory from those he had been extracting and publishing. These were private, personal connections to his past, not weapons or evidence, but treasures to be protected and cherished. The contrast between the public exposure of his memories and the intimate preservation of his mother's struck Harry forcefully. Both had value. Both served purpose. But they belonged in different spheres, required different handling. He had become, in these tumultuous weeks, not just the subject of memory but its keeper, responsible for determining which truths to share widely and which to hold close. It was a distinction he hadn't fully appreciated when first revealing the Dursleys' treatment, but one that now seemed crucial to maintaining control of his own narrative. As evening fell, Harry carefully packed away his mother's letters and mementos, securing them with protection spells Hermione had taught him. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, Umbridge's expanded authority, the continuing threat from Voldemort, the disturbing revelation about the soul fragment he carried, he would face them with a clearer understanding of his past and a firmer grip on his present. The memory orb remained on the table beside him, its silver contents swirling with experiences both shared and private. No longer just a tool for exposing others' misdeeds, it had become something more, a repository of his truth, to be curated and controlled on his own terms. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, unwilling participant in prophecy, carrier of a fragment of his enemy's soul. But he was also Harry, son of James and Lily, godson of Sirius, friend of Ron and Hermione, ward of Amelia Bones. The public figure and the private person. The subject of memories and their keeper. Both identities were real. Both had power. And for perhaps the first time since entering the wizarding world, he felt he might be able to balance them on his own terms rather than according to others' expectations. Outside the cottage window, stars appeared in the darkening sky. Somewhere, the Dursleys sheltered under Muggle protection, their lives forever changed by the exposure of their treatment of him. Somewhere, Dolohov sat in ministry custody while Malfoy reported his failure to Voldemort. Somewhere, Dumbledore continued researching ways to remove a soul fragment without killing its host. And here, in this moment of unexpected peace, Harry Potter kept watch over memories, both his own and those entrusted to him by others. Not passive recordings of past events, but active ingredients in shaping whatever future awaited beyond the approaching school year. He would return to Hogwarts not as a victim seeking justice, nor as a pawn in greater machinations, but as the keeper of his own story, determined to write its next chapters himself, regardless of what prophecy or fate might suggest. Chapter 5, The Memory Remains. Platform 9 3/4 hummed with unusual tension. Parents huddled in tight clusters, voices lowered as they discussed the summer's revelations. Students moved in defensive formations, eyes darting toward Harry whenever he passed. Even the Hogwarts Express seemed different somehow, its scarlet paint less cheerful, more the color of warning. Harry pushed his trolley alongside Ron and Hermione, acutely aware of the attention they attracted. Amelia Bones walked slightly behind, her DMLE credentials ensuring a respectful buffer of space. She had insisted on escorting Harry personally rather than delegating to Aurors, a decision that spoke volumes about both the perceived threat level and her commitment to her guardianship responsibilities. "You'd think they'd never seen me before," Harry muttered as another group of first-years openly stared. "They haven't seen this version of you," Hermione pointed out quietly. Not Harry Potter, who exposed ministry corruption and forced the wizarding world to acknowledge Voldemort's return. "The boy who remembered," Ron added with a wry smile. "That's what the prophet's calling you now. Bit better than attention-seeking liar, eh?" Harry managed a tight smile in return, though he found little comfort in yet another hyperbolic title. The last 2 weeks had been a whirlwind of preparations, security briefings, and legal consultations. The ministry hearings into Umbridge and Malfoy's involvement in the memory thefts were scheduled to begin next week, with Harry expected to provide testimony. Meanwhile, Educational Decree 23 remained in effect, granting Umbridge unprecedented authority at Hogwarts despite the ongoing investigation. "Remember what we discussed," Amelia said as they approached the train. Her voice was calm but carried unmistakable gravity. "Document everything. Maintain witnesses for all interactions with Umbridge. The formal investigation limits her options, but doesn't eliminate her authority within school grounds." "And if she tries to detain me for the hearings?" Harry asked, voicing the concern that had plagued him since learning Umbridge would remain at Hogwarts. "She can't legally prevent you from attending ministry proceedings," Amelia replied. "But she might attempt to create academic conflicts. If that occurs, contact me immediately through the secure mirror. I've already informed Minerva of the potential issue." As porters loaded Harry's trunk onto the train, Amelia drew him slightly aside. Her normally stoic expression softened marginally. "You've handled an extraordinarily difficult summer with remarkable composure, Harry," she said. "I know returning to Hogwarts under these circumstances isn't ideal. If at any point you feel unsafe or that the situation has become untenable." "I know," Harry assured her. "I'll contact you immediately." She studied him for a moment longer. "Witnessing how you've managed these challenges has been educational. Susan was right about you." "Susan?" Harry asked, surprised. "What did she say?" A hint of a smile touched Amelia's lips. "That beneath the publicity and drama, you're fundamentally level-headed in crisis. High praise from a bones." Before Harry could respond to this unexpected compliment, the train whistle blew. Students began boarding en masse, final goodbyes exchanged with increasing urgency. "One last thing," Amelia said, reaching into her robes. She extracted a small wooden box, similar in size to the one that had contained his mother's letters. A precaution, given recent events. Inside lay a familiar object, another memory orb, identical to Fred and George's original creation. "A replacement?" Harry asked, confused. His original orb was securely packed in his trunk. "A modified version," Amelia corrected. "Developed by the Department of Mysteries based on the Weasley twins' design, with their enthusiastic cooperation, I might add. This one includes additional safeguards against unauthorized access and extraction." Harry accepted the box gratefully. "Thank you. For everything." The moment approached awkwardness, neither was naturally demonstrative, their relationship still finding its boundaries between guardian and ward. Amelia solved the dilemma by offering her hand formally. "Write weekly," she instructed as they shook hands. "More frequently if circumstances warrant. Your safety remains my highest priority, Harry, regardless of Hogwarts jurisdiction or ministry politics." As Harry boarded the train, finding the compartment where Ron and Hermione had saved seats, he reflected on how much had changed since June. His life had been completely restructured. New guardian, new legal status, new public perception. Yet the most significant changes weren't external but internal. He'd discovered capacities within himself he hadn't known existed: strategic thinking, political awareness, the ability to shape narrative rather than merely react to it. "All right, Harry?" Ron asked as the train lurched into motion. Outside the window, Amelia stood watchful on the platform, a solitary figure in formal robes amid waving families. "Yeah," Harry replied, surprising himself by meaning it. "I think I am." The compartment door slid open to reveal Neville and Ginny, followed closely by Luna Lovegood, whose protuberant eyes seemed even more pronounced than usual. "Hello, Harry Potter," Luna greeted dreamily. "Daddy says you're the best thing that's happened to the Quibbler's circulation since his exposé on Cornelius Fudge's Goblin Pie conspiracy." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling genuinely. Glad to be of service. As the countryside began sliding past the windows, the conversation turned inevitably to the summer's events. Harry answered questions selectively, providing enough information to satisfy curiosity without revealing details reserved for the upcoming hearings. He noticed Neville listening with particular intensity. "I still can't believe they were stealing your memories," Neville said quietly during a lull. That's worse than just reading your thoughts. That's taking pieces of your life." Harry nodded, struck by Neville's precise articulation of what had felt so profoundly violating about the experience. "That's exactly it. Not just invasion of privacy, but actual theft of experience." "Gran says the Wizengamot is divided on how to classify the crime," Neville continued, showing unexpected political awareness. "Some want to create a new category of magical offense specifically for memory theft. Others argue existing laws on mental violation are sufficient." "Your grandmother's on the Wizengamot, isn't she?" Hermione asked. Neville nodded. "She says the hearings are going to be historic. First time a sitting ministry official has been investigated for crimes against a minor while simultaneously serving in an educational capacity. The complexity of the legal situation struck Harry anew. Umbridge existed in a bizarre limbo, under investigation for serious magical crimes yet still empowered as Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The contradiction reflected the larger dysfunction of the ministry itself, torn between acknowledging Voldemort's return and preserving its institutional pride. As the journey progressed, a steady stream of visitors stopped by their compartment. Some, like Seamus Finnegan, came to awkwardly apologize for doubting Harry's claims about Voldemort's return. Others, including several students Harry barely knew, simply wanted to express support for his stand against ministry corruption. "It's strange," Hermione observed after Ernie Macmillan departed following a particularly pompous declaration of Hufflepuff solidarity. "Last year they thought you were unstable. Now you're their champion against ministry overreach. People like having someone fight their battles for them," Ginny noted shrewdly. "Especially when they didn't have the courage to speak up themselves." Harry appreciated her clear-eyed assessment. Ginny had always possessed a directness he found refreshing, cutting through pretense with unexpected precision. He caught her watching him thoughtfully and raised a questioning eyebrow. "Just wondering what you'll do with all this support," she explained, unembarrassed to be caught staring. "Now that you have it." "I'm not planning to do anything with it," Harry replied, uncomfortable with the implication. "I didn't expose the memory thefts to gain influence." "No," Ginny acknowledged. "But you have it anyway. Might as well use it for something worthwhile." The observation lingered as the train continued northward. Harry found himself considering what "something worthwhile" might mean in the context of his current situation. His immediate priorities were clear: navigate Umbridge's hostility at Hogwarts, provide effective testimony at the hearings, maintain vigilance against potential Death Eater threats. But beyond those immediate challenges lay larger questions about his role in the coming conflict with Voldemort. The prophecy's words echoed in his mind: "Neither can live while the other survives." The soul fragment he now knew he carried added another layer of grim complexity to that pronouncement. What did these revelations mean for his future? And how might the unexpected public support Ginny identified factor into that future? His thoughts were interrupted by the compartment door sliding open once more. This time, the visitor was Draco Malfoy, notably without Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. His customary sneer seemed forced, his posture less confidently arrogant than in previous encounters. "Potter," he acknowledged stiffly. "Malfoy," Harry returned evenly. "Something you need?" Draco's gaze flicked around the compartment, registering the hostile expressions directed at him. When he spoke again, his voice carried unusual restraint. "Just thought you should know, she's waiting at Hogwarts. With new rules already posted in the common rooms. No need to specify who she was. And she's arranged a special welcome for you at the feast." Harry studied Malfoy with genuine curiosity. This wasn't the gloating he would have expected. It almost sounded like a warning. "Why tell me this?" he asked directly. Something complicated flickered across Draco's features: calculation, certainly, but perhaps also something like uncertainty. "My father's reputation has suffered enough this summer. I'm not interested in being caught in another of her schemes that inevitably traces back to him." Self-preservation, then. Not unexpected, but the explicit distancing from both Umbridge and Lucius was notable. "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said neutrally. Draco gave a tight nod and withdrew without the customary parting insult. The compartment remained silent for several moments after his departure. "Well, that was different," Ron finally commented. "Reckon his dad got a proper thrashing from you-know-who after that failed raid on your relative's house." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But it's more than that. The Malfoys have always played both sides, Death Eaters privately, respected citizens publicly. The memory theft exposure compromised that balancing act. And Draco's realigning his position accordingly," Hermione concluded. "Fascinating. He's actually capable of adaptation when self-interest demands it." The train journey continued without further significant interruptions. As they approached Hogsmeade, Harry changed into his school robes with a strange sense of displacement. After a summer of adult concerns, legal hearings, political maneuvering, guardian arrangements, returning to student status felt almost artificial, like stepping backward into an identity he'd outgrown. The modified memory orb sat securely in an inner pocket of his robes, a reassuring weight against his chest. Whatever awaited at Hogwarts, he would face it with clearer purpose and better preparation than he had possessed during previous years' challenges. The great hall's enchanted ceiling reflected a turbulent sky, clouds churning in patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their ominous configuration. Harry entered alongside Ron and Hermione, immediately registering the changes at the staff table. Umbridge sat in a newly enlarged chair positioned almost equidistant between Dumbledore and McGonagall, her pink cardigan a jarring splash of color against the formal black robes of her colleagues. Beside her sat a thin wizard Harry didn't recognize, wearing ministry insignia on his severe grey robes. Educational Enforcement Squad representative, Hermione whispered, following his gaze. Dad mentioned they were creating a new division to implement Umbridge's decrees. At the Gryffindor table, Harry noted additional changes. Small placards marked specific seating assignments for prefects and team captains, a deviation from Hogwarts' typical informal arrangement. More conspicuously, a separate small table had been positioned at the end of the Gryffindor section, set for a single diner, isolated from the main seating. 3 guesses who that's for, Ron muttered, and the first 2 don't count. Harry assessed the situation with clinical detachment. The isolated table represented a clear attempt to publicly diminish his status while technically providing accommodations. A symbolic humiliation designed to establish Umbridge's authority despite the ongoing investigation. Options? He asked quietly, falling into the shorthand he, Ron, and Hermione had developed during their strategic planning sessions at Bones Manor. Comply temporarily, document, report, Hermione replied immediately. First night establishes patterns. Better to observe than confront without full information. Agree, Ron nodded. Let her show her hand. Fred and George are already watching, look. Sure enough, the twins were positioned strategically along the Gryffindor table, their typically mischievous expressions replaced by watchful attention. Several other DA members from various houses similarly maintained subtle surveillance of the staff table. Harry nodded and moved toward the isolated table without protest. The great hall fell into hushed observation as students noticed his compliance with the unusual arrangement. At the staff table, Umbridge's expression registered momentary confusion, quickly masked by smug satisfaction. She had clearly expected resistance she could publicly punish. Dumbledore rose as the last students took their seats, his serene expression revealing nothing of his thoughts regarding the modified seating arrangements. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, he began, his voice carrying the familiar warmth and authority that had always defined these opening feasts. Before we begin our excellent meal, I have several announcements of particular importance this term. He paused, surveying the hall with twinkling eyes that belied the seriousness of his next words. As many of you are aware, this summer brought significant developments in our wizarding community. The Ministry of Magic has confirmed the return of Lord Voldemort. A collective shudder passed through the hall at the name, though Harry noted fewer students flinched than might have done previously. The memory evidence published throughout the summer had accomplished what his verbal testimony could not, convincing a significant portion of the wizarding public that Voldemort had indeed returned. In light of this reality, Dumbledore continued, security measures at Hogwarts have been enhanced. Curfews will be strictly enforced. Hogsmeade visits will occur under additional supervision. And certain areas of the castle and grounds previously accessible to students have been restricted. Harry listened carefully, noting the balance Dumbledore struck between acknowledging genuine security concerns and maintaining an atmosphere of educational normalcy. The headmaster turned slightly, indicating Umbridge and her ministry companion. Additionally, as you may be aware, the ministry has appointed Professor Umbridge to the position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor through Educational Decree 23. She is joined by Mr. Bartholomew Travers of the Educational Enforcement Squad, who will assist in implementing new regulatory guidelines. Umbridge's face tightened at Dumbledore's neutral framing of her position, neither endorsing nor explicitly criticizing the Ministry's intervention. She shifted as if preparing to interrupt, but Dumbledore smoothly continued before she could speak. I know all of you will navigate these changes with the resilience and adaptability that defines Hogwarts students. Remember that while circumstances may evolve, our fundamental purpose remains constant: to learn, to grow, and to prepare for the futures you will shape beyond these walls. His gaze swept the hall once more, lingering briefly on Harry's isolated table. Now, let us enjoy our feast. Food appeared on the tables, momentarily distracting students from the underlying tensions. Harry found his isolated position had one unexpected advantage: it allowed him to observe the interactions at the staff table more clearly than his usual seat would have permitted. Umbridge leaned repeatedly toward her Ministry colleague, their conversation appearing increasingly agitated as Dumbledore placidly enjoyed his meal while chatting with Professor Flitwick. Mr. Potter. Harry turned to find Professor McGonagall standing beside his table, her expression professionally neutral though her eyes conveyed deeper concerns. Professor, he acknowledged, setting down his fork. I wish to inform you that your revised schedule has been approved, she said, her voice pitched to carry no further than necessary. It accommodates the Ministry hearing dates while ensuring you meet all core academic requirements. She placed a parchment beside his plate, then added more quietly, the headmaster asked me to convey that the specific seating arrangement for this evening was implemented without consulting the full staff. The matter will be addressed in tomorrow's faculty meeting. Harry nodded his understanding, appreciating both the practical information and the subtle reassurance that Dumbledore had not approved Umbridge's isolation tactic. Thank you, Professor. I assume Professor Umbridge will be reviewing my schedule as well. The High Inquisitor has indeed requested copies of all special accommodation arrangements, McGonagall confirmed, her tone suggesting what she thought of such requests. However, as your head of house, I maintain primary responsibility for your academic planning. Any concerns about the approved schedule must be addressed through proper channels. The formal language masked what Harry recognized as McGonagall's version of bureaucratic protection, creating procedural hurdles that would delay any immediate interference from Umbridge. As the feast progressed, Harry maintained his isolation with deliberate composure, neither protesting the arrangement nor appearing cowed by it. He exchanged occasional glances with friends at the main table, the silent communication more effective than obvious resistance would have been. By dessert, he noted with satisfaction that many students who had initially seemed uncomfortable with his separation now appeared more disturbed by the transparent attempt to ostracize him. When the meal concluded, Dumbledore rose once more. Before we retire for the evening, Professor Umbridge has requested an opportunity to address some specific regulatory changes. Umbridge stood, her girlish smile stretched wide beneath cold eyes. Thank you, Headmaster. As Hogwarts High Inquisitor, it is my solemn duty to ensure this institution maintains the highest standards of educational quality and student conduct. She surveyed the hall with obvious satisfaction at having the complete attention of the student body. To that end, I have implemented a series of educational decrees designed to bring much-needed structure and accountability to Hogwarts. From within her pink cardigan, she withdrew a scroll and began reading with evident relish. Educational Decree No. 24, all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor. No student organization may exist without knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Murmurs of protest rippled through the hall, particularly from Quidditch team members. Umbridge continued, unperturbed. Educational Decree No. 25, the High Inquisitor has supreme authority to inspect, evaluate, and dismiss any teacher deemed to be performing below Ministry standards. The staff table's reaction was more controlled but no less evident. Several professors exchanged concerned glances while Snape's already sour expression darkened further. Educational Decree No. 26, students are prohibited from possessing or using memory extraction or recording devices of any kind within Hogwarts grounds. All such devices must be surrendered to the Educational Enforcement Squad by tomorrow evening. At this, Harry felt a jolt of alarm. The decree directly targeted his memory orb, both the original and the modified version Amelia had provided. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Finally, Umbridge continued with particular emphasis, Educational Decree No. 27, students summoned to ministry proceedings must receive explicit approval from the High Inquisitor, who will determine whether such absences serve educational interests. The last decree was so transparently aimed at interfering with Harry's testimony in the upcoming hearings that even Dumbledore's composure slipped momentarily. McGonagall's lips compressed into a nearly invisible line, while several other professors shifted uncomfortably. These measures, Umbridge concluded with false sweetness, will ensure Hogwarts remains a safe, orderly environment focused on educational excellence rather than disruptive external influences or unregulated activities. Thank you for your attention and compliance. As she sat down, clearly pleased with herself, Harry maintained his outwardly calm demeanor while internally calculating the implications. Decree 27 represented a direct challenge to the Ministry investigation, Umbridge attempting to use her educational authority to obstruct judicial proceedings against herself. It was breathtakingly brazen, yet technically within the broad powers Fudge had granted her. Dumbledore rose once more, his expression serene though his eyes had lost their characteristic twinkle. Thank you, Professor Umbridge, for that informative presentation. Students should note that complete texts of all educational decrees will be posted in common rooms for reference. Prefects, please lead your houses to dormitories. Good evening to you all. The dismissal carried a finality that prevented Umbridge from adding further commentary. As students began filing out, Harry remained seated, waiting for the initial crowd to disperse before joining the general exit. He noticed Hermione and Ron lingering similarly, clearly intending to accompany him once the rush subsided. Mr. Potter. Umbridge approached his isolated table, Travers the educational enforcement official trailing behind her like an angular shadow. Her smile remained fixed, but her eyes gleamed with undisguised malice. I trust you were paying particular attention to Decree 27, she said, her girlish voice carrying a hard edge. All requests for absence to attend ministry proceedings must now be submitted for my personal review at least 72 hours in advance, with full justification for educational relevance. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'll be sure to submit the appropriate paperwork, Professor. Though I suspect the DMLE might have concerns about potential obstruction of justice if witness testimony were impeded. Umbridge's smile tightened further. Educational concerns take precedence within Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. The Ministry recognizes the primacy of proper schooling over other considerations for minors. She leaned slightly closer. And I would be particularly attentive to Decree 26 regarding memory devices. I understand you've developed quite an attachment to certain experimental objects. The threat was unmistakable. Harry maintained his composure with effort, aware that this first encounter would set the tone for their interactions throughout the term. I always strive to follow properly established rules, Professor, he replied neutrally. Though I believe existing law recognizes exceptions for evidence in ongoing investigations. We shall see, Umbridge responded, straightening. Mr. Travers will be conducting dormitory inspections tomorrow evening. I suggest you ensure full compliance by then. She turned and departed with Travers in tow, leaving Harry to contemplate the accelerating confrontation. When Ron and Hermione joined him moments later, he summarized the exchange quietly. She's moving faster than we anticipated, Hermione observed, concern evident in her voice. These decrees create a nearly airtight system of control, student organizations, teacher autonomy, your testimony, and the memory evidence all targeted simultaneously. She's scared, Harry concluded. The investigation is gaining momentum. Penelope Clearwater's testimony under Veritaserum was devastating, according to Amelia. Umbridge is using Hogwarts as her fortress while she still can. So what's our next move? Ron asked as they climbed the marble staircase toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry considered the question carefully. We need to contact Amelia immediately about Decree 27. That's a direct attempt to interfere with the investigation. For the memory orb. He paused, conscious of potential eavesdroppers in the busy corridor. We'll need a secure location. The room of requirement, perhaps. And the DA? Hermione whispered. Decree 24 obviously targets any potential student resistance. We adapt, Harry replied simply. Smaller groups, rotating locations, communication through channels she can't monitor. As they reached the portrait hole, Harry found himself oddly energized by the challenges ahead. Umbridge had revealed her strategy, comprehensive control through bureaucratic authority. But in doing so, she had also exposed her vulnerabilities. Her increasingly desperate maneuvers suggested the investigation was having effect. The key would be maintaining pressure on multiple fronts while avoiding direct confrontation that might allow her to exercise her considerable disciplinary powers. The memory orb pressed against his chest, a constant reminder of how this had all begun, with his decision to expose truth rather than endure silence. That decision had catalyzed changes far beyond his initial intentions, creating both unexpected allies and determined enemies. Now, returning to Hogwarts, he would need to navigate the consequences with the strategic thinking he had developed over the summer. As he entered Gryffindor Tower, greeted by supportive nods from housemates who had clearly noticed the isolation attempt at dinner, Harry reflected that the battleground had shifted but the fundamental conflict remained the same: truth versus power, memory versus manipulation, autonomy versus control. The memory remained. And so did his determination to protect it. The Ministry hearing room bore little resemblance to the full Wizengamot chamber where Harry had faced his disciplinary hearing and later the guardianship proceedings. Smaller and less imposing, it featured a semicircular arrangement of seats for the investigating committee, witness chairs positioned centrally, and limited public galleries currently filled with journalists and interested parties. Harry sat in the witness area alongside Amelia Bones, whose dual role as his guardian and head of the DMLE had required special procedural accommodations. She had recused herself from the investigative committee but remained present to ensure his legal interests were protected, a compromise that had generated considerable debate before being approved. Remember, she murmured as the committee members filed in, answer only the questions asked. Don't volunteer additional information. If unsure whether to respond, look to me first. Harry nodded, grateful for her presence. The past week at Hogwarts had been a careful balancing act, attending classes, documenting Umbridge's increasingly restrictive policies, and preparing for today's testimony. Decree 27 had been temporarily suspended following formal objections from the DMLE, allowing Harry to attend without Umbridge's approval, though the suspension was being appealed by Fudge's office. The committee members took their seats, 7 senior officials representing different ministry departments, led by Madame Marchbanks, the elderly witch who had administered Harry's OWL examinations. Her reputation for absolute impartiality had made her the compromised choice after more politically aligned candidates proved contentious. Hearing of the 15th of September into allegations of unauthorized memory extraction, classified information mishandling, and conspiracy to obstruct justice, announced the court scribe. Investigating committee convened pursuant to Special Resolution 642 of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madame Marchbanks adjusted her spectacles, surveying the room with sharp eyes that belied her advanced age. This session will hear testimony from Mr. Harry James Potter regarding events detailed in preliminary filings. Mr. Potter, please state for the record your understanding of why you've been called to testify today. Harry leaned toward the enchanted recording device positioned before him. I'm here to provide testimony regarding the unauthorized extraction of my memories by individuals acting under the direction of Dolores Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy, and the subsequent publication of those memories without my consent. Thank you, Marchbanks acknowledged. Before we begin substantive questioning, I must address a procedural matter. The committee has received a formal objection from Hogwarts High Inquisitor Dolores Umbridge regarding your absence from educational activities. While the temporary suspension of Decree 27 permits your appearance today, I am required to note this objection for the record. Harry nodded his understanding, though inwardly he noted the absurdity of Umbridge objecting to his testimony in an investigation of her own alleged misconduct. "Now then," Marchbanks continued, "please describe in your own words when you first became aware that your memories were being accessed without your authorization." For the next hour, Harry provided detailed testimony about the progression of events, from his initial use of the memory orb to document the Dursleys' treatment, through his controlled release of specific memories to the Prophet, to his eventual realization that additional memories were being published without his knowledge or consent. He described the investigation that led to Penelope Clearwater's identification as the Legilimens under Imperius, and the evidence connecting her actions to both Umbridge and Malfoy. Throughout, committee members interjected with clarifying questions, particularly regarding the technical aspects of the memory extraction and the specific content of the unauthorized publications. Harry answered carefully, following Amelia's guidance to remain factual and precise without embellishing. "Mr. Potter," asked a square-jawed wizard from Magical Patents and Innovations, "the memory recording device you initially used, created by Fred and George Weasley, correct? Did you have any reason to believe it might have security vulnerabilities that could allow remote access to its contents?" "No, sir," Harry replied. "The device functioned as intended, recording memories when triggered by emotional response and allowing manual extraction for controlled use. The unauthorized access occurred through direct legilimency performed while I slept, not through the device itself." "And this was confirmed by healer Moksha at St. Mungo's," pursued another committee member. "Yes. Her examination found evidence of repeated legilimency intrusions consistent with memory extraction rather than mere observation." As the questioning continued, Harry noted the committee's particular interest in the chain of command, who had given orders to whom, how the extracted memories had been processed and distributed, and what objectives had motivated the operation. The focus remained primarily on the procedural violations rather than the content of the memories themselves, for which Harry was grateful. "Mr. Potter," Madame Marchbanks said after a brief consultation with her colleagues, "we understand from previous testimony that your blood was utilized to breach protective wards and facilitate the legilimency attacks. Could you explain your understanding of how this blood was obtained?" "According to Penelope Clearwater's testimony under Veritaserum, my blood samples were taken from ministry records following my guardianship hearing," Harry explained. "Standard procedure apparently includes magical signature documentation, which involves blood sampling. Those samples were accessed by Mafalda Edgecombe at Umbridge's direction and provided to Clearwater for use in tracking potions." This revelation generated visible discomfort among several committee members, the misuse of officially collected blood samples representing a particularly serious breach of ministry protocols. After nearly 2 hours of testimony, Marchbanks called for a brief recess. As the committee members filed out, Harry turned to Amelia. "How's it going?" he asked quietly, rolling his shoulders to release tension. "Effectively," she replied, her tone professional despite the personal connection. "Your testimony aligns with evidence already presented by Clearwater and Edgecombe. The committee appears appropriately focused on the procedural violations rather than political implications." "And Umbridge? Any update on her response?" Amelia's expression tightened slightly. "She continues to deny direct involvement, claiming Edgecombe acted independently and misinterpreted casual expressions of interest as official directives. A standard deniability strategy, though undermined by the Veritaserum testimony establishing direct orders." "And Malfoy? More problematic. His involvement was more carefully insulated, funding through intermediaries, communications through enchanted objects rather than direct meetings. The raid on his manor produced evidence of dark artifacts but nothing directly connecting him to the memory extraction operation." Harry nodded, unsurprised. Lucius Malfoy had decades of experience maintaining plausible deniability while orchestrating criminal activities. "What about Hogwarts?" he asked, shifting to his more immediate concerns. "Any progress on challenging Umbridge's educational decrees?" "The Board of Governors has filed formal objections to Decrees 25 and 27 as exceeding authorized ministry intervention in school operations," Amelia reported. However, Fudge's executive authority grants him considerable latitude during what he's now classifying as a security transition period following confirmation of Voldemort's return. The political machinations were frustratingly complex, Fudge simultaneously acknowledging Voldemort's resurrection, thanks to the memory evidence, while using that very threat to justify expanded ministry control that protected Umbridge's position. It was cynical manipulation that prioritized institutional power over genuine security concerns. When the hearing resumed, the questioning shifted to Harry's interview in the Quibbler and his direct allegations against Umbridge and Malfoy. "Mr. Potter," began a thin witch with elaborate silver hair, "your interview contained serious accusations against senior ministry officials based on evidence still under investigation. What led you to publicly name specific individuals rather than allowing the investigative process to proceed through official channels?" The question carried a subtle rebuke that Harry had anticipated. He chose his words with particular care. "The unauthorized extraction and publication of my memories was ongoing, with new instances appearing regularly in various publications. Each extraction represented an additional violation of my mental autonomy. Official channels, while necessary for formal justice, operate at a pace that would have allowed dozens more violations before any protective action occurred." He paused, making eye contact with each committee member before continuing. "Additionally, the individuals orchestrating these violations held positions that allowed them to interfere with standard investigative procedures. The public identification created accountability that might otherwise have been obstructed." The answer appeared to satisfy most committee members, though the silver-haired witch pursed her lips slightly. As the session progressed, Harry found himself increasingly confident in navigating the complex questioning. The summer's experiences had developed his ability to recognize political subtexts and respond appropriately, a skill he would never have possessed during previous encounters with ministry officials. "Final question, Mr. Potter," Madame Marchbanks announced after consulting her notes. "Given Professor Umbridge's current position as Hogwarts High Inquisitor and your necessary continued interaction with her as a student, what arrangements do you believe would be appropriate to ensure both the integrity of this investigation and your educational welfare?" The question represented the crux of the practical challenge: how to balance Umbridge's administrative authority with Harry's role as a key witness against her. His response would help shape whatever protective measures the committee might recommend. "I believe several safeguards would be appropriate," Harry replied thoughtfully. "First, all interactions between Professor Umbridge and myself should be documented and witnessed by additional staff members to prevent intimidation or retaliation. Second, her authority regarding my educational assessments should be subject to independent review to ensure objectivity. Third, communications regarding this investigation should be handled through my guardian rather than through Hogwarts channels to prevent interception or manipulation." Marchbanks nodded approvingly. "Sensible and measured recommendations. The committee will take them under advisement when formulating interim protective orders." With that, the formal testimony concluded. As the committee members departed to deliberate privately, reporters began filing out, clearly eager to file stories about the day's proceedings. Harry remained seated, aware that emerging immediately would subject him to a barrage of questions he wasn't prepared to address. "Well handled," Amelia commented once the room had largely emptied. "Particularly your response regarding necessary safeguards. The specific, practical nature of your recommendations will make them difficult to dismiss as excessive." "Do you think they'll implement them?" Harry asked. "Some version, yes. Marchbanks has a reputation for pragmatic solutions rather than political compromises." She gathered her papers efficiently. "We should depart through the secure exit. Your return to Hogwarts has been arranged via ministry floor to the headmaster's office, bypassing Umbridge's attempt to intercept you at the main entrances." The strategic maneuvering continued even in logistics, Harry noted wryly. Every aspect of his movements now involved calculations about Umbridge's potential countermoves and appropriate safeguards. As they navigated the ministry's back corridors toward the secure transportation hub, Harry's thoughts turned to what awaited at Hogwarts. His absence for the hearing, while legally mandated, would undoubtedly trigger additional measures from Umbridge, who would perceive his testimony as a direct threat to her already precarious position. Be vigilant upon your return, Amelia advised, echoing his thoughts as they reached the secure Floo connection. Today's testimony will accelerate her desperation. The committee's preliminary findings will likely be announced within days, potentially triggering preemptive action on her part. I'll maintain constant documentation, Harry assured her. And I've arranged additional security for the memory orb. This last statement was technically true, though perhaps not in the way Amelia might assume. With help from Dobby, Harry had established a secure hiding place in the room of requirement, accessible only under specific conditions he had carefully defined. The original memory orb remained there, while he carried the modified version Amelia had provided, an acceptable sacrifice if Umbridge's inspection team succeeded in locating it. One last thing, Amelia said as Harry prepared to step into the Floo. Auror Tonks reports increased Death Eater activity near Hogsmeade. The timing may be coincidental, but exercise particular caution during any authorized village visits. Harry nodded, filing away this information with growing concern. Voldemort had maintained a relatively low profile since the failed raid on Privet Drive, but that wouldn't last indefinitely. The simultaneous pressures from Umbridge within Hogwarts and Death Eaters beyond its boundaries created a dangerous convergence of threats. I'll be careful, he promised. And I'll use the communication mirror if anything unusual occurs. With a final nod from Amelia, he stepped into the green flames, calling out, "Headmaster's office, Hogwarts," as the ministry disappeared in a swirl of magical transportation. The following week brought exactly the escalation Harry had anticipated. The investigating committee's preliminary findings were published in a special edition of the Daily Prophet, featuring detailed descriptions of the evidence against Umbridge, Edgecombe, and unnamed senior ministry officials, a transparent reference to Malfoy, though legal caution apparently prevented direct identification. More significantly, the committee implemented all 3 protective measures Harry had recommended, plus additional restrictions on Umbridge's authority regarding his educational assessments. The orders arrived at Hogwarts during breakfast, delivered by a formal ministry delegation rather than standard owl post, a procedural choice that prevented interception and ensured public witnessing of their delivery. Umbridge's reaction was immediate and venomous. By lunchtime, new notices appeared throughout Hogwarts. Educational Decree No. 28, all students are subject to enhanced security protocols, including personal searches, mail inspection, and dormitory examination, to ensure compliance with established regulations. The transparent attempt to justify invasive searches targeting Harry specifically fooled no one. By dinner, Gryffindor Tower had been subjected to a particularly aggressive inspection by Travers and his educational enforcement squad, a process that left personal belongings strewn across dormitory floors and confiscated numerous items deemed potential security concerns, including all products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. They tore through everything, Neville reported grimly as they surveyed the damage to their dormitory. "Spent extra time on your trunk and bed area, Harry." Travers kept saying they were looking for prohibited memory devices, but they took loads of other stuff too. "Did they find anything important?" Harry asked, already knowing his most crucial possessions were secure elsewhere. "Don't think so," Ron replied, sorting through his scattered belongings. "You cleared out the important stuff after the first decree, right?" Harry nodded, inwardly relieved. His mother's letters and the original memory orb remained safely hidden in the room of requirement. The modified orb Amelia had provided had been deliberately placed in a concealed but ultimately discoverable compartment of his trunk, a calculated sacrifice to satisfy Umbridge's search without revealing his more significant resources. "They're escalating faster than expected," Hermione observed that evening as they huddled in a corner of the common room, speaking quietly to avoid potential eavesdroppers. Educational Decree 28 had created an atmosphere of paranoia throughout Hogwarts, with students increasingly suspicious of potential informants among their peers. "The committee findings must have been worse for Umbridge than we anticipated. Or Voldemort's applying additional pressure through Malfoy," Harry suggested. The increased Death Eater activity near Hogsmeade might indicate a coordinated strategy, destabilize Hogwarts internally while preparing external pressure. "Makes sense," Ron agreed. "Dad says the ministry's in chaos." Half the departments are realigning around accepting you-know-who's return while Fudge's inner circle keeps trying to maintain control through Umbridge and the educational decrees. The question is what happens next, Hermione said, glancing nervously toward a group of first-years who had edged closer to their conversation. She lowered her voice further. Umbridge can't directly challenge the committee's protective orders without explicitly defying the investigation, but she'll find indirect methods of retaliation. Harry considered the increasingly precarious situation. Umbridge's authority derived entirely from Fudge's executive decrees, which themselves rested on his increasingly shaky political position. As evidence mounted against both Umbridge and Malfoy, that foundation could collapse rapidly, or trigger desperate measures to preserve power regardless of legal constraints. We need to accelerate our contingency planning, he decided. The DA especially, with Decree 24 officially disbanding student organizations, our defensive training is more important than ever. They had already begun reorganizing the DA into smaller cells meeting on rotating schedules, using the Marauders map to avoid detection and the Room of Requirements variable configurations to accommodate different training needs. The protective galleons Hermione had enchanted provided secure communication that bypassed Umbridge's increasingly invasive monitoring of standard channels. What about the first Hogsmeade weekend? Ron asked. Still scheduled for next Saturday, but with the Death Eater sightings. Potential vulnerability and opportunity, Harry replied, thinking strategically. Umbridge will be watching me specifically, expecting either defiance of visit restrictions or some attempt to communicate with outside allies. So we give her something obvious to focus on while accomplishing our actual objectives separately, Hermione concluded, following his logic. Classical misdirection. Their planning continued late into the evening, adapting to the rapidly evolving situation. When Harry finally retired to the damaged dormitory, he found an unexpected envelope placed carefully on his pillow, somehow bypassing both Umbridge's mail screening and Travers's invasive searches. Inside was a brief note in handwriting he didn't recognize: the High Inquisitor's authority wanes as evidence mounts. Expect desperate action before the full committee ruling next week. The Hogsmeade visit presents particular vulnerability. Allies are positioned to assist if needed, but extreme caution advised. A friend. The unsigned warning confirmed Harry's own assessment while raising new questions. Who had managed to deliver this message past Umbridge's increasingly comprehensive monitoring? The phrasing suggested someone with inside knowledge of both the investigation timeline and security arrangements, possibly a ministry contact, though the method of delivery implied access to Hogwarts itself. He showed the note to Ron and Hermione the following morning, after confirming it carried no tracking or monitoring charms. Definitely someone with dual access, Hermione agreed after examining the parchment carefully. Ministry quality but delivered within Hogwarts. That narrows the possibilities considerably. Could be McGonagall, Ron suggested. She's been in regular contact with the investigating committee as part of the protective measures. Or Dumbledore, Harry added, though with less certainty. The headmaster had maintained a curious distance throughout the developing situation, present but oddly peripheral, as if deliberately creating space for Harry to manage his own response to Umbridge's machinations. Regardless of the source, the warning aligned with their existing concerns about the upcoming Hogsmeade visit. Additional security measures would be essential, particularly given Amelia's intelligence about Death Eater activity in the area. The days leading to the Hogsmeade weekend passed in a tense holding pattern. Umbridge implemented increasingly invasive monitoring, educational enforcement squad members positioned in classrooms, common areas, even patrolling corridors during class transitions. Student conversations became guarded, conducted in whispers or through encoded messages that wouldn't trigger the attention of potential informants. Through it all, Harry maintained meticulous documentation of Umbridge's actions, particularly those that appeared to target him specifically or violate the committee's protective orders. The modified memory orb had indeed been confiscated during the dormitory search, but as anticipated, it contained only carefully selected memories that revealed nothing particularly sensitive. More importantly, its discovery seemed to have satisfied Umbridge that she had successfully eliminated his recording capabilities. The morning of the Hogsmeade visit dawned cold and overcast, with threatening clouds suggesting impending rain. Perfect weather for their purposes, Harry noted, reduced visibility, fewer casual visitors, and additional cover for their planned movements. Remember, he reminded Ron and Hermione as they joined the queue of students awaiting permission to depart, visible movements according to the established plan. Nothing that would suggest coordination with external contacts. The protective measures ordered by the investigating committee prevented Umbridge from directly interfering with Harry's participation in standard school activities, including Hogsmeade visits. However, she had positioned Travers and 2 educational enforcement squad members to ensure compliance with security protocols during the outing, a transparent effort to monitor his activities in the village. Potter. Umbridge herself stood at the castle entrance, checking permission forms with exaggerated thoroughness. Her girlish voice carried an edge of barely suppressed fury as she examined his documentation. "I see Madam Bones has signed your form. How convenient. That your guardian happens to be overseeing the investigation making such outlandish claims against ministry officials. The committee seems to find the claim supported by substantial evidence, Professor," Harry replied neutrally, maintaining the calm, factual responses that had proven most effective in their interactions. "As documented in their preliminary findings." Umbridge's smile tightened dangerously. "Preliminary findings can be revised upon further review, Mr. Potter. As can educational accommodations that appear increasingly unnecessary given your extracurricular activities." The threat was obvious but ultimately hollow. The committee's protective order specifically prevented her from revoking his normal student privileges without independent review. Still, her increasingly desperate attempts at intimidation confirmed the assessment that she was approaching a breaking point. "I'm simply participating in a scheduled school activity, Professor," Harry responded, his tone remaining measured. "As permitted under both Hogwarts policy and the committee's guidelines." For a moment, naked hatred flashed across Umbridge's features before her customary simper reasserted itself. "Enjoy your visit, Mr. Potter. My staff will be keeping you under close observation to ensure your safety." In Hogsmeade, Harry, Ron, and Hermione implemented their carefully constructed plan. They visited Honeydukes and the 3 broomsticks in full view of Travers's surveillance, maintaining normal student behaviors while exchanging seemingly casual observations about which shops they might visit next. At precisely timed intervals, they separated briefly for individual shopping, creating small windows during which critical information could be exchanged with DA members or other allies. Throughout, Harry remained acutely aware of the educational enforcement squad's monitoring, as well as more subtle observers he suspected might be Aurors positioned by Amelia as additional security given the Death Eater intelligence. The layered surveillance created a complex environment of watchers watching watchers, ministry factions essentially spying on each other while Harry navigated the resultant gaps in coverage. "Everything proceeding as planned," Hermione murmured as they exited Scrivenshaft's quill shop, where she had briefly separated to examine specialized ink options, while actually receiving updates from Ginny about DA communications. "All cells report successful implementation of security protocols." Harry nodded slightly, maintaining the appearance of casual conversation while scanning the increasingly deserted high street. The threatened rain had finally arrived, driving most students toward the shelter of the 3 broomsticks or back toward the castle. The reduced visibility created both opportunity and risk, easier to evade observation but also easier for potential threats to approach undetected. "We should head back soon," he decided, noting that even Travers appeared increasingly uncomfortable in the deteriorating weather. "We've accomplished the primary objectives." Ron glanced toward the far end of the street, where the path led toward the Shrieking Shack and eventually curved back toward Hogwarts. "One last stop. For appearance's sake." Harry considered briefly, then nodded. Maintaining their established pattern of movement would reinforce the impression of normal student activities rather than coordinated information exchange. Quick look at the Shrieking Shack, then back to the castle. Should complete the expected route. As they moved toward the outskirts of the village, Harry noticed Travers conferring with his subordinates, apparently establishing a rotation to maintain surveillance while seeking some relief from the increasingly heavy rainfall. The reduced monitoring created a brief opportunity for genuine private conversation. Assessment, he asked quietly once they'd moved beyond immediate earshot of any observers. Successful information exchange, Hermione confirmed. The DA is fully operational under the cell structure. Fred and George have completed the enhanced communications enchantments for the Galleons. And Luna reports her father is prepared to publish additional evidence from the committee investigation if Umbridge attempts direct retaliation against you. Defense capabilities. 6 cells at practitioner level for shield charms, Ron reported. 3 at basic offensive capability. Neville's group has mastered disillusionment variants for emergency evacuation if needed. Harry nodded, satisfied with the progress. What had begun as a study group had evolved into a genuinely effective defensive organization, precisely the preparation needed given the converging threats from both within and beyond Hogwarts. They had reached the vantage point overlooking the Shrieking Shack when Harry sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a prickling awareness of hostile attention that had saved him in previous confrontations. He slowed, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. "Something's wrong," he murmured, reaching for his wand. "Where's Travers?" Ron and Hermione immediately adopted defensive postures, their own wands appearing with practiced coordination. The rain had intensified, reducing visibility to mere meters and muffling sounds that might otherwise provide warning. "He was following about 30 meters back," Hermione replied, her voice tense. "I lost sight of him when we turned onto the path." Harry's instincts screamed danger. Travers wouldn't have abandoned surveillance without reason, particularly given Umbridge's explicit instructions. Either he'd been neutralized or... It's a trap, he realized suddenly. Umbridge wouldn't risk direct action herself, but if Death Eaters happened to attack during a Hogsmeade visit where her security detail mysteriously withdrew. The implication hung in the rain-soaked air for barely a moment before reality confirmed his assessment. Multiple disillusionment charms dissolved simultaneously, revealing 6 black-robed figures converging from different directions, Death Eaters positioned to cut off retreat toward either the village or the castle. "Potter," called a coldly familiar voice. "How convenient to find you separated from the main group of students. Almost as if someone wanted to ensure you were vulnerable." Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his silver mask removed to reveal aristocratic features twisted with a combination of triumph and fury. Unlike the other Death Eaters, who maintained combat stances with wands raised, he adopted a conversational pose, as if they'd encountered each other at a social function rather than an ambush. "Malfoy," Harry acknowledged, mind racing through defensive options while maintaining external calm. "Interesting timing. Almost as if you coordinated with someone inside Hogwarts." A thin smile crossed Lucius's face. "Mutually beneficial arrangements occur in the most unexpected places, Potter. The High Inquisitor finds your testimony inconvenient. The Dark Lord finds your continued existence similarly problematic. A temporary alignment of interests, shall we say. The confirmation of Umbridge's direct collusion with Death Eaters might have been shocking under different circumstances. In the current context, it merely validated Harry's assessment of her desperate position, willing to facilitate his potential elimination rather than face the consequences of the investigation's findings. "You won't succeed," Harry stated with quiet certainty, subtly shifting position to maximize defensive coverage for all 3 of them. "Aurors are monitoring the village. The moment you attacked, alarms would have activated." "Perhaps," Lucius acknowledged, seemingly unconcerned. "But magical response times remain predictable, especially in weather that interferes with standard detection charms. We require only minutes to complete our task, either your elimination or, preferably, your acquisition for the Dark Lord's personal attention." The other Death Eaters had completed their encirclement, wands trained on the 3 students with unwavering focus. Harry recognized Dolohov among them, apparently freed from ministry custody through either legal manipulation or direct intervention, along with several others he'd encountered in the graveyard. Experienced killers, not the political operatives Malfoy typically employed for deniable operations. "Last chance, Potter," Malfoy continued, his tone hardening. "Surrender your wand and accompany us willingly, and your friends remain unharmed. Resist, and they die before you. Harry maintained eye contact with Malfoy while reaching a silent understanding with Ron and Hermione through minute gestures developed during months of DA training. Their position was precarious but not hopeless, the Death Eater's very confidence creating potential vulnerabilities a coordinated response might exploit. Interesting offer, Harry replied, deliberately drawing out the conversation while their defensive preparations aligned. But your credibility regarding harm to friends is somewhat undermined by your history of attempted murder at Hogwarts. Malfoy's expression tightened. Your continued defiance serves no purpose but to increase the suffering that awaits. The Dark Lord has specific plans for you, Potter, plans that accommodate either your living cooperation or your dissected remains. Charming recruitment pitch, Harry observed, having confirmed through peripheral vision that Ron and Hermione had achieved optimal positioning. But I have a counterproposal. Before Malfoy could respond, Harry gave the signal, a slight nod that triggered their coordinated action. In perfect synchronization, all three cast their spells, Protego Maxima. Harry bellowed, generating an expanded shield charm that momentarily covered all three of them. Fumos Expandis. Hermione's voice rang out, creating a rapidly expanding cloud of dense, obscuring smoke that engulfed their immediate area. Reducto. Ron targeted the ground near the closest Death Eaters, sending dirt and debris flying as additional visual obstruction. The combination created precious seconds of defensive advantage, the shield blocking initial retaliatory spells while the smoke and debris disrupted the Death Eaters' targeting. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately transitioned to their practiced emergency maneuver, separating in predetermined directions while maintaining communication through the enchanted galleons concealed in their pockets. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Harry cast in rapid succession, targeting the areas where Death Eaters had been positioned while moving laterally toward a drainage ditch that offered minimal cover. Shouts and curses filled the smoke-obscured battlefield as the Death Eaters responded with increasingly lethal spells. Jets of green light, the unmistakable signature of killing curses, sliced through the artificial fog, missing their targets but demonstrating the attackers' escalating intent. Through the galleon's heating signal, Harry confirmed that Ron and Hermione had reached their designated positions, implementing the triangulation strategy they had developed for precisely such outnumbered scenarios. With practiced coordination, they began alternating offensive spells with additional obscurement charms, creating the impression of a larger defending force through rapid movement and diversified attack patterns. Reducto. Harry heard Hermione cast from somewhere to his left, followed by a pained cry as one of the Death Eaters apparently took at least a partial hit. Incarcerus. Ron's spell whistled overhead, the distinctive sound of conjured ropes suggesting another attacker at least temporarily restrained. Despite their effective resistance, Harry recognized the fundamental imbalance remained. 6 experienced Death Eaters against 3 students, regardless of their preparation and coordination, presented terrible odds without reinforcement. The alarm spells Amelia had mentioned should have activated by now, but the response time might still allow the Death Eaters to accomplish their primary objective, capturing or killing Harry before retreating. A new strategy formed in his mind, one leveraging their specific environment and the Death Eaters' own expectations. Activating the galleon with a specific pattern of heat pulses, he communicated the revised approach to Ron and Hermione. Their responsive signals confirmed understanding and readiness to implement. Ventus Maximus. Harry shouted, channeling significant magical power into the wind-generating spell. Rather than aiming at the Death Eaters directly, he targeted the smoke-filled air between them, creating a powerful directional gust that simultaneously cleared some visual obstruction while driving the remaining smoke toward the attackers in a concentrated cloud. The momentary visibility allowed him to locate Lucius Malfoy, who had taken a commanding position slightly elevated from the others. With the precision developed through months of DA drills, Harry executed the second phase of his improvised plan, Accio Lucius Malfoy's wand. The unexpected summoning charm, rarely effective against a prepared opponent, succeeded precisely because of its unexpectedness. Malfoy's focus had been on more traditional combat spells rather than disarmament techniques typically employed in dueling rather than battlefield scenarios. His wand jerked from his grip, flying toward Harry, who immediately implemented the third phase, Fulgari. The binding spell caught Malfoy's wand mid-flight, wrapping it in glowing magical restraints that suspended it visibly in the air between them, a created vulnerability that would draw immediate attention from the other Death Eaters. "Protect Lucius," one of them shouted predictably, redirecting focus toward the suspended wand and the exposed position it marked. This manufactured distraction created the opening Harry had calculated. As Death Eaters converged to defend their leader and retrieve his wand, Harry activated the final element of their defense, reaching into his pocket for an object he had carried specifically for emergency scenarios like this. The memory orb. Not the modified Ministry version Umbridge had confiscated, nor the original currently secured in the Room of Requirement, but a third variant, specially created by Fred and George at Harry's request following the Privet Drive attack. This version contained no actual memories but instead functioned as a magical focus for a very specific purpose. Memoria Revelio Maxima. Harry invoked, pressing his wand directly against the orb's surface. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The orb shattered in a controlled explosion of silver-white light, releasing not memories but a blinding illumination specifically calibrated to interact with the lingering smoke and rain. The combination created a disorienting strobe effect, magnified by the water droplets into thousands of reflected points of intense light. Death Eaters cried out in pain and confusion as the magical flash temporarily overwhelmed their vision, a vulnerability Harry, Ron, and Hermione had prepared for by shielding their eyes at the precise moment of activation. "Now!" Harry called, signaling the counterattack phase of their strategy. All three launched simultaneous stunning spells from different angles, targeting the disoriented Death Eaters with devastating effect. Three fell immediately, overcome by the coordinated assault. A fourth, Dolohov, managed a partial shield but still took enough impact to stagger him. Malfoy and the remaining Death Eater recovered faster than their companions, experience compensating somewhat for the sensory disruption. They launched retaliatory curses with dangerous accuracy despite their impaired vision. Crucio! Malfoy bellowed, the torture curse narrowly missing Hermione as she dove behind a rocky outcropping. Avada Kedavra! The killing curse from the other Death Eater passed close enough to Harry that he felt its disturbing energy displace the air near his face. The battle had escalated to lethal intent, the Death Eaters abandoning any pretense of capture in favor of elimination. Harry signaled another tactical shift through the galleons, concentration of force rather than distributed targeting. All three needed to focus on neutralizing the remaining threats immediately. Before they could implement this adjustment, however, multiple cracks of apparition split the air. Reinforcements had arrived, but for which side remained momentarily unclear as new figures materialized through the rain and lingering smoke. Auror Department. Drop your wands. Kingsley Shacklebolt's amplified voice boomed across the battlefield, identifying the newcomers as Ministry forces rather than additional Death Eaters. The response was immediate. Malfoy grabbed the arm of the nearest fallen Death Eater while his remaining conscious ally seized another. Emergency port keys activated with distinctive blue flashes, whisking them away before the Aurors could establish anti-transportation wards. Two unconscious Death Eaters remained behind, apparently abandoned in the hasty retreat, a testament to both the effectiveness of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's resistance and the fundamentally self-serving nature of Voldemort's followers. Secure the area. Kingsley commanded as Aurors moved efficiently to establish a perimeter. He approached Harry directly, wand still raised but expression conveying professional assessment rather than threat. Potter. Status report. 6 Death Eaters, led by Lucius Malfoy, Harry replied, automatically adopting the concise reporting format Amelia had taught him. Coordinated ambush with internal assistance from Hogwarts. 2 escaped with unconscious companions via emergency port keys. 2 remain incapacitated. Kingsley nodded sharply, impressed by the succinct battlefield assessment. Injuries. Harry quickly checked himself and his friends. Ron had a nasty cut along his forearm where a curse had grazed him, while Hermione displayed the characteristic tremor of a near miss from a nerve-affecting hex. Harry himself had escaped major injury but felt the familiar drain of significant magical exertion. Minor wounds, no critical injuries, he reported. Magical exhaustion consistent with extended combat. Impressive resistance, Kingsley acknowledged, signaling for medical assistance. Particularly against experienced combatants. Your tactical coordination shows exceptional preparation. As Auror medics attended to their injuries, Tonks approached with her characteristic purple hair incongruously bright against the tactical severity of her Auror robes. Travers and his educational enforcement squad goons were found stunned and obliviated about half a kilometer back, she reported to Kingsley. Preliminary magical signature analysis suggests Death Eater involvement rather than action by the students. Confirming Umbridge's collusion, Harry noted grimly. She positioned Travers to maintain surveillance until the Death Eaters neutralized him, creating plausible deniability for her involvement. Serious allegation, Kingsley observed, though his tone suggested consideration rather than dismissal. But consistent with emerging evidence from the investigation. You'll find communication records if you search Travers thoroughly, Hermione added, wincing slightly as a medic treated her hexed arm. Probably an enchanted object rather than standard correspondence, something easily overlooked in routine inspection. The professional respect in Kingsley's expression deepened. These were not typical students reacting to unexpected danger but trained operatives providing relevant intelligence during an active security situation. We'll escort you back to Hogwarts immediately, he decided. This incident accelerates several investigative timelines. Madam Bones will need your formal statements, but that can wait until you've received proper medical attention. As they prepared to depart, Harry surveyed the battlefield with analytical detachment. Their defensive strategy had succeeded against overwhelming odds, neutralizing or driving off 6 Death Eaters without sustaining serious casualties. The modified memory orb had functioned exactly as designed, transforming from recording device to tactical weapon in their moment of greatest vulnerability. More significantly, Umbridge's desperate gambit had backfired catastrophically. By collaborating with Death Eaters in an attempted abduction or assassination, she had crossed from administrative misconduct into active criminal conspiracy. The investigating committee would have no choice but to recommend her immediate removal and prosecution once the evidence was presented. This changes everything, Hermione murmured as they walked under Auror escort back toward Hogwarts. Umbridge's position is untenable now. Fudge will try to distance himself, Ron predicted. Claimed she acted independently, that he had no knowledge of her Death Eater connections. Too late, Harry replied, thinking through the political implications. The pattern is established, from memory theft to obstruction of justice to direct collaboration with Voldemort's forces. The entire chain of command becomes implicated, not just Umbridge individually. The castle loomed ahead, its ancient stone walls representing both sanctuary and the next battlefield, administrative rather than magical, but no less consequential. Whatever Umbridge might attempt upon their return would occur under intense scrutiny, with her authority crumbling and her desperation peaking. Harry felt the weight of the empty memory orb casing in his pocket, the shattered remnants of a device that had begun as a simple recording tool and evolved into something far more significant. It had become a symbol of his journey over these tumultuous months, from passive subject to active agent, from reluctant witness to strategic combatant. The memory remained. But now it served his purpose rather than controlling his fate. The Great Hall hummed with tension as students gathered for dinner that evening. News of the Hogsmeade attack had spread throughout Hogwarts with remarkable speed, details transforming with each retelling until the actual event seemed almost secondary to their mythologized versions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been sequestered in the hospital wing upon their return, receiving treatment for their injuries while providing detailed statements to Aurors dispatched by Amelia herself. Dumbledore had visited briefly, his customary twinkle replaced by an intensity that reminded Harry why the headmaster was the only wizard Voldemort truly feared. The investigating committee has been notified, he had informed them quietly. Emergency sessions have been called regarding both the attack itself and Professor Umbridge's alleged involvement. Until formal action is taken, however, her technical authority remains in effect. She'll be desperate, Harry had noted. Cornered and dangerous. Indeed, Dumbledore had agreed. Which is why additional security measures have been implemented throughout the castle. Aurors will maintain a presence until the situation resolves, and certain limitations have been placed on the educational decrees enforcement mechanisms. Now, entering the Great Hall alongside Ron and Hermione, Harry immediately registered the altered environment. Aurors stood at strategic positions around the perimeter, not overtly threatening but unmistakably vigilant. At the staff table, Umbridge's chair remained conspicuously empty, though her ministry colleague Travers occupied his usual position, looking significantly worse for wear after his encounter with Death Eaters. Most notably, the isolated table where Harry had been forced to sit during the opening feast had been removed. In its place was a standard extension of the Gryffindor seating, symbolically reintegrating him into the normal student body. As they took their seats, Dumbledore rose to address the hall. The customary evening announcements had clearly been modified to address the day's extraordinary events. As many of you are aware, he began, his voice carrying effortlessly despite its measured tone, an incident occurred during today's Hogsmeade visit. A group of Death Eaters attempted to abduct several of our students. Thanks to exceptional defensive preparation and the rapid response of Ministry Aurors, the attack was repelled without serious casualties. Murmurs rippled through the student body, eyes inevitably turning toward Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Dumbledore continued, in light of these events, additional security measures have been implemented throughout Hogwarts and surrounding areas. Aurors will maintain a presence within the castle for the foreseeable future. All further Hogsmeade visits are temporarily suspended pending comprehensive safety review. He paused, his gaze sweeping the hall with unusual gravity. Additionally, I must inform you that Professor Umbridge has been temporarily relieved of her duties pending investigation into certain allegations related to today's events. The educational decrees remain technically in effect but will be administered by Deputy Headmistress McGonagall until the Ministry provides further clarification. The implications of this announcement registered throughout the hall, Umbridge's authority suspended but not yet formally revoked, the bureaucratic machinery of the Ministry grinding toward inevitable conclusion but not yet complete. During this transitional period, Dumbledore concluded, I ask all students to maintain focus on your educational responsibilities while remaining vigilant regarding security protocols. Your heads of houses will provide specific guidance for each dormitory. That is all. As food appeared on the tables, conversation erupted throughout the hall, speculation about Umbridge's fate, discussion of the Death Eater attack, debates about what might follow. Harry found himself the center of attention despite attempts to maintain low profile, students from all houses finding excuses to pass the Gryffindor table and offer support or seek details. You really fought off 6 Death Eaters? Dennis Creevey asked breathlessly, eyes wide with admiration. With help, Harry emphasized, nodding toward Ron and Hermione. An aura reinforcement arrived quickly. But you held your own until they got there, Ginny noted from nearby, her expression conveying both pride and analytical assessment. The DA training made the difference, didn't it? Harry nodded, conscious of maintaining appropriate discretion despite the changing circumstances. Preparation matters. Coordination matters more. As dinner progressed, Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table, her expression characteristically stern though Harry detected underlying concern in her eyes. Potter, Weasley, Granger, she addressed them formally. The headmaster requests your presence in his office following dinner. The password is, Pepper Imps. Yes, Professor, they replied in unison. And Potter, she added more quietly, well done today. Your restraint under provocation and tactical judgment under pressure reflect credit upon Gryffindor House. Coming from McGonagall, this represented extraordinary praise. Harry accepted it with a respectful nod, recognizing the significance of her acknowledgement not just of their courage but of their strategic thinking, qualities she valued equally though rarely found in combination. After dinner, they made their way to Dumbledore's office, passing Aurors positioned at key intersections throughout the castle. The enhanced security created an atmosphere reminiscent of Harry's third year, when Sirius's supposed threat had prompted similar measures, though the current situation involved enemies both external and internal. "Pepper imps," Harry stated at the stone gargoyle, which immediately sprang aside to reveal the spiral staircase. As they ascended, he sensed the meeting ahead would mark another significant transition in the complex situation that had developed since his first use of the memory orb months ago. Dumbledore's office appeared unusually crowded when they entered. The headmaster himself sat behind his desk, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Snape. Amelia Bones stood near the fireplace in formal DMLE robes, while Kingsley Shacklebolt and another Auror Harry didn't recognize maintained positions near the door. "Ah, excellent," Dumbledore greeted them. "Please, be seated. We have significant developments to discuss." 3 chairs had been positioned before the desk. As they took their places, Harry noted the grave expressions on all faces. Even Snape's customary sneer seemed subdued, replaced by focused intensity. "First," Dumbledore began, "I must commend your exceptional performance during today's attack. Few fully trained wizards could have maintained such effective resistance against 6 Death Eaters of that caliber. Your preparation, coordination, and tactical judgment likely saved your lives." "Thank you, sir," Harry responded for all 3. The DA training proved valuable in unexpected ways. "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly before returning to their serious aspect. "Which brings us to our current situation. Madam Bones has updates regarding both the attack investigation and the broader implications for Hogwarts administration." Amelia stepped forward, her monocle glinting in the office's magical light. "The investigating committee has convened an emergency session based on evidence collected following today's events. Preliminary findings confirm Death Eater involvement in a coordinated attempt to abduct or eliminate Mr. Potter, with secondary targeting of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger." She referenced a formal document in her hand. More significantly, magical analysis of communication devices recovered from Educational Enforcement Squad member Bartholomew Travers establishes direct connection to similar devices found in Dolores Umbridge's office. The timing and content of these communications strongly suggest prior knowledge and facilitation of the Death Eater attack. "Meaning Umbridge actively collaborated with Voldemort's followers," Hermione clarified, though the implication was obvious to all present. "Correct, Miss Granger. This evidence, combined with previously documented involvement in unauthorized memory extraction, creates sufficient grounds for immediate suspension and criminal investigation." Amelia's expression remained professionally neutral despite the gravity of her next statement. "Dolores Umbridge was taken into custody approximately 1 hour ago on charges of conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and aiding known terrorists." The significance of this development hung in the air momentarily. Umbridge's removal represented not just the neutralization of an immediate threat but a fundamental shift in the Ministry's approach to Hogwarts administration. "What about the educational decrees?" Ron asked practically. "Do they get cancelled now that she's gone?" "The legal status of the decrees remains complicated," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Minister Fudge issued them through executive authority, which technically remains in effect despite Professor Umbridge's removal. However," he added with the barest hint of satisfaction, "implementation requires a designated ministry representative, which currently does not exist at Hogwarts." Creating a functional suspension without formal revocation, Harry concluded, understanding the bureaucratic nuance. Maintaining the ministry's technical authority while effectively returning operational control to Hogwarts staff. "Precisely, Mr. Potter." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "A temporary solution while more permanent administrative arrangements are established." "Which brings us to the next phase of this situation," Dumbledore continued. "The events of recent months, from the unauthorized memory extractions to today's Death Eater attack, have created unprecedented challenges for both Hogwarts and the Ministry. Navigating the path forward requires careful consideration of both security concerns and educational priorities." Amelia stepped forward again. "The DMLE recommends maintaining enhanced security protocols at Hogwarts for the foreseeable future. Aura presence will continue, though in a less intrusive configuration than current emergency deployment. Additionally, we propose regular defensive training for senior students, formalizing aspects of what you've apparently been conducting independently through your defense association. Harry exchanged surprised glances with Ron and Hermione. Their supposedly secret organization had clearly not remained as covert as they'd believed. Your extracurricular educational initiative demonstrates commendable initiative, McGonagall observed dryly, if somewhat questionable compliance with school regulations. However, given its evident effectiveness in today's crisis, we are exploring options to incorporate similar training within the formal curriculum. Under appropriate supervision, of course, Dumbledore added, his eyes twinkling momentarily. The implications were significant, not punishment for their unauthorized activities but institutional recognition and potential formalization. Harry considered this development carefully, aware that official sanction would provide resources and protection but might also constrain the flexibility and security-conscious structure they had developed. There remains one final matter to address, Dumbledore said, his tone shifting to reflect increased gravity. The attack today confirms what we have long suspected. Voldemort's particular interest in targeting you, Mr. Potter, extends beyond symbolic value to specific strategic priority. This reality necessitates reconsideration of your living arrangements, both within Hogwarts and during holiday periods. Amelia nodded. While my guardianship provides legal protection and certain security advantages, today's events demonstrate that conventional measures may prove insufficient against determined Death Eater operations. Special arrangements may be required to ensure your safety without unduly restricting your educational experience. Harry considered these implications thoughtfully. The previous summer's transition from the Dursleys to Amelia's guardianship had represented significant improvement, but the evolving threat landscape created new vulnerabilities that required adaptive responses. What kind of arrangements? He asked directly. Dumbledore and Amelia exchanged glances, suggesting they had already discussed various options but reached no firm conclusion. Several possibilities exist, Dumbledore replied. Enhanced protective wards at Madame Bones's residence. Rotation between secure locations rather than established pattern. Or, he added with careful neutrality, accommodation within magically protected facilities such as Order headquarters at Grimmauld Place, where your godfather could provide additional supervision while maintaining legal guardianship through Madame Bones. The mention of Sirius and Grimmauld Place caught Harry's attention immediately. The possibility of living with his godfather, even under the complicated arrangement Dumbledore described, represented a significant improvement over previous options. There are legal complexities, Amelia acknowledged, noting his interest. But workable solutions exist that would satisfy both security requirements and personal preferences. The investigating committee's final report will likely include recommendations regarding your living arrangements, which would provide formal authorization for whatever option is selected. The meeting continued for another hour, addressing practical aspects of Hogwarts administration during Umbridge's absence, security protocols for the remainder of term, and coordination between school staff and DMLE personnel. Throughout, Harry found himself treated not as a student requiring protection but as a meaningful participant in strategic planning, his input solicited and considered with genuine respect by all present, including Snape, though the potions master's contributions remained characteristically acerbic. As the meeting concluded, Dumbledore asked Harry to remain briefly while the others departed. Once alone, the headmaster's expression shifted subtly, the administrative leader replaced by the mentor Harry had glimpsed occasionally through their complicated relationship. "I owe you an apology, Harry," he said quietly, surprising Harry with both the statement and the use of his first name. "I underestimated both your capabilities and your right to direct involvement in matters affecting your life. Recent events have demonstrated not only your courage, which I never doubted, but your capacity for strategic thinking and leadership under extraordinary pressure." Harry accepted the acknowledgement with a measured nod, recognizing its significance without allowing past frustrations to overshadow the present moment. "Thank you, Professor. I've had good teachers, even when the lessons weren't formal or acknowledged." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly at the subtle reference to the complicated dynamic that had characterized their relationship. "Indeed. Sometimes the most important education occurs beyond classroom walls and official curriculum. Your response to this summer's challenges, from the memory revelations through today's combat, reflects learning I failed to properly recognize or nurture. He rose, moving to Fawkes's perch where the Phoenix watched their interaction with intelligent attention. The path ahead remains challenging, Harry. Voldemort's return creates dangers we have only begun to confront. The prophecy's implications hang over your future in ways neither of us can fully predict. And the soul fragment? Harry asked quietly, referencing the disturbing revelation about the shard of Voldemort's essence he carried. Research continues, Dumbledore replied, his expression grave. Though recent events have provided unexpected insights. The memory extraction process you experienced, invasive and violating as it was, demonstrated that aspects of consciousness can be separated and externalized without destroying the original. This principle may offer avenues toward extracting the fragment without the devastating consequences traditional methods would entail. This represented the first genuinely hopeful information regarding the soul fragment since Harry had learned of its existence. The possibility that Voldemort's essence might be removed without sacrificing his own life opened perspectives previously unimaginable. In the meantime, Dumbledore continued, I believe your mother's letters and the additional information regarding blood protection may provide supplementary defenses. The essence of Lily you secured from Privet Drive contains magical properties we are only beginning to understand, properties that may prove particularly relevant to your unique situation. The reference to his mother's legacy reminded Harry of another matter he had been considering since receiving her letters. Professor, my mother mentioned the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow. She wrote that it contains protections similar to those at Privet Drive, potentially accessible if I returned the essence there. Dumbledore's expression registered genuine surprise, a rare occurrence that confirmed this information was new to him as well. Most interesting. The cottage has remained under preservation charms since that night, accessible only to those with specific authorization or direct connection to the Potter bloodline. I had not considered it might contain latent protective magic beyond what was compromised during Voldemort's attack. Would it be possible to investigate? Harry asked. To determine whether restoring the essence there might reactivate whatever protections my mother established. Certainly worth exploration, Dumbledore agreed thoughtfully. Though with appropriate precautions. If Voldemort suspects such potential, the location may be monitored. Their conversation continued briefly, addressing practical aspects of both immediate security concerns and longer-term strategic considerations. Throughout, Harry noted a fundamental shift in Dumbledore's approach, treating him as a collaborator rather than a charge, soliciting his perspective rather than merely issuing directives or cryptic guidance. As Harry finally departed for Gryffindor Tower, he reflected on the extraordinary journey that had unfolded since that first memory recording at Privet Drive. What had begun as a desperate attempt to expose the Dursleys' treatment had catalyzed transformation far beyond his initial intent, altering his legal status, his understanding of his parents' legacy, his relationship with authority figures, and his role within the wizarding community. Most significantly, it had transformed his relationship with his own past. The memories that had defined him, both traumatic and empowering, were no longer simply experiences to be endured or celebrated but strategic assets to be utilized with purpose and precision. He had become not just the subject of memory but its keeper, determining which aspects of his story would be shared and which preserved for private reflection. In Gryffindor Tower, he found Ron and Hermione waiting in the common room, which had emptied of other students despite the relatively early hour, evidence of the day's emotional and physical toll on the house collectively. "All right, Harry?" Ron asked as he joined them by the fire. "Yeah," he replied with genuine certainty. "Better than I've been in a long time, actually. Despite nearly getting kidnapped by Death Eaters?" Hermione asked with a hint of incredulous concern. "Because of how we handled it," Harry clarified. "Not just the fighting, though that proved the DA training works. But everything leading up to it, recognizing the threat pattern, implementing countermeasures, maintaining strategic focus rather than just reacting." He gazed into the fire, organizing thoughts that had been crystallizing throughout the day's events. When this all started with the memory orb, I was just trying to expose what the Dursleys did, to make someone, anyone, see what I'd endured. I didn't have a plan beyond that immediate goal. And now? Hermione prompted gently, recognizing the reflective mood that had settled over him. Now I understand it was never just about exposing past wrongs. It was about claiming control of my own narrative, my history, my identity, my future. Not letting others define me through their expectations or manipulations. Ron nodded slowly. From the boy who lived to the boy who remembered to. To just Harry, he finished simply. Making my own choices based on complete information rather than partial truths or others' agendas. Fighting when necessary but negotiating when possible. Leading when required but collaborating by preference. Hermione smiled, genuine pride evident in her expression. You've always been that person, Harry. You just needed opportunity and support to demonstrate it, to yourself as much as to others. They talked late into the night, planning next steps both immediate and longer term. The DA would need restructuring in Umbridge's absence, potentially transitioning from covert resistance to acknowledged training program. The upcoming ministry hearings would formalize decisions regarding both Umbridge's prosecution and Harry's future living arrangements. And beyond these practical concerns loomed larger questions about Voldemort's objectives and the prophecy's implications. Yet for perhaps the first time since entering the wizarding world, Harry approached these challenges not as overwhelming burdens but as definable problems with potential solutions. The memory orb had begun as a tool for exposing truth but had evolved into something far more significant, a catalyst for personal and institutional transformation. The memory remained. But its power now served his purpose rather than constraining his potential. Epilogue: 5 years later the Dursley residence at No. 4, Privet Drive, had changed remarkably little in the 5 years since Harry had last seen it. The lawn remained meticulously manicured, the flower beds precisely arranged, the exterior paint freshly maintained. Only subtle indicators suggested the transformation of its occupants, the modest family car replacing Vernon's company vehicle, the absence of Dudley's second bedroom visible through an upstairs window now converted to a home office. Harry approached the front door with measured steps, acutely aware of the symbolic weight of this visit. Following Vernon's conviction for child endangerment and subsequent 2-year suspended sentence, the Dursleys had maintained minimal contact with the wizarding world, acknowledging official communications regarding Harry's status but otherwise retreating into determined normalcy. Their lives had changed nonetheless. Vernon had lost his position at Grunnings, eventually securing less prestigious employment with significantly reduced income. Petunia had been required to complete parenting courses and community service as part of her cooperation agreement with authorities. Dudley, perhaps most surprisingly, had undergone genuine transformation through mandatory counseling, eventually pursuing education in youth social work, according to reports Harry received periodically through his solicitor. The doorbell chime sounded exactly as he remembered. Footsteps approached, lighter than Vernon's ponderous tread, suggesting either Petunia or the new, slimmer Dudley mentioned in recent updates. The door opened to reveal Petunia, her appearance both familiar and altered. The same angular features and horse-like neck remained, but her expression carried less pinched resentment, replaced by wary uncertainty as she registered Harry's presence. "Hello, Aunt Petunia," he greeted her simply. "Harry." She nodded stiffly, then stepped back from the doorway. "Come in. I've been expecting you, after the letter." The solicitor's notification of Harry's intended visit had apparently been received and acknowledged, though the formal language likely hadn't conveyed his specific purpose. He entered, immediately struck by the cognitive dissonance of returning to a space that had featured so prominently in his childhood memories yet now felt curiously disconnected from his current life. The living room maintained its rigorous tidiness, though with subtle differences from his recollection: fewer ornamental objects, simpler furnishings, evidence of reduced circumstances without dramatic decline. Photographs still adorned the mantelpiece, but now included several of Dudley in graduation robes alongside the childhood portraits that had once dominated the display. "Dudley's at work," Petunia explained, following his gaze to the photographs. "Community Youth Centre in London. Vernon's on shift until 6. Her tone conveyed neither invitation to wait nor explicit desire for his departure, simply factual information offered without emotional inflection. "I won't stay long," Harry assured her, taking the seat she indicated, an ordinary chair rather than the prized sofa reserved for favored visitors in years past. "I wanted to return something that belongs here." From his pocket, he withdrew a small wooden box similar to the one Petunia had delivered to him years earlier containing his mother's letters. This one, however, held a different treasure, the vial of lily essence, preserved through magical stasis despite the turbulent events that had followed its removal from Privet Drive. "You kept it," Petunia observed as he opened the box, revealing the vial's contents. "After everything. It was never mine to dispose of," Harry replied. "My mother left it here specifically, as part of the protection she created. With the war over and Voldemort defeated, it should return to its intended location." Petunia flinched slightly at Voldemort's name, though whether from lingering fear or merely the intrusion of magical matters into her carefully reconstructed normal life remained unclear. "Why bother?" she asked after a moment, genuine curiosity evident beneath the characteristic brusqueness. "You won't be living here again. The protection isn't needed anymore." "Because it matters," Harry replied simply. "Not as magical defense, but as completion of a cycle. My mother created this protection through love, love that transcended even your treatment of me. Returning it acknowledges that legacy without erasing what happened between us." He placed the box on the coffee table between them, neither demanding she accept it nor forcing its return. "An offering, not an imposition." "We weren't kind to you," Petunia stated after a long silence. Not quite an apology, but perhaps the closest acknowledgement she could manage. "No," Harry agreed without rancor. "You weren't. Vernon still blames you for everything that followed. His job, our reputation, the legal consequences." Her gaze shifted to the window, where the perfectly ordinary street continued its perfectly ordinary existence beyond their conversation. "He says exposing our private family matters destroyed what we'd built." "And you?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about her perspective after these transformative years. Petunia's expression reflected complex internal calculation, weighing honesty against pride, lingering resentment against hard-earned insight. "I think," she said finally, "we destroyed it ourselves. Long before you revealed anything. The moment we decided treating you as less than family was acceptable." She met his gaze directly for perhaps the first time in their shared history. "Lily wouldn't have treated Dudley that way. No matter what differences existed between us." The admission, partial yet profound, hung in the air between them. Not forgiveness sought or offered, but recognition of fundamental truth that neither could dismiss. "Dudley writes to you, doesn't he?" Harry asked, noting a familiar envelope on the side table that resembled wizarding stationery. Petunia nodded reluctantly. "Your world helped him when he was attacked by those creatures. The Dementor things. He says he owes a debt. Started corresponding with some witch who specializes in magical muggle relations." Her pronunciation of muggle carried old bitterness but lacked the former venomous delivery. "He's different now. Better, probably." "I've heard," Harry acknowledged. "His work with at-risk youth. It's commendable." An uncomfortable silence descended, both having exhausted their limited capacity for personal connection. Harry rose, indicating his intention to conclude the visit. "The essence should be returned to its original location," he explained. "Beneath the floorboards in the cupboard, according to what you told me years ago." Petunia's expression tightened at the reminder of his cupboard accommodations, but she nodded stiffly. "It's different now. We converted it to storage after everything came out." She led him to the hallway, where the cupboard under the stairs stood closed but not locked, a simple storage space now rather than a child's prison. Opening it revealed neatly organized household supplies, holiday decorations in labeled boxes, ordinary domestic items with no hint of its former purpose. Harry knelt, identifying the specific floorboard from memory despite the transformed surroundings. A simple charm revealed the original magical signature still present, faint but detectable, waiting to be restored. He placed the vial in its former position, sealing it with a wandless spell that would prevent accidental discovery while allowing the essence to reconnect with the property's magical framework. "It's done," he said, standing and closing the cupboard door with remarkable composure. Whatever emotional reaction he might have anticipated upon returning to this space had been processed years ago, acknowledged, integrated, and ultimately transcended through his subsequent journey. At the front door, their farewell maintained the same careful distance that had characterized the entire encounter, not reconciliation but recognition, not closure but completion. "You've done well," Petunia observed unexpectedly as he prepared to depart. "Despite everything. Despite us." "Not despite," Harry corrected gently. "Including. Everything that happened here, good and terrible, contributed to who I became. I've made peace with that reality, even while recognizing it should have been different." He stepped outside, turning back briefly. "The protection my mother created never required your love, Aunt Petunia. Only your blood and basic shelter. But what I needed as a child was something else entirely. I found it elsewhere, built it with chosen family rather than assigned relatives. I hope you found something similar in the life you've rebuilt." Without waiting for response, he walked away from number 4, Privet Drive, for what he suspected would be the final time. The essence of Lily had been returned, completing a magical circuit established before his birth. His obligation to this place, to these people, had been fulfilled through that act of restoration. As he reached the end of the street, beyond the anti-apparition wards he'd detected upon arrival, Harry withdrew a familiar object from his pocket, a memory orb similar to the original Fred and George had created years ago, though considerably more sophisticated in its enchantments. This version, developed through collaboration between the Weasley twins and Department of Mysteries researchers, served not just recording functions but therapeutic ones, allowing controlled reprocessing of difficult memories through structured engagement rather than passive recall. Harry activated it briefly, watching silvery mist swirl within its crystalline depths. The memories contained within represented careful curation of his life experiences, moments of significance both painful and joyous, preserved with intention rather than exposed through violation or manipulated for others' purposes. He was their keeper now, guardian of his own narrative, determining which memories would be shared, which preserved privately, which processed for healing, and which maintained as reminders of both dangers overcome and connections cherished. With a soft pop of apparition, Harry Potter departed Privet Drive, leaving behind the restored essence of his mother's protection, a final gift to a place that had given him so little yet remained undeniably part of his story. The boy who lived, the boy who remembered, had become simply a man who had integrated his past without being defined by it. The memory remained. But now, finally and completely, it served his future rather than binding him to his past. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.